muted. Hold on. Okay. All right. We are. Where are we? Diamond 1, -5. Oh, yes. Thanks on that one. All right. Well, play real quick. Until we have other individuals on the team. That is the plan. That is the goal.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
That is what we hope to have happen. But knowing our gameplay, probably not.
Before you attack, get ready.
Oh fuck, I gotta pick a character.
Camouflage is stupid. I tear through the cloudless night.
I'm joking, I'm joking.
Galaxy, sure. But sometimes we take stuff other people are guarding.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, team. Let's make this the quickest play of all time. So basically, I'm gonna need everybody to lock in real quick. La-di-da-di-da real quick. La-di-da-di-da real quick. Me and Deadpool against the world real quick. Whoa, big boy. Big guy. Big guy. Big suffering incoming. Say it ain't so, boss. No, my team, my team. Chill, 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 chill.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge. You're welcome.
Can these guys remember the motion we just had like 10 seconds ago?
Pulse charge, fire. This is real firepower.
It's a motion challenge? A motion challenge? Whoa there, boy. Don't go there, boy.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, hell no.
I'll patch you up. I'm fucking helpful. I'm totally screwed. Hope I make the cut. My force.
Oh hell no.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Jesus Christ. Don't die. Don't die. Deadpool, please. Deadpool, please. I'm lagging like a motherfucker. Hold on.
My good deed for the day.
Hold on.
I'll patch you up.
Let the devil.
No, don't let the devil out, bro. Fuck.
Just dying.
Hey yo, hey yo. Okay, we're getting cooked up. Remember when I said this was gonna be a quick match, bro?
My good deed for the day.
Only 60 seconds left.
Patch you up. Well, you got one. I can't believe it.
These monsters deserve to be in the wild, where I can hunt them properly.
Careful over here, okay? Oh boy. Here they come.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You're ready for action. That's the stuff. Hope I make the cut. My good deed for the day. I'll patch you up. This is a nice spot.
Thanks for the love, love.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Hunting monsters to saving them.
This is real firepower! Did you see that? My good deed for the day.
Double KO.
All right.
Be really humiliating.
Motion. Really good motion.
Don't turn back now.
This is a nice spot. You're ready for action.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Jesus Christ. Yo, Elsa, bro. Yo, Elsa, bro. You're fighting demons over here? I can't.
Team player. That's me.
Huh? Huh?
You're welcome. Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Where the fuck did Star-Lord go? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Get that vehicle
Team?
moving again.
Team? Team?
More backup. You're welcome.
Team? Team? Oh, team.
Pass here. Pay up. They took out us. Aim over to back up on his own. You're welcome. Hope I make the cut.
Bro, please. Oh my god. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this.
See, I'm flarking helpful. This is real firepower. You're welcome.
Let's go. We can motion out here.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
My good deed for the day.
Don't call me the goat for nothing, bro.
You're welcome. Looky here. You're ready for action. Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
Okay, hold your horses. I'll deploy another beacon.
Game.
Team play. That's me. Right over here. The Punisher has a mega weapon. I want one.
That's it.
Mega weapon.
Anything standing
That's not what that is.
I'll patch you up. Next up, armor packed here. Hey, you're ready for
Holy bro. Get this guy out of the fucking punishment, the fucking turret, bro.
only 60 seconds left.
You're welcome.
Oh brother, oh brother. Fucking squids, man.
You're gonna be
Down
different.
to 30
Whoa,
seconds.
don't press that button.
Vehicle moving again.
You're ready for action. This is a nice spot.
Team, please. Team, please.
The final 10 seconds.
Move up, bro. Bro. Bro.
This is real. Fire.
Get a body, get anybody, bro, please. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, bro. Anybody get a body challenge.
This is your big chance.
No Hulk. Bad Hulk. No White Fox. Bad White Fox. Go Jeff, go Jeff, go. Go Elsa, go Elsa, go. No Venom, no Venom, no.
This is a nice spot.
Jesus Christ, bro, where the fuck is Hulk?
I am ready to put on a
No.
show.
Oh my fucking god. Are you for real, bro? Is this real life, bro? Is this real life for real life? Holy fuck, bro. Get these guys out of here, man. Jesus Christ.
Big victory.
This shit is like fucking annoying as fuck, bro. Holy, bro. Growth stat line, growth stat line.
On Sunday, I know I played Dragon Balls Fighters.
Goddamn.
Ah.
You need more cheering up than me. Every time you're playing this because X-Men 97. What did it say? X-Men 97 season 2 is coming out? Oh yeah, I heard about that. I heard about
How's
that.
that perfect timing?
Like in a few days. Yeah, I heard about it. Haven't it looks good.
Alright guys, are we
Also,
ready
hi,
to play the
Madeline.
game?
No, I'm being forced, dude.
Oh my god.
I was having fun in Overwatch, dude.
Well,
Were you? Were you?
Yes.
now you're gonna have fun in Rivals.
Right?
Uh,
They're gonna have fun with us and rivals.
Yeah, I hear
my
those
God.
tears of joy, T. I hear them.
Mhm.
Why did I join the stream, bro? Dude, the moment I read I will be Diamond 2 today, I was like, nope. You know?
I'd say we should invite Sunson, but he's in a team of 4.
Yeah, they got I don't know. They got too many people, bro.
No, he's playing with his friend.
We should just play.
I will. Don't worry, I've contacted her. You want to just go into comp?
Sure.
I.
I'm ready. Are you ready? He was playing Overwatch, so he should be ready.
I was playing Rivals before I went to Overwatch.
Okay, so he's extra ready.
Oh my god, bro.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Mm.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
I am the god of thunder and
Let's
the
see, let's see, let's
mightiest
see.
avenger.
Now.
Oh,
who am I
hi,
gonna
Ruby.
banish from this
Hey.
house?
Well, having a long Monday too as
Kind of
well.
ban
and
magic,
have
bro? Who the fuck
get
is banning magic?
Stripper out of my work clothes? What?
Man, I'm
What?
assuming he wants to ban Magic because she's gonna play CND.
Why magic? What the fuck?
For CND, you know CND players don't like Magic.
Okay, I don't ban a fucking magic.
Yeah, but you're
Aw.
not like you're like one of the exceptions. Like people, CND players really love banning Magic. I don't know why.
The only one I would ban if I knew the other team had someone who played it is BP.
Sweet
Like-
tea, lefty.
I have so many words to say, but I'm not gonna say them.
Yeah, this is the name of the CND.
Yeah, I know.
That's a fun name.
I have nothing.
I'll agree with Phoenix.
I don't mind the Phoenix for group ban. Rocket? Oh, target ban. Target ban.
Yo, why
target ban,
do they hate
man.
me, bro?
You'll need a top
They know that I'm the GOAT, bro.
I mean, it's fine. Like this man wants to play tank now with this. Okay.
Yo, is a C&D thing? Okay.
That CND looks he knows how to play characters. I think WAP was the only one that doesn't know how to play characters.
Max Guap? Who's this guy want to play, bro?
I don't know. I mean, he went back to play.
Alright. Alex?
Yo, tomorrow's my last day of work. Yay.
Floor stripper used for getting wax off of tile for. Oh. My god, you just said stripper!
Is not defined by
30
strength.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I gotta mute myself. I gotta mute your
They're
stream.
Jeff, by the way, now.
Okay. We have
Bro,
a,
really,
we have a dinosaur now.
Nah,
And
dude, you
Jeff.
should have stayed.
Okay, bro.
I don't know
So
why they
you
were
know, I find kind of weird they didn't bring back the
Hi, Nicholas. Hello.
they didn't bring the Squirrel Girl and Rocket pass from the summer pass.
Oh, okay.
The skins?
But yeah, I found that kind of weird.
I thought they were doing like
A lot of people like-
next wave.
Maybe
But there is a.
because I know Squirrel Girl and Rocket has have one in that event. I'm pretty sure it's the same pass. I think. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the Squirrel Girl one at least, but I like the Rocket one.
Also, guys, Nicholas called y'all thirsty as bitches. Oh my.
Frickin' dude. This
Stripper.
Yeah, stripper, because Ruby's talking about floor stripper.
is there any other kind of stripper? What just happened to this?
I mean, yeah, there's the main kind
He
of
fell
stripper.
off.
Yeah, bro, like made a mistake there. It's not mid. It's, we don't got a mid.
Oh, my health bar.
Can I get help? Oh my god.
You cannot.
Where
Where
are
are
you
you?
fighting? What demons are
I
you
moved
fighting?
back because the Emma was following me.
Oh, I thought you were like in the front. I was so confused.
I was moving back because the Emma was lasering me.
They got a DD now. But,
They had a DD since the beginning.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
he
no,
was
it's
after me.
There's a Venom and
Jesus Christ, bro.
DD. Oh, I can't. That DD grabbed me. Like, what the fuck?
I have ult, by the way. I'm just waiting for you guys to.
I have all, yeah.
No way you lived. No way you fucking lived. Oh my
Bro,
god.
I hit the freaking Daredevil when he ran away.
Yeah, I tried.
Bro came back for revenge, and he's still gonna lose. Come here.
Okay.
Bro, run away again? He's really low. He does not want to fight me.
Alright, looks like I'm not playing Minecraft. I just got the excuse text.
Where are we going?
Yo, Daredevil's still on top there. I see him. He's just
White
avoiding
Fox
me
is
for no
dead.
reason.
Venom's running away. Daredevil's running away.
Yo,
Okay. Yeah, what's up, man?
Yo, what?
Someone talking about me?
Someone talking about me? Unity? No. Who's talking about you?
Turn back now.
Unless you guys are talking about him. I don't.
Yeah, that was
I
like
don't remember.
7 messages ago.
I don't think he's that informed of me talking about. Freaking dude.
Oh my god. We're.
Nice.
They have 3 supports now, by the way.
He dead. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That
I
explains
don't.
the
I don't
healing.
think the Dino. I have to focus him way too much just to heal him. Like.
I feel like that's the point of. I feel like that should
Lock
be the point.
in? You said lock in,
Bro,
bro.
you're talking. You're the one that fell, bro. Calm down.
Yeah,
I think
okay,
she's talking to me or something.
You got 30 seconds left to push it like
Yeah, Daredevil's right there.
20 meters. I'm going the short way.
30 seconds.
Where's okay?
Y'all gotta go in. Like you can't.
That's low. Okay, all them is
I love
back
how
on
I
me.
can't see it fast.
Somebody pull
I'm
up,
gonna die.
please, for the love of God.
We have the Venom in the back.
I'll switch
Oh, that's tough.
I'm
That's
being chased.
real tough.
Okay. Yep.
Final 10 seconds.
Yeah, so basically
Dude,
what's
I love how
happening
we're
here
just-
is the white fox on the enemy team is literally just standing here, and I'm just trying to farm all charge up to 3 supports on the point, and nobody's here. I'm dead.
Yep.
to. Bro, I made it to a point where I'm not gonna survive.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Oh, our Dino went Iron Man. I was so confused.
Oh, that's
I was
great.
Bro,
so
dude.
really?
confused.
The current
Yeah,
score
I was
is
so confused where the Dino went. They went to
Right.
Iron Man.
0.
Okay.
I can't.
Time to
Like,
switch things up.
I'm doing.
including
I
which
did
side
5,000
you're
damage. Those 5,000 damage is just between the Venom and the Daredevil, but I can't finish them because they get healed
Wow.
instantly.
And the mightiest avenger.
Like
That's
the
not-
supports against a Winter Soldier is too much healing to do damage.
3 supports, yeah. That's when it was over, dude.
Yeah. Dude,
Oh,
you're talking about the
Wolverine?
supports. I played a match with Nowhere Watch for like 3 supports. Like my team just had to go with 3 supports. We won because the enemy team Cena. That was it.
Wait.
That was the only DPS there.
Guardians never
Alright, guys.
shun from battles or feasts.
I
You
guess
know-
I'll go.
Let's do what we need to do.
Did you guys see the new Edge Runner, like Cyberpunk Edge Runner season trailer?
Stay strong.
No.
It came out today, guys. I don't know if any of you are interested. I should have asked first. Are any of you interested in that?
I heard good things, but I haven't seen it.
I don't really
all-
care
that's
about
all I
that.
have.
Okay,
that's all
now
I have
he
to
is
say.
Wolverine. Let's see what this guy does.
Alright, guys.
I mean, he's not doing bad, but like, I don't know. Like,
We can hold it down. We made it,
Dino
you know,
just
almost to
wasn't
the end.
the way to go, and he didn't switch to a
We
different.
made it
he was-
almost to the end.
it was boosting the ammo too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Daredevil's
Yeah,
gonna have a
GG.
hard time, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, he took ammo.
Okay.
Bubble him. Okay.
We got his ass. We got his ass.
Daredevil half. Daredevil one tap. You can get him on me.
Nah, he got fucking heals, bro. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, I saw it when you hit him. The bar went instantly up.
I'm like, I swear I hit him, bro. How did it go up?
He's targeted me again.
Oh, wrong person. I was gonna put on the Wolverine.
Oh.
Do they have a?
You have a what?
Nah, it's one of their steamies hasn't been picked.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god, wait, what the fuck? Oh my god.
Bro, go back. Where the hell you come from?
Oh, hey Wolverine, you're gonna die, bro.
Sometimes when I switch to cloak and I'm like left clicking, it doesn't allow me to hit people. It's just not.
I can't. Okay, I'm sorry, dude, but you're gonna have to stay without a tank. Like, no, there's no way.
Do what you gotta do, bro.
Targeted
Just
by
do what you gotta do.
Like, I gotta go Punisher. We gotta output more damage in these tanks. Daredevil on this side. Daredevil to run him. Daredevil run him back.
He got me again.
Bro, please, I killed like half their team.
It's literally only me. He'll target only fucking me.
Hey, yo,
Yeah.
they're like 5 people, bro. I don't know what their last guy's doing right now.
Yeah, their Halo thing is, dude, isn't really.
How did I miss all of
As long as Namor focuses on the supports, we should be able to win this. Well, he has to do that. He has to focus on their supports. He's low. Oh my god, bro. You gotta be kidding. He went from back.
Oh my god, he's in the back again.
Hey, Daredevil's dead.
I'm portaling.
Okay. Gonna get into this. Oh! Almost got pushed off the fucking map twice, bro. Holy. I don't think they like me.
Yeah, I'm portaling.
Okay.
Portaling. No.
Please
no.
do.
I don't like the fact they have an invis hold there.
Almost gone. Oh, okay, well that's not even any better, actually. It's way worse. Okay, we're back.
I'm just gonna put it here, though, guys. I'm not going far.
Emma, what the fuck?
Am I low? Why is it always me with the grabs?
Okay, DD's targeting me again.
Venom's dead. Where the fuck is DD?
I don't know. He just started.
He's most
Oh,
likely.
he's right here. He ran away.
So we don't have portal anymore, so we should be able to hold it for like these seconds.
That was our portal?
Yeah, because I didn't have a choice. Like, they were support ulting. I thought you guys were gonna die, so I portal just in case.
Nah, it's fine.
DD targeted me again.
They just saved us to walk. Emma's low.
Someone used the portal. I don't know if it was us or them.
We can't portal.
Nobody portal. He's low, nice.
Venom's
I
dead.
almost have ult away. Bro's behind us.
ED,
God,
bro.
Oh,
Bro.
we're dead. Healers are dead.
Everybody's dead? Oh, no.
Yes, because of the DD.
Fuck.
Avoid the Emma getting in here at the same time trying to kill DD.
Damn. It's over, dude. No more do something challenge?
Oh my god, we literally almost had them.
Dude, I really
And
didn't
Cyberpunk Edge Runners? Yes, Cyberpunk Edge Runners is the one where they're gonna make it season 2. Also, hi Red Ball, hello. How are you? I'm a go at Doofus. Bro, he targeted me the whole time.
Bro, how did we lose a fucking 5v6?
They had someone on their team leave.
Yeah,
What
how
the
did we
fuck?
lose a 5v6, bro?
Great, I'm plat 1 again.
That's tough, man. Eat. Am I diamond 2?
I swear to God, if I end up in plat 2 again,
Okay, I'm minus
I will
27.
fucking never play with Roxy again.
Damn.
How is this my fault,
that's
dude? It's not on
crazy.
me. DD targeted me the whole time.
I was fucking Diamond 1. I could have ended the season in Diamond 1, but no.
The
Roxy
season is
wants
for
to
2 more
play.
weeks, my dude. You're gonna
I
spend
don't
2
care.
weeks and not.
I don't care.
You guys hear them?
I only play a rank because you like it.
Math's not adding up.
Guys, it's my fault. I just take blame.
Okay, the same shit in Overwatch, dude. In Overwatch, I started playing the game, but no, freaking, I got people that won me in rank. Freaking, it pissed me off, dude.
You can play rank by yourself, bro.
I started playing Street Fighters in Tekken. No, I got people that won me in rank. I started playing Fortnite. No, rank. I started playing Call of Duty. No,
Get good and lock
rank.
in. Thank you, Sensen.
Get good and lock in. Yep.
Who are you calling?
I
Okay.
can't with this, bro. Every game I touch is rank. I can't.
Vanish from this match.
Oh.
Oh. That's where dreams are made out of, you know? That's where dreams are made.
Dude, that's where dreams go to die. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Why play if not ranked though? Exactly. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's literally what people say. to
Everything
me.
else is
Why
just
play
practice.
if
This
not
is the
ranked?
real game mode.
Guys, this is why I don't have friends.
We're your friends, right?
Sure.
No, we're teammates on the battlefield of rank.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
All right, guys.
Bro, I really want, not gonna lie, I really want to ban that Cyclops, but our teammate.
I know, right?
Just pray they ban the Cyclops.
Yeah. Can we, like.
We can't even ban
team
Phoenix,
punish
bro.
or something?
I know, right?
Yeah, we can't ban Phoenix.
And I
Phoenix
can't.
either.
And I was gonna ban Hella, but then this guy has Lord Hella. Just in case.
Okay, okay,
Oh,
okay,
oh,
okay,
hell yeah.
okay.
You'll need
Alright, what is
top
this guy
notch
cooking,
teamwork
bro?
in
Okay,
this one.
so I see, okay, I see, Namor. Yes,
Bitch, you can play Hella. Play fucking Hella.
I'll go support, I guess. Bruh,
Nope.
come on.
Just go tank. Go tank.
Swear, bro.
I mean, you can go triple support with
Yeah,
Adam,
fuck Madara.
I guess, if you want.
Fuck Madara, dude. I wasn't gonna play Adam. I clicked it by mistake.
Oh. I'm in plat, so y'all
just
doing
gonna
better
go-
than me for real, for real? Remember when you were in Diamond like,
At least
like 2
that
weeks
man
ago?
believes in us. I'm in plat, so y'all doing better than.
I
me,
just
for
read
real.
that, dude.
You did? I didn't hear you, dude. I'm chewing and so loud.
Attack. Get ready.
Bro, why are you shooing? Why are you not focused on
skill
me?
issue?
I'm eating my food. Let
Hello?
me eat
Lock
my
in,
beef-
lock
my
in,
pork
lock in. Put the
jerky.
food down, put the plate down.
It's
It's
fine,
not
it's fine.
plate.
We
It's a
believe,
bag, first of all.
we believe in Roxy.
Unlike the
Do we?
I mean, I do.
Huh?
I have no other choice.
Okay.
She's a support.
Bitch, fuck y'all.
Just to support. What do you mean just to support? That's the backbone of our team right there.
Bitch, if I'm dead, you're dead. That's how this works.
capture the missionary.
Gotta believe in her.
You don't believe in me?
She's nothing else. She's a support, so I gotta believe in
She's
her.
nothing else, guys. I'm nothing else.
Not really. You don't play anything else.
I'm nothing else. I am nothing else. Yep, I've never played DPS before or tank. Nope.
I mean,
Hold
Never
on,
touched
right?
them.
I won't even. I don't even count it.
I don't count it. Okay. Yeah.
You hardly play it.
Automatically doesn't count, guys.
That's like who else plays a lot of the same role? Unity. Let's say Unity saying that he's a really good other role that he's not supposed
I
to
didn't
be
say
good.
I'm really good. I'm just saying I'm not just. You make it sound like I one trick.
You are. I'm right. You are.
That's actually even not true too. I literally play other people when I need to.
Okay.
Alright, guys. Where the fuck did this guy go? Oh, Trisha Paytas. Yo, chill, bro. They have a Venom?
How is there Venom though? Yeah.
Venom is running away. Venom no E. Okay.
Oh, great. Strange and Inverse.
Don't worry, I'm in there. Everybody's low.
I gotta charge for my ult for the Star Lord.
I'm gonna die.
Bro, what happened there? What? Venom in the back. Forget
I
it,
was gonna go in and ult on them, but I didn't see that my health bar was
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Instantaneously fucking going
What the hell
down.
is the freaking Namor doing?
Namor's dead, bro.
It's the grand.
Is that us
Yeah, I
or
know,
them?
like he died in the front lines. I don't know what he was doing. I'm assuming he was trying to ult, but I
They have a
don't think he
DPS
did.
pool, bro. Oh, is that them? Oh, that's them. Oh, that's us. Okay, hold on, hold on.
Bro, I'm not ulting. I'm gonna wait for this already.
Who's their other support? Oh, Invis? Yeah, wait for that one.
Oh wait, they don't have an S pro.
No,
anymore.
Invis already ulted. What are you
Invis already ulted?
He ulted first. He ulted first.
Yeah,
You
Invis
died.
ulted.
Ho!
Yeah.
You
Oh.
died.
Okay.
So they don't, now they have a Wanda. Okay.
I died before that happened then.
So I can use my ult for the support. It's fine.
Oh, good. Okay. So who hasn't ulted? Wanda?
Like solo to diamond
Strange?
with light work. I've learned that duos is not the move, bro.
Bro, I don't touch. Nobody should touch, man. That's like maximum depression. Bro. Like, you might as well put a gun to your head. Oh shit, you're streaming. Oh.
You can say whatever you want, man.
I think he was talking to me, not you, but no.
I mean, both of us, I guess. He already said it, so it's not like,
At that point, it's kind of too late, my dude. For you to say, "Oh shit, you're streaming."
Yeah, it's fine. Unless somebody reports, you're not gonna get banned.
I feel with the people in my chat, someone would do that just for shits and giggles.
I doubt it.
what is the difference in
Maybe Red
ranked
Bull.
and QP other than the extra numbers?
Red Bull would do it. Nah, Red Bull's the last
Nothing?
person I suspect of doing it.
Are you sure?
Because he knows
Red
that
Bull
if
would do
he
it
did
just
it,
out
I
of
would
spite.
ban him.
Like Red Bull would do it just as a spike.
I mean,
Oh,
you would think that the difference would be like the perceived difference of commitment level, but even that's not entirely consistent with some people in ranked. So when you have motherfuckers like smurfing and motherfuckers like Picky
Bro,
Joshua and
I
shit.
thought I was a default for a second. I don't know.
Who said they're gonna ult? I didn't see. Okay.
I think it was a Namor.
Was it the Namor?
Like, I don't know. Somebody else said that. I can hear them. They're so low.
Did you get him?
Bruh,
Oh,
I
you
hit
didn't
her,
get
but I
him?
didn't know
Oh
that.
Someone
shit.
get her! Get her!
Sorry, I run from those.
Things low. Depth was low.
How did that not kill him?
He wasn't in there.
Big ass motherfucker, bro. Just a punching bag.
Bro, I love Luna players. They just
Of
go
doing
on
what?
and get you to keep them alive.
I don't even know what that's referring to.
Time to switch
Huh?
things up.
Of doing what?
Which side you're on.
Of doing what? Oh.
What does that
Bright
mean?
heroes could make all the difference.
I am the god of thunder and the
What could that
mighty
I guess the
possibly
difference between ranked and quick play would be the matchmakingness. I guess it isn't the matchmaking different.
Yeah,
and rank,
kind
you
of.
kind of get people more or less on the same
Yeah,
level.
yeah, you
and-
get people more or less in your same level, but then in quick play, it's just anybody, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's just random.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
just
It's not
numbers.
entirely random. Like sometimes it's pretty matchmaky.
Nah, bro. Nah.
Round two.
Don't let
Say
her.
that, but then it's like, well, okay, I guess maybe because
Well,
like
don't-
there's remember that 3-minute overtime game we played
Yeah.
with
Yeah, I don't
the
like it playing like
Eternity
that.
and Grandmaster, or was it Celestial and Grandmaster? I don't remember.
Yeah, but the rest of the team was like
30 seconds.
diamond to plat and gold. So which was also like the same as ours.
Exactly.
But
then
ours was
none of us-
more
none of-
like platinum. Ours was more diamond,
Yeah.
theirs was more like a mix of everything.
No, not even diamond. You were literally the only person who had gotten to diamond on our team.
Yeah,
you were
I'm
like
pretty
you were
sure
like
it was
plat
silver.
1 or something at that
Like,
time.
did I even hit diamond at that time? And even if
I think you were
did,
like
I only hit
plat.
diamond
You're like
3.
you're like high plats.
The battle starts in
Yeah.
5,
Yeah.
No, a Unity.
3,
Oh, let's see.
2, 1.
He.
You have to
No,
stop them
yeah,
from
the rest of
securing
us,
the
I guess, were
mission
flat. and
I
you
mean,
were
the
like
fact that the
diamond.
game lasted that long is testament to the fact that it was
Yeah.
pretty equal, no?
Ah!
I mean, like their team was doing some pretty
Same
stupid shit, like some
Yeah, I
stupid
feel like their
shit.
team was
So
doing stupid shit because they thought they could just do whatever the fuck they want, not
Yeah.
knowing we'd actually fight until the end.
I mean, it was
They
the
probably
domination
thought,
that
"Oh,
lasted 3
bubble behind you,
rounds.
T. Bubble behind you. Bubble behind.
Also, I gotta lock in, bro. This is a competitive game.
This Moon Knight?
I've been literally going through the motions like the last game. That was fucking mindless activity. I'm reading the chat and shit.
Ooh, died.
Yeah, Moon Knight and Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
Nobody died.
They have a Moon Knight and a
I just
Deadpool.
didn't see the Nomura. I thought he died.
Oh, Deadpool's got the ult. That's fantastic.
He's going for the back lines. I had Deadpool. Deadpool plays the second.
I'm trying to fight the fucking. Oh my god, bro. Where the fuck is my team?
Guys!
I'm dead.
Bro, I can see that. It's just
I need my Hella to do something, please. Why did they swap off Namor?
oh,
We do have a Hella. Oh,
They
yeah, why
literally
did?
just swapped off Nomura.
Why?
Yep.
Somebody deal with the fucking Deadpool that's diving our whole backline, bro. And the Venom, bro.
yeah, you would think that would be Namor's shot, but you know.
But no, now we have a Hella and a Phoenix. Two people do the fucking same role, bro.
They're both cloak.
Yeah, it's just poking.
Cloak. And then we
I mean,
have
if they
color
connect
tank
every
and
shot,
shit.
I guess. We can
If
do
they
something.
connect every shot, bro. The way the fucking Venom's moving, they're not hitting shit, bro. I mean, Phoenix maybe, because, you know, at least you get some
Guys,
fucking
I'd just like to remind you,
lenience with
our
that.
MVP is the Luna. I'm gonna just remind you. And we've had a poke.
I mean, it makes sense. I've seen her like go straight forward. Not
Oh
caring
my
whether
god.
or not. Fucking, I was gonna hit the death floor and he freaking moved.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Ah,
What?
I didn't have bubble.
Did you get stopped? Did you die? Oh, you
Could've been
died.
50 and I died. Yeah,
You
I
died.
canceled my ult. I didn't get it.
No.
Did not get
Good
enough.
shit.
No.
It's at
Bro.
50%. I'll put a backup pretty.
Fuck, man. Oh my god, the guy's still chasing me, bro. Get off my dick. Oh no.
Wait, they have 4
The Luna's
minutes.
there. Luna's there. Luna's there. Go to Luna.
They're not there.
Fucking Moon
I
Knight,
think
bro.
we have, I guess it's kind of more rice, I guess. But I hate
I don't like the way Moon Knight's
Luna's
moving.
ult there.
Deadpool, freaking Deadpool, bro.
Yeah, that's
come
not ideal.
on.
Not good.
I'm not surviving.
God. Dude, I tried to ban Moon Knight, guys. I tried to ban Moon Knight. But someone wanted the Punisher.
Yeah, it was our fucking.
Yeah, the fight
Oh,
that
there's
the Punisher
support.
is so great right now.
It was a Hella. It was a fucking Hella.
Like, a Punisher would be great against a fucking Venom.
I like how in rank they switch sides to let you play both in combo map. Yeah, that's also the thing about rank. Deadpool that can bounce are hard to deal with. Yes, unless you have a fucking Namor that's doing his job. We have a Johnny Storm now. Human Torch, bro. Please. Please, I need you to do something, bro.
Deadpool going in the back. Deadpool going against Torch.
Alright, well,
Deadpool going against Torch. Is there like fucking?
I'm ulting. I can
Is it
get there.
Bro, my mouse keeps getting stuck on my goddamn
Guys.
mouse
Who's
pad.
in the back?
The fuck?
Me, because I pushed there. Dude,
No, I
they're
mean, like,
fucking invisible.
On our team? On our side? I don't know.
No, I thought there was a Deadpool behind my bad. It's fine.
Phoenix! Why is there Phoenix?
Sorry.
You know what? She's dead. She's by herself. I'm not helping.
I mean,
Wow.
you can get away from there.
I need a support pool. For real, for real.
No, they don't, bro. Shut up. I rather have a DPS for than a support pool on the enemy team. Oh, bro.
I'm dead.
Please, please, Lord.
Bro, I'm trying to kill Deadpool. Oh my god, bro, I can't.
It sucks because that Venom pulls
Lord.
us in, and then the
No.
fucking Moon Knight will just kill us.
Okay, we have 3 ults almost. We can hold it
Bro,
for
what do you mean fall back? We don't have time to fall back. You have to start
Go,
shooting.
go,
even
go,
if it
go,
is from
go.
the corner.
we have to do something. Luna ult, bro, please.
Stay with me, stay with me.
I can't.
Okay.
Oh,
the Venom
come on,
came
Angel
for
Bolt.
me.
Okay. Okay. Hold on, hold on. Motion detected. Motion
I'm
detected.
dead, I'm dead.
Don't get hit by that, please. Don't get hit by that.
Friggin' Deadpool solo in my ass. That's rude. Kill me.
Okay, not ideal, but you know we persevere in times of.
No, there's a bump there.
Oh, us against the
I
world
died.
is not
I
good.
I died.
Us against the world is not what I
I
want to
died.
hear. Oh fuck, it's over. Johnny Storm,
Oh,
please.
it's not gonna go well.
Please, Supernova, please. Supernova, please.
What do you mean? He's not gonna do it.
He's doing it. No, it's bright like a star, by the way. Not okay. He died.
No, I'm spectating him
The current score is 3.
when he says it's a
2,
supernova.
3.
You have got to be kidding, really? They lowered our... I fucking hate that.
Oh, they lowered the
The
times.
right heroes
Yeah,
can
they
make
lowered our
all the
time to
difference.
like match theirs.
No, so they were at 3 minutes exactly. We were at 3:52, and so they just subtracted a whole minute.
God dang it. Okay.
Really? You go into soldier now, bro? Now?
Okay, we're still in defense. We're still in
Nah.
defense.
Now, dude. Now. Out of all the times you go into soldier, you decided to go now.
Yeah, what the fuck was the other shit, bro?
I'm sorry, I lost my ult that one time. I shouldn't have lost it. If I hadn't lost it and it just died, I could have held it longer. My apologies.
Dude, I'm straight up
Okay.
trying to get the depot and grab, and I'm missing every time. Like, it's so difficult.
Yeah, he's shifty, bro.
Honest to God, I don't think you should focus on the Deadpool if you're having a hard time getting him. Grab the Venom. The Venom is pulling us together, and then the Moon Knight is just killing us off because we're so close.
But I can't do anything against a Venom except literally just
You can
stop
deter him, you know, stop him, and then usually they run away.
I mean, you can
At
choke
that
him
point,
out.
yeah,
Hey,
most of us will focus.
He's being annoying.
Never mind. Do what this guy tells you to do, bro.
See? That's I know that's the only one. The only one I can really stop him from jumping is me, other than with the soldier. But he's now.
You can grab him.
Yeah.
Well, if you can grab him, you can, but if you can't,
Okay, we can hold him on this one. We're locked in now.
why the fuck did I move forward? Oh, the devil.
Oh my god!
Bro, who died? I heard
Oh my
like a
god,
death
Invis is pulling us in. I'm moving back.
Yep, she is.
Okay, you just stood there, baby.
Fucking Deadpool in the back line.
Yeah, I'm trying. You're so shifty, bro. You're so shifty, bro. I'm dead.
I got freaking.
Oh, half our team is dead.
Venom
Oh
low.
shit.
I'm dead.
Oh,
Have time to portal? Is it even worth portaling?
yeah. No, it's not
I mean,
worth it.
nobody.
Look,
The only one that can.
it's not
Guess
worth
not.
it.
If RDP is able to portal.
Holy
I think.
W key, bro. Yeah, they.
Only 60 seconds left.
I mean, they only have 60 seconds left, bro.
I mean, we can stop. If we can stop in here, like, hell yeah, but. Are we gonna, like, I don't
That
know.
doesn't mean we're gonna get points, though.
Anything is possible.
Bubble behind.
Where the hell is he? Bro, I can see the Venom
Deadpool,
dying.
Deadpool.
Venom's not in the
Oh,
up.
fuck,
Okay,
bro.
I'm dead.
Go off time, please.
My ulted back
Thank
here.
you.
by
Need that, needed that. Oh, fuck.
the way. The Deadpool! You so close to dying!
It really isn't.
Oh my god,
Like,
bro.
between the Venom and the Deadpool, if I go for one, the other one's still gonna get me. So.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Nope.
I'm going to overtime.
Come on.
I need heals.
Oh, we're all. Except for the raccoon. It's just the raccoon. It's you and the raccoon. I do.
Oh, he's ulting.
Oh, the raccoon's
By the
dead
way,
now.
me
Now it's
grabbing
you.
him doesn't avoid him, like, the grab. His grab, it just stays with him, by the way. I don't know.
Fuck, bro.
So it doesn't really matter if I grab
What kind of motion do we have? None?
None at the moment.
Literally
we
none.
use both healer ults.
I can't go anything else besides
Portal?
this.
I'm opening a
Are you
portal.
I
following?
can't go Thane because Thing is gonna get annihilated by Moon Knight.
Fuck, bro.
Yep.
There's still a chance to
I
stop.
have a bow away.
I'm not. Oh, when you're coming out.
Bro, where is he?
Oh, I put a bubble down somewhere.
Bro, he's ulting on my ass. Range low.
Invis low. Did we get
I
it?
got Deadpool.
Okay, hold on.
Deadpool low. Deadpool dead. Invis and I mean not Invis. Just oh my god.
I'm dead.
dude.
I'm dead. don't think you do. I already used my face to move to the side.
It's just Venom. Kill Venom. Kill Venom. Holy fuck,
Nice,
bro.
TC9, TC9, TC9.
No, they all died, bro. They didn't C9.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought Venom seen. Oh, I didn't know he died. I thought he
No,
left.
he died. He died. He was still on the
Oh,
point.
God.
I heard my name and I'm wondering why my name was said.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Why was his name said? Do we know?
Nobody remembers. Nobody remembers,
said your
bro.
name. No one. Wait. Yeah, I agree with Sutton. Sheesh.
Yeesh.
God damn.
Motherfuckers beefing in the chat.
Hey, you got used to it, my dude.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have a schizophrenic freaking fan base.
Who pissed in Unity's breakfast?
Why do we have 3 things?
Bro, you going Venom now? I'll go DPS.
Yeah, I portal? I portal? Question mark?
You have portal question mark. Actually, wait, should I go Moon Knight just to?
Get ready.
You
portal?
do you know where to
Oh, I
portal?
want a portal?
Or are you portaling us? Where are you portaling us?
So you're the
Just hold it for now.
Hey.
I would have portaled.
But if you want to, we can go for it.
I mean, we have 2 minutes. Like, you can, if you want, you can portal. Like,
The thing
one
is,
hit.
if you portal, the Venom might get you.
Y'all can't protect me?
Do you want to
No.
go through this entrance over
Battle
here
starts in 5,
instead of the
4,
regular one?
3, 2, 1.
I'm portaling.
All you need to do is capture the mission.
Up,
area.
down,
Come,
Moon
guys,
Knight. They
come,
still
come.
have Moon Knight. Bro, no. Bro, you gave it away.
No,
No,
it's-
They know you're gonna portal. Freaking Deadpool, bro.
Go down, go down.
Deadpool, he was slow.
I'm having a hard time going down.
Don't peek.
Okay. Don't go down then. Don't go down. Just heal us up here.
Yeah, straight up. I'm gonna go sideways, I guess. Bro, what the?
Deadpool's
What
dead.
the? I'm fighting on Venom. I'm fighting on Venom. Ah! I'm gonna die. Yeah, be careful.
keep you alive.
I almost have ult.
Invis is dead.
I'm gonna take it close together. Red Moon is slow.
Stay in the bubble, stay in the bubble.
I
Oh,
ulted.
nice.
Oh, they ulted. Venom coming in.
Deadpool's back.
Yes, they are.
That's ours?
Below.
Okay.
Yep, that is ours.
Oh, Deadpool got healed. Deadpool
Holy
got healed
fuck,
instantly.
bro.
Get there.
He's dead.
Venom low. Deadpool's still alive, by the way.
Venom's
He's in
running.
a corner over here. So
Yeah, they're over here, they're over here. Invis is back. I'm pushing Invis back. They portaled.
They're portal. They portal.
Somebody heal me.
Your Invis was slow, bro. You're still over here with Invis and Deadpool. I'm dead. Venom has ult. And Phoenix almost has ult.
Deadpool's dead.
Invis is still alive, bro. Like,
I'm dead.
I'm gonna die
I'm
here.
dead.
I'm gonna die here. Fuck.
I'm dead.
Okay.
no. How wavering now?
Yeah.
Is bad.
Dude.
Mortal pain is
Oh,
no
come
match for
on.
the sorcerer
Cute.
supreme.
Don't die, Moon Knight.
Everybody dead?
Yep.
Now we gotta watch out for the Wolverine. It's no longer a Deadpool, at least.
It's both of them, bro. What do you mean? Wolverine and Deadpool.
Oh yeah, they do have a Deadpool.
They don't have a fucking whoever they had before.
I'm still hitting it right now. Careful. Almost I'm out. Push. Roll. Go.
I ulted.
Okay.
Wolverine's low, by the way. Deadpool's also low. Okay,
Wolverine's
close.
dead.
Range is dead.
Venom in the back.
Nice.
Bro, he ulted over here. It's fine. It's great. Deadpool's still alive.
Did we get it? Okay.
Okay.
We cannot see 9. We cannot
Deadpool
see 9 this. He's
I'm
low.
building ult.
Deadpool's low. Deadpool's dead. Okay.
Venom behind.
I'm almost at ult. 88%.
Where is Venom?
89.
I don't know.
Right. Actually, careful.
90.
Okay. We'll add the portal back when we
Not
need
there.
it.
Are you sure he's still behind?
Yes, he is. He is. He just took.
Here?
He's on top. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck, dude.
I'm almost have ult. 97. I have ult. I'm
I got pulled
ulting.
in.
I'm going off point. To ult.
They're all low. They're moving back.
They're all behind. Back.
Guys,
Don't go
push
inside. Don't
too
go
much.
inside.
Holy fuck, dude.
Go, come behind. Come behind. You're gonna get full.
Oh my god, I got
I'm dead.
ulted.
How? I didn't
Came
even
back and
see
came back.
that. Dude, I didn't even see them.
Bro, I'm on point.
It's just you and the.
No, he fucking took my ult, bro. No, you bitch. Oh, I died.
Dead.
I'm gonna portal, but never mind. Damn.
Final score 4
Damn.
5.
That's a
Dude,
tough
the
one.
Wolverine. It was the Wolverine. What is happening, guys?
Well, you can't expect to win them
It
all.
looks like we're losing.
D&D get better at position. GG's. Damn. Like that?
There's
Yeah,
no way.
no.
I don't need a Spooberman for real.
Mm.
Oh no.
Oh, no, thank you. I'm good.
Damn.
I'm good. I'm good. I don't
Who
need
said
the
that?
position with my 55k
Fucking Madara,
healing.
bro.
Bitch, I did 15,000 more healing than you and did the same amount of damage as you. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good.
I wouldn't want to play with you guys. You tank my Deadpool win rate. Yeah. Damn, guys. Are we ass?
Mm. Not really, to be honest with you.
I'm in Diamond 2 again, guys. This is where we turn it around, I think.
We were really the problem. We have someone who went 6 different characters. It's like, choose a struggle, my dude. Choose a struggle.
Coca-Cola Nick. 99 Paradox on our team. Paradox 89 on their team.
Dude, the Wolverine from the last round.
Bro.
he's on their team.
Bro, how is there a 99 Paradox on our team and a Paradox 89 on their team?
Let me take another shot of coffee.
That's actually crazy, bro.
Some Iron Man goon.
Some what?
Some Iron Man goon, bro. You heard him, man.
Motherfucker, no.
Now,
No.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
Do we not want Iron Man?
I hope he's good. I fucking hope he's good.
Why are we banning Punisher? What the heck is
Because
Punisher?
they're what do you mean why? They're playing a freaking Ultron and Iron Man. Why wouldn't you ban Punisher?
Yep. Actually, I was looking at. I just
Nah.
Hi, Unity.
I'd win.
I mean, not Unity. Hi, Tasty. What the fuck?
Are you tweaking, bro?
Freaking yeah, let's play Punisher. Why not? If he's gonna be good on it, then yeah, fine.
I played customs with Celestial players today and kept up. They said if I just play, I can get there quite easy.
I'm only good
I'm
at
only
support pool.
pool. If someone takes him, I'm screwed.
Do you got any other viable
is-
characters? Beat them up? Just
I
yell
would
at them
say
in
Groot.
chat, bro.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
Groot.
Hey, Marijuana, go ahead and join me in a celebratory toke here.
What?
I'm gonna hit the Benjamin just for you, buddy.
A penny. Bro, you're a Jeff. Why are you worried about a penny? Why are you worried? Oh my god, dude. What is this game? What
Heroes
is
can
this
make
game?
all the difference.
Hey, we got the group.
A phoenix. Okay, okay.
Another
I'm salty.
Phoenix, guys.
Let's go.
Say another Phoenix, like that's not one of the more banned characters in this game. Like if we don't ban them, obviously we might have one, dude. Don't worry. Me, Iron Man, and Phoenix, bro.
A mantis.
And Mantis, bro. Holy yo, this might be the.
My
this might-
guys are
Listen,
the
that's-
Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola guy is dying. God damn it.
Yeah, he
Why the
If it
Phoenix
works, it
plays?
works.
I don't know. So many people are playing Phoenix.
took a rip a little too fat there.
That's
You
why.
good, bro?
He's dying. He's dying.
Hey, you forget that Phoenix was buffed in the update.
I realized we were going triple heals.
Yes, we have a.
We have a Jeff.
I feel like
Stack here.
I feel
Go
like he
past
should
the
have gone
bridge.
Mantis actually, so that he can boost the Iron Man, or you, or even the Phoenix.
Or anybody, or anybody, bro. Yeah, I agree.
The battle starts in
Because the Iron Man aiming upwards,
Stand up
like.
as much as possible.
2, 1.
I mean,
Okay.
doesn't really matter. It's just
Don't even worry about it.
Oh, they have a thing. I saw a thing. I think.
You need to stop that.
Luna. Yep, that was it.
Yeah,
And a
everything.
Wolverine.
No, Wolverine. Oh
Wolverine.
shit, dude.
Great.
Pressure forward. I need
Now I'm
him
gonna have to play survival.
Double one.
My focus too high right now.
Yeah, he's way
Good
too
job.
fucking high, bro.
Damn it, here. I'm gonna go for this iron soon.
Oh, they still.
Luna on the right. Luna on the right.
Very concerned for this man.
Bro, he just took a fat bong rip, dude. You gotta let him like fucking remember how to breathe for a second. It happens to the best of
This
us.
side here. Good thing.
These guys
Stand
remember
left
how to
corridor.
play.
Stand left corridor. Look at that again.
Okay, if it hinders his gameplay, I'm recording his
Nice.
ass.
They charge you. Look at Deadpool. Look at Thor.
That's exactly why I was saying.
This is our
I'm
team
very-
captain, bro. Don't even.
I'm gonna go for this Iron Man here.
He's so loud. I don't know how to
See
reduce
you
the
later.
volume.
You later.
I can't. I can't. What the fuck am I
And you
doing?
get on his thing when he comes in.
This man is really
Alright, well.
going at it. Like I feel like he's hitting it
Come
more
back
than
a bit,
one
come back a
time in a
bit.
row, bro.
Good second, some nice charge.
I feel like he's still
Skip
hitting
thinking
it while he's
that ball is
playing.
Yeah, he's still hitting it. Like
Head
it's
back to the wall,
obvious
head back.
the way he's
Nah,
hitting
nah,
it.
he definitely just
I'm gonna go
fucking
for the roof.
didn't
Walk
inhale
the
right
roof,
the
I'm
first
moving
time.
down,
He's
then from the
cooked
roof.
now.
Go, 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 go.
Venom in the back, Venom in the back.
Got one. Go for Iron Man. Got two. One on Luna invisible. Chip stopped on the drip. Don't keep the chisel.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
What is happening?
This man is
I got you, bro.
happening, guys?
I won't let you die. He has a perpetual cough. Yeah, he fucking.
By the way, they only have one support.
They have a
Switch
Hanzo,
to-
Spam.
Yeah,
They have a Hanzo, bro. Wrong game, wrong game.
Oh, this is another watch player.
Got my dude. Wrong game. Wrong game.
This is another watch
For
player.
Venom.
This explains why he's so high, bro. This explains it.
Big charge here. Look for Phoenix.
Bro smokes too. So,
Hondo and Phoenix.
so with the
What are you doing, sir? What are you doing?
nice Matt Moon.
It's a bad
side,
boy.
he's on the
Come
right
on, top
side.
here.
Did you just call our Phoenix a bad boy?
Bad boy. Bad boy.
I think he's telling the
Boy.
enemies.
Oh, what you gonna do?
Yeah, I think he's
Oh,
telling
what
the
you gonna
enemies.
do when I come for you?
Even the Jeff saying that shit, dude.
Same here.
Oh my god, this is freaking. I can't, bro.
I'm dead.
He
Four
got
steps. I'm good.
killed!
Guys,
No.
they have a range for the team up.
Sorry, I didn't see that one
I need
coming.
help.
Go
They
back,
have
go
a, they have a, they have a Mr.
You're
Fantastic.
fucking Hawkeye, bro.
I'm gonna get
Good in
bullied.
4 seconds. 3, 2, fight now, fight now, fight now. Fight now,
Fight now,
fight
guy. I'm
I have
dying.
so much damage.
Go, 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 go.
I'm
Annihilation.
ulting. I'm ulting.
Okay,
Oh, I died.
Oh, I got swallowed.
Oh, 3 of us died.
are all of y'all dead?
Yeah, 3 of us died to the Phoenix ult.
Nice, 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 nice. There's a shark
Bro,
loose in the
freaking-
water. Yep, stay
I'm trying
fighting.
to
I'm here.
avoid
I
it.
can't. I can't. I was reloading, and so was the Jeff. Both me and Jeff.
I'm trying. Almost there. I'm almost there. Oh, you went back? Oh, fuck, you went backwards.
Of course I went back.
Please take the fight. Please walk past that tank and take the fight.
I can go Thing or Emma, but like
Almost back.
the freaking
The Hanzo? The freaking Hanzo, bro.
I'm back with ult. I can ult here. We're fine.
Oh,
Oh
great.
no, I never.
It's
Either
fine.
down.
he'll-
Fucking never
he'll miss,
misses,
he'll
bro.
miss. Trust.
You win, they get that invis, doing the invis.
Trust.
He's one shot. Hawkeye's one shot. Hawkeye's dead.
He really is
Invis.
today.
No.
Invis down, you win.
Sorry, he blocked me.
Can
The stream was
someone,
blocking
someone
me.
portal? Can someone portal?
I'm still alive. I'm fighting for my fucking life. Oh, Phoenix,
I'm the
Phoenix,
only one
please.
alive. I'm portaling. Can someone
It's
make
just-
it?
I'm
Like,
here.
Yeah, yeah, we have people on point.
Yeah,
Jeff can make it. Jeff can make
Better
it.
play healer.
Dude, no, no.
We're portaling. Someone touch. Thank you.
They're touching.
Alright, alright.
Finish off. Finish off, Mantis.
Go.
Strange.
Strange slow. Strange ran away.
Visible.
I have a blade now.
Cardi back. This is fantastic. Off no.
Blade dead. Fantastic slow.
Yes.
Nice. Strange slow.
Phoenix.
Fuck, I got invis.
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Phoenix slow. Strange slow.
Hold it down.
Strange dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, this is the guy you want on your team, bro. I'm saying, bro. This guy's our leader, bro.
That's crazy. Strange kept blocking y'all seals off.
Yeah, the strange kept blocking us.
Holy.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Real way to go, Jeff. Good shit, guys.
Yep.
Okay, we're attacking
Could
now.
be an
So
easy push now.
I
I
mean,
feel like when you see anything push,
we can try the exact same strategy and switch it up if it's not working. We have 4 minutes to push a one.
really easy for them considering the fact I'm playing Magneto in a strange.
Like what you see, aim training since 1999. Now I'm teaching others at the chat. It's free.
Is he
Yeah, I'll go back to my-
advertising himself?
I mean, yeah, that's actually good, you know.
Oh, my teacher, bro.
You're
Look at my
him,
leader, bro.
playing-
30 seconds before you attack.
20 and 4. Yeah.
I expect nothing less
Actually,
from my
look-
leader.
You know what's funny? It's funny because every time he goes in or ults, I give him the bubble.
Yeah.
Wow, you got a big head.
The battle starts in
Man, this
5,
coffee's good.
4,
Ugh.
3, 2.
Man, this copy is good. Push a T Adlet, thank you, bro. If
Damn,
they gave
Bailey.
Hanzo the aimbot that Star-Lord has, it would be peak. It would be the end of the fucking game, bro.
Damn.
Bro, what do you mean? He used to
Level
have
up.
it. He used to have that kind of aimbot.
Yeah, there's a
Small
reason you
back
don't have it no
Those-
more, bro.
Those arrows,
Back a little bit here.
like the hitbox, the arrows he used to have was so big.
Focus
You
grab,
could
focus
like
grab. I need
throw
to
it
shoot down.
so
Pressure.
far and it would totally hit
I love
them.
how you keep saying.
I need him,
saying
nice.
fucking. Who was it? Star Lord. But I'm like, isn't
Phoenix.
Hanzo comparable to Hawkeye in this game?
Beautiful. Luna.
He means like the
Pulling back. I have
ult,
big
the
charge
star
here.
ult.
Alright, sorry, I'm locked in this time.
Fantastic
Oh,
here.
I did not see
Fantastic
that.
and dire here.
Guys, there's too many dives.
No
There's
involved
too many
state.
dives. I
And dire
can't.
here.
I'm being bullied by Thor.
Phoenix now.
I think there's not enough dives.
Where the fuck is this door,
Luna
bro?
low. Yeah,
I was saying,
Payload,
I
front
think
line,
there's
you
not
come back,
enough
fantastic,
tanks.
and pull downs.
You think? You think there's not enough tanks? Oh, wonder. You know, I didn't think about that. You know, not the Magneto here, soul tank.
Thor.
Sounds about right.
Everyone should
Get
be
his
on
ass, get his ass, get his ass, get his ass, get his ass.
Nice.
Big trade here. Going Phoenix
Where are
here.
you?
Guys,
Luna,
that was
Luna,
range.
Luna, Luna.
That's range freaking fantastic.
Kill us,
I'm
Luna,
gonna kill
Bister.
I can't. I'm trying to bubble this
Lord
Iron
of
Man.
mercy, can we kill this Luna?
Yeah.
Scutter.
Yeah.
I'm ult.
Oh shit.
Nice,
Nice,
One
nice.
down.
Kill the Phoenix.
He got one.
Cut this out.
Where's my tank? Yo, you're in the
Whoever's
wall.
in there?
Shit.
Okay.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
Diver.
Kill the Magneto. Kill the
There's
Magneto.
one, there's
Nice.
one. Please time the invis. She's back up the ring. Luna
Negative
there.
ping.
He's low. Pressure.
Oh,
fuck.
Thor in the back,
Fuck him,
Thor in the
kill
back,
Luna, no
Steve, Thor in
freeze.
the back.
Come on. I just.
Oh no, you're good. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Go back to Wolverine, bro.
Guys, I got frozen.
Never mind, Wolverine's dead. I can't help you with that. I'm gonna die here. Oh, I didn't die here.
Phoenix here.
Jeff ulted.
Thank you, Jeff.
Magneto. Okay. Thanks.
Luna here.
Okay,
That's
Luna
Luna
ulted.
ult.
Ah,
Get
that's
it off.
fucked.
I'll wait it out. I'll wait it
I
out.
will. Okay, Thor.
Try to kill this Luna.
Oh, whenever you can.
I'm running away.
We're low.
Thor.
Damage on Luna here.
Where's
Big
low?
damage on
Where's
Luna.
dead?
I got her, I think. Yeah. Luna, this here. Yeah, that's a wrap.
Nice.
Okay, I'll
That's a
hold.
wrap.
Phoenix.
Just in case.
Oh, there's no way my ult got canceled by who?
If you have any questions on climbing, you can add me. I help others know.
Any questions on me?
That's not the photo.
1, 2,
Colin give you plus 80%.
Thank you, team leader.
Okay, I got a question.
Yeah.
When Phoenix ult,
What's the question?
does she suck you in?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
When Phoenix ults, does she suck you in? No, but she can knock you
hi,
up.
KG. Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Been here for a minute.
And she
I
can,
just
if she uses her right click, you get stunned, I think, a little bit. So she could have done that
No.
before she ulted.
Really negative.
I think she just I ulted the same time she ulted.
I don't think
I mean, I don't know.
she didn't land though. I don't think, because I think we broke it.
No,
Yeah, I'm currently playing ranked Overwatch without aimbot. Or without aim assist, my bad.
I don't know. What is that noise?
That's me. Sorry.
No, I know who it was. I'm asking what like noise was that? Like what? How would you define that? Like I heard it. I heard what it was. I like, but what is it?
That wasn't the problem
You know
there.
when you're like,
Her right click will suck you in. Yeah. Most Phoenix will right click before ulting, and that is a stun. Yeah, that's what I think happened. Because I don't think she ulted. I don't know if she hit the ult properly. Because if I was like fucking aiming my fucking Ultron all at her fucking face, bro. I don't even know if she touched anything.
Maybe. I mean, maybe.
So
maybe
it's her
you,
right
like,
click
before
that will
she
stun you. It's
broke
not
over,
her
like-
ult. I'm like, I don't think it's her ult.
Let me watch this replay real quick.
No, I
Yeah,
know
she
her
didn't
right
even
click's
she didn't even
stun.
touch the ground with her ult.
Yeah,
She right clicked. Yeah, she right clicked directly under you and then ulted.
Ooh.
So you were in the air already, and then it fucking
Bro, that's some bullshit.
canceled your
right there.
shit. That's tough.
I was so confused. I didn't, because I didn't see it. Like I didn't see her.
Oh,
right click. I was
Sensen,
like,
do you
this
want to
thing
join
fucking
us?
right, bro.
I don't know if you want to join us because you're. I didn't ask you earlier because you're playing with your friends. And I didn't want to disturb. No disturbing. Oh, okay. Sensen just put themselves here. Hi, KG. I'm sorry, we're playing ranked.
Yeah, we're playing
Rivals.
ranked,
Oh my.
bro.
Oh, you are? Oh, cool.
He's
So
on
you're on console, aren't
console.
you?
He's on
Yeah.
console.
I'm on Overwatch though.
Overwatch? Yeah, alright. We can go with it. Overwatch, we
I
can
still
go
can't
with
believe. I still can't believe you guys
Playing
didn't know.
player
you could
rank. We're
just
playing
play
ranked.
on-
Yeah.
on
Also,
keyboard
hi.
on Overwatch.
Hello. How are you? How's life? How's everything?
Like how could the veterans you have in your stream not tell you that, Roxy?
The veterans?
Tell me
Who are
what.
the veterans, bro?
That you can connect a keyboard in Overwatch to play with PC players.
If I'm not joking about something, you know.
I can already
KG?
play with PC
Yeah,
players. I
KG
just
was
have
the
to
one who
turn off
told me.
aim assist.
Yeah, KG was the one who told me. But KG only
All I
told
have to do
me.
is turn off aim assist.
Yeah,
which I
not
can play
too
with you
long
guys.
ago. It was just and I don't even think Unity knew. Unity did not know. That man obviously didn't know. I don't think I've ever asked anyone else to play rank though. That might be it.
I'm a Freak
I am
Lord.
Freak Lord. 4 of Cups.
I am Freak Lord and 4 of Cups. Okay, okay. You got Corruption on the team. Hockey Kids 14.
Guys, I need money.
Monima.
I need to start getting paid with playing with Matt Moon and Roxy, bro. I need money.
Which hero do you
The
think
fuck,
won
bro?
today?
This guy is fucking hilarious.
He needs you to sponsor him.
Bro,
You hear
my-
that?
my
You hear
mental
that, chat?
health,
You
you know-
donate to us, or you donate to him.
Yeah, you gotta understand something. My mental
We'll do.
health needs
We'll do.
to be
We'll do a
taken care of, like-
fundraiser.
Now,
We're due a
who am I
friend.
gonna
Like,
banish from
I
this
don't know
match?
why, but in the job there was like
That was
they-
by
they-
accident. I didn't see.
Yo, click on something
I
else.
did
Click on
not
something else. Click on
brought
something
a-
else.
Yeah, everyone
We
click
got
on
a
something else.
freaking like
Oh,
mental
C&D?
specialist.
Okay.
Like,
Oh,
bro.
yo, it was an
Okay.
accident, bro.
Yeah, it was an accident. Okay.
No, I target banned my rocket, bro. What the fuck? They don't want to see the girl.
I swear, this damn cat.
The dinosaur.
I still think that Cyclops should have gone through. I really wish it does on the other team at least. Good GM.
All right.
Do we want to play with the Moon Knight? Or do you want to ban him? On this map, I think we should ban or Groot.
Yeah.
We'll go
fuck
Groot.
Groot.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess.
Fuck. I went
All
right
right.
off the edge.
50-50.
Yeah.
Squirrel girl. Yo, they target banned the fuck out of me, bro.
We
They
should have
banned-
banned Groot.
They don't like
We should have
Why are
banned
you
Groot.
playing Squirrel Girl?
We should have banned Groot.
That's my main DPS, bro.
I mean, what's wrong with like?
Okay,
never-
Junkrat main.
You never seen my
they
front line.
banned
You never seen my
Squirrel
front
Girl.
line Squirrel Girl,
They're probably
bro.
playing Groot.
Bro, I play
they didn't
Squirrel Girl
ban
in front of the
Punisher
tanks,
Moon
bro.
Knight,
You don't know me, bro.
You don't know me, bro. Don't be
It's
retarded.
not
He
like
shoots
Squirrel Girl would
Groot's,
do
like-
a lot. Like,
E-wall, I can just fucking grab Groot and bring him to us and blow that motherfucker up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
Depends on who
and
their
besides,
fucking
there's so
tank
many
is.
counters to Groot walls. You just have to shoot them. That's it.
That's why they
And
banned.
there's no,
Argue-
there's no like, there's no cure for like competent, teammates. It doesn't matter
Bro,
the-
if
the
only
character.
my fucking hit scan can actually hit these goddamn cats.
Do you hear what KG's going through?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going against PC people too, so it's even worse
You're on keyboard. It doesn't
for
make a
me as a
difference
console
anymore.
player.
On keyboard, bro. It's the same thing then.
Manmoon, can you make this jump, bro?
Which jump are you talking about? Where the fuck are you, bro?
Battle starts in 5,
Oh yeah.
This one over here?
Yeah, I can
Can
make
you
the
jump
jump.
that?
Yeah, I can make it. I can make
2,
it.
1.
I don't like the fact my team is, really spread and one of my DPS is still in the back line.
Wait, why are you guys on? Oh lord.
Imagine they
Okay.
get pushed off the map. Ha!
Imagine, right? Imagine.
What?
I mean, he took the Iron Fist with him, so.
Oh, he took one
Yeah,
with
I
him.
literally
Just
dove
imagine
straight down.
having-
I fucking killed me
Yeah.
and him at the same time. That was like the
Yeah,
point of it.
that's a valid trade.
I fucking hate that guy.
Emma's low. Nice.
Look, there they come. There's two of them over here. They fucking came all the way around. I knew they would.
Oh, I died. Yo, you guys turned around too fast, bro. You guys are like a fucking little league, fucking little league soccer game, bro. Fucking the ball. Everybody
God
follows the
damn.
ball, bro. Holy, you gotta look at the players, bro.
Guys, the freaking.
Why do I get the most trash?
Why do no one marks the Iron Fist?
Yeah, this is all your fault, guys.
Dude, this Iron Fist is fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I think I pissed him off.
You fucking like stomped on an anthill before the game even started, bro. Nah, yo, my whole team sold that, bro. Holy man.
You think your team sold?
Turned around so fast, bro. Two
My
people
team
on
can't
point,
hit a
4
fucking
people
cat.
turned around. I'm like, yo, fighting for my life against the other 4 people on the team.
Well, my team can't even hit a cat.
My dude.
Bro, I was like
The only
half a
people
second
who
away
can hear
from dashing
Sensen
back to you
are
guys.
us. So I turned around thinking I would heal Sensen.
Oh my god,
And
dude.
the invis would keep healing you for a little while.
Oh
I'm sorry.
my god, dude. Sensen was already cooked, bro. He already killed himself
Well,
at
I
that
tried to
point.
save y'all.
Dude, fuck this Iron Fist,
What is
bro.
y'all, bro? You can't say y'all when the other person's on this side of the other
Oh,
side of you, bro.
Iron Fist half.
Doesn't even make any sense.
I went back.
To be fair, like, don't
Nah, I feel like
DPS
you're
with
just gonna
that an Iron Fist is weak.
Alright, guys.
So I
Beat the
turned
hell out of
around,
me.
like, just, like, I had to.
It's not your fault, bro. It's not your fault.
First of all, I just like to say
Alright,
I
guys.
phased out of that Jeff ult. If you got eaten by him, that's not a me problem.
Nobody got eaten by him.
What Jeff ult are you
Yeah,
talking
someone
about?
did. Someone
Yeah, you guys
did.
should come to Overwatch. It's much better over
Guys,
here.
I'm ulting. They're gonna ult. Nobody touched point. Why did y'all hide?
They were still there. It's me. That's why I was my back.
What do you mean, bro? They were on the point. Nobody was guarding the damn door when you guys were at.
Yeah, I had just respawned, so
I just you gotta understand what I saw. I think I had one super with me, right?
What the
And
fuck?
the entire other team was on the other hallway.
Vincent, are you
Yeah,
good, bro?
I
What
Can't
demons are you
fucking get
fighting,
over the
bro?
Damn ledge.
What demons are you fighting
the
over here,
fuck?
bro? Holy. Vincent, you gotta call that
Those
out,
two
bro.
are insane, dude.
I could have helped you. You can't be fighting White Fox and Iron Fist by yourself, bro. In a fucking corner, bro.
Iron Fist is going on the left side.
Alright.
And
They fucking locked me in a corner.
Bro, I saw that. I mean, too late.
Yep, here he is.
I lock on the left. Iron Fist on my
Iron Fist
ass.
Iron Fist dead.
Fuck, I came right back into the fucking
I'm gonna
Valak
die.
ult,
I'm
bro.
gonna die. Invis!
What the fuck
Invis,
is
what
going
are you
on?
doing? Invis!
Wait, where are you? I can't see.
We're dead,
you.
we're dead. It's
Okay.
it's over, dude.
We're dead.
It's
right?
over, dude. Vincent left the
Dude,
game?
Our,
Oh no, he just let the team he's still in the game.
our, our freaking Cyclops has to ult.
I don't know how you
If we survive.
accomplish that one.
I'm opening a portal. A shortcut through space.
Well, I'm on point, and I died.
Bro.
Bro,
Bro.
there.
Bro.
And this,
Bro. Bro.
I got choked. I can't do anything about that.
Bro.
either
Yo, dude,
like,
I was
like
putting
an
a
hour
fucking genjutsu, dude. What the
What happened?
fuck? That entire, like, after I got beat up by Iron Fist and Luna in that damn corner,
Yeah.
the whole game lagged, bro. It was literally like I was doing the fucking Quicksilver thing from the movie. I was able to walk around and do whatever the fuck I wanted, but everyone else is just standing there.
Guys, are we cooked?
Yeah, we are. 100% we're good. 100%.
6-man Cyclops ult incoming, bro. It's just not happening,
Nope,
man.
that didn't happen. That did not happen. Not at all.
Maybe for them.
How the fuck am I ace, bro? What the hell is happening right now?
I'm assuming you've done a lot of damage.
You probably just have 3
and
final
taken
hits
a
for
lot of damage?
three eliminations, bro. The rest of our team isn't doing too good, I can't lie.
I didn't even play the entire second point, dude.
We only have like 6, bro, it didn't last that
Three of
long, I'll
their
tell you that
team
much, bro.
Has not died.
They only have 6 deaths, bro.
Of course they haven't. Freaking their tank, I can't like the tanks push. I'd go try to kill them, then the Iron Fist I have to switch back to the Iron Fist because he's pushing you guys.
Their Iron Fist is actually the immortal one, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, that first kill, it was it started something, bro.
Yeah, I fucked up.
Bro, activate the hacks, dude. Yeah, activate the hacks.
Yeah, this guy not real, bro. He literally doesn't die. I was punching the shit out of him, and he was just sitting there.
I mean,
fucking
the-
Oh,
meditating.
Iron Fist! Iron Fist! I hate this, dude. I
Oh,
don't
he
know
got
what's
away?
happening. Psylocke. He's over here. Oh my god. T!
Oh shit.
I'm dead.
That wasn't T. That was the Cyclops.
It can't be like this, dude.
Bro, I need the Cyclops to switch. I can't with them. They have a shield tank. Like, we needed someone that can handle, like, freaking dives.
I do handle dives. I grab them, but no one's fucking shooting at them.
I mean a DPS, bro.
Yeah, we need the DPS to do that instead, you know? But they don't.
Like, I'm switching between the Iron Fist and the freaking Psylocke constantly.
Emma's low, please. Never mind.
Plus,
Go
trying to
back to
take
our
down the
fucking team.
shield at the same time. I can't be doing 3
Going
times.
backwards for you.
Okay, hold it down. I'm going around.
I'm just getting fucking fisted, dude. This guy won't leave me alone.
I'm not gonna lie, our White Fox sucks.
And
I
so
just
glad I
saw my-
won.
And I killed this Jeff. Oh my lordy lord, bro.
White Fox is
And
there.
he did not heal me at all.
Oh no, it's overdue. Psylocke's here.
I have
Fuck.
ult. I want to push with it.
Fuck, bro.
Wait, don't push too much.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the exact same thing
I got
as
Iron
soon as I
Fist, bro.
spawn.
This is the best chance we're getting.
Go, 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 go. Don't get swallowed by that, for the love of God. Oh, you guys don't love God.
They got swallowed. I didn't.
Get so low, bro.
Please kill Emma.
They're so low.
Please
These
kill
motherfuckers.
anybody, bro.
Oh,
Die, Jeff. Oh
Iron
my
Emma's up, Emma's
god,
up.
dude.
Oh my god.
I hate Jeff, bro.
I hate Iron Fist, bro. They're fucking portal. I'm gonna get hit by that. Why am I blue? Oh, I'm so cooked.
Okay, well, that's fucked up.
Why are you blue?
Why are you blue?
I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Okay, they switched
Oh, Iron
to
Fist got my
Luna.
ass. That's
If
not
Iron Fist
good.
ulted, I'm dead.
He ulted? Oh yeah, that's what
Iron
that
Fist
was.
low, he got healed. Okay.
Dude, I'm kind of annoyed.
Kinda?
Listen.
Kind of.
Kind of, bro.
That's it.
Screw this. Let me try something else, I guess.
Oh, I can't get you in there.
Okay. I come back
I
now.
left inside.
Which side, bro?
The back.
The back.
She's gone now. She's gone. She's gone. She's gone.
Dead. Ignore Roxy. Every time she says Sakala, it's late.
He asked where, because you didn't say where, and I said the back. She was still
killed
there.
her.
Okay, congratulations. You killed her. No, you didn't say where it was before you killed her.
Yeah. We need that fucking. We need that guy
my
smoking the bong on the
God, she
team back,
wasn't dead
bro.
when I said
You guys are
that.
shambling without that guy, bro.
What?
These guys aren't real, bro.
Pull it down.
Bro, he's getting healed by the jet from so far away.
Yeah, Jeff hasn't died once.
Yeah.
And he has 38 fucking kills.
Please, please.
Wait, what's the?
I left dead.
I'm multi. I didn't know you were down there because I couldn't see you.
Bro, I was up there. I was up there trying not to get my ass beat, flying in the sky. Oh my god! Don't let Iron Fist come back, bro.
Nah, he died. He shouldn't be able to come back in time. I hope so.
Where's his white fox? Jesus
I only ulted to avoid
Christ.
the silent. Not gonna lie. I thought she was gonna ult.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Actually, now that I think about it, Psylocke hasn't used ult.
You just
She did.
You did when the
Yeah,
strange
she
ulted.
did when she went through the
killed
portal.
Oh man.
Dude, a Cyclops is not Cyclops anymore. Oh.
All good?
Oh. Why did you ult back here? What the fuck? Our Punisher's not there. What a waste of an ult.
Our Punisher's not here?
He's back here. He ulted.
Or what?
Back here.
I hate that ult. Even though I use it, I hate it.
Guys? Team? Oh, I died. No, I know, I saw.
If Bubba was in me, I would have had that, bro. I was right next to it.
Sorry.
Fuck.
Sorry, I tried.
I was sitting there meditating. They were all beating the fuck out of me. These guys are freaks, dude.
Now what about Freak Lord, bro? That guy's not a freak?
Iron Fist.
His
Oh my
shield
God.
fucking pisses me off.
Yeah. Too much, bro. Too much. Somebody help me.
Bro, he's still in the back.
Oh, he ulted? Oh no.
I'm ulting.
I'm fighting
What the fuck is this guy, bro?
What?
Back lines.
No way,
Oh my
dude.
god, I'm back here with the Iron Fist.
Yeah, guys, I'm getting my ass beat.
Why is Punisher putting a turret? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, he ulted all the way in the back, my dude. I guess when he heard the Luna ult, he wasn't even in the Luna ult. That was the crazy part.
I mean, he was a.
I was on point. Fuck.
I died another death because I came out. Okay.
These guys are freaky on the other team. Those guys are not fucking flat. They're all on ult account, bro.
Ruh-roh. Nah, we need our Iron Man back, bro. We need our team leader back.
Our Luna? Oh my god. Okay. 22. I lost 22 that round. God damn. 22. That was worthy of losing 22. 2-2.
Yeah.
I think we get it.
You get it, bro.
Ooh.
You get it. Imagine if it was a higher number. That'd be devastating.
Did you lose more?
Yeah. The fuck?
Oh shit. I'm sorry. Oh, Sensen left? You done, Sensen?
Hello? What the fuck?
Oh,
You
match found?
left.
Hello?
Oh, when your fucking shit like started bugging out, bro. It said you left the
kicked
party.
you out of the
Oh.
team.
Yeah, it said I left. You want to reconnect to the match. I click reconnection. It was like, oh, the match is over. I was like, well, no shit, I just played that fucking match. Hello?
Yeah, so you're not in the
it already
party
found a
anymore.
match. I was literally about to cancel because I didn't exit.
Yeah, the one
I
time
had
it goes
to
really
exit
fast.
land.
That's crazy, bro. Usually it takes a
Right?
couple
The one
seconds.
time you can actually find one real quick. Goddamn.
Oh.
Can this fucking game stop giving me fish XP, bro?
Huh?
Oh my god, you just freaking Black Panther.
Oh.
Why am I still getting that shit? It's over.
No, it's not.
I am the god of thunder and the mighty.
Oh, for the
For
event?
me it is.
For the event, you mean?
Why are you still
No.
Yeah.
Guys, there's no Cyclops. I'm banning Cyclops. Okay?
Why are you still in us? Ban him. None of us play him.
No, unlike the last game.
None of us play him.
No, last
Well,
game,
Adam,
someone chose it. I didn't see it. My mic literally covers whoever's in the last slot. And it was him.
Yeah, my camera's blurry and I don't know how to fix it. Oh, bro, please. Bro,
Oh,
please.
dang, your camera's blurry?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, damn.
Just like,
Damn, I do.
damn. I guess we're getting blurry content now.
Oh,
Why?
wow.
It's so
You are
fucked, bro.
blurry.
Why is it so fucked?
What
Do you
is,
have to
what,
pay
what
to
are
get
these,
this
what
title?
are
Oh,
these
we're back, we're back, we're
bands?
back, we're
What
back,
are
we're
these
back, we're back.
bands?
We're so back.
What
Look
are
at
these
this
bands?
crisp HD. Oh, we're back, we're back.
Freaking dive bands, bro.
Bro, what is this exact same bands? That's why we're moving?
And why Dino? Why the fuck are we banning? Oh, whatever.
Okay. Star-Lord? Sure, bro.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I've got enough fishing bait to put these motherfuckers on the endangered list, dude.
You tell them, bro.
Oh,
You tell those fish.
goddamn. Goddamn. Goddamn.
Open your eyes.
They keep saying goddamn.
An illusion.
Huh? Oh, the fish endangered
At the
line.
thing? Who the
Like,
fuck at
goddamn.
the thing, bro? What are they talking about? Yeah.
Crazy we didn't ban the thing, though, with the Panther.
Back together, if it were within my power.
I hope I have like
Oh,
Panther
fuck,
gets
run off.
fucked.
Shit. Alright, guys. Do you believe? Click that as yes.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Do I believe in us?
1.
Sure. Do I believe in Arandos? We'll see. Oh, Angela from the back. Angela from the back. Angela from the back.
Holy
From the side.
fuck,
from the
dude.
Side. Magic, magic.
So basically
They
what
have it.
happened was
The Sorcerer Supreme lives once more.
Let's see.
like
And they have a penny. And they
insanely-
have a penny. We are fucked.
Okay. Guys, are you okay? Okay, okay, hold on, hold on. Motion detected, motion detected. Nest is gone. Magic is on point still somewhere. White Fox is on here. Get the Fox. Fox is dead. Get the Angela. Penny's gonna put the fucking nest back, dude.
I'm frozen.
Oh, I'm dead again.
I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead.
Okay,
That's
so
why I don't fucking like dive characters.
Yep.
Fucking, it's not even.
Unfinished business.
They went both
I'm not-
dive and anti-dive, which is the crazy part.
Like, I don't care about a magic, but a fucking Black Panther, it just takes too much time to reposition yourself just to do shit. And you don't even kill people. You just get killed.
Eyeball. No!
you better use that shit, dude. Okay, I guess not. Guys.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
Was this really necessary?
Everybody calm down.
When they're fucking you, you can
He
tell.
got
You can,
one.
you
Yeah,
can
he
say
got
that.
one kill, and then he died.
I said ha, bro. Please lock in.
Can't
I got
see him,
three people
can't see you.
shooting at me, bro. Freaking, I got shot by Luna, by Phoenix, and by the freaking Magic's the freaking sword thing. Magic behind you guys.
No, there's an.
I mean, a
Angela.
Magic Angela.
Good thing I was here.
Come on.
I have ult, but I need
No.
someone to defend me.
Who the fuck did this ult, man?
I'm just gonna ult.
You ult?
Oh,
Okay.
I hit the
Yeah.
wall.
Purely for the healing.
Yeah. Understandable. Okay.
Someone destroyed the penny nest?
We're gonna ult
Whatever
it.
it is? Oh, it wasn't penny. It was just ult. My apologies. Thought her
Oh,
nest
it's
was
fine.
ult.
I'm getting worked up right now.
My moon.
Come back.
Oh crap.
Killer, thank you.
Nice.
Oh my god. Did Angela? Never mind. He's too far.
Bro, freaking
have
Rocket
to hold
is
back.
low. Rocket's still low.
Kill Angela, please. Thank you. The fucking nest that's in the wall
Oh,
part.
the nest behind the thing. That's really smart. Get her in the nest.
Angela coming back around.
Where are you? Who's over there?
Black Panther probably.
Oh, okay. Didn't even know he was still Black Panther. I thought he was still.
He started doing a little bit more, and by a little bit I mean barely
Who
anything.
has beef with Winnie? With I think it's Winnie Twinster. Bro has beef with them.
Beef? What is beef?
I have no idea. Freaking, I have no idea. But I'm 100% sure bro has something against that.
Killer, please, killer.
They were in the same match where they were against each other for 2 rounds. But yeah.
Yeah, but don't lose the point.
No
Penny
one
started
can
fucking nest
ever
guy.
say I'm a bad second support. I'm ulti.
Yo, what if they say you gotta like work on your positioning or some bullshit, bro?
Well,
I swear
you're
to God,
bad
after I
secondary
saved her,
support 'cause
after
you're
I
the
saved her
primary
there,
support.
you have no right to say anything.
You're the primary support. Of course you're bad at doing secondary support.
CKG, this is why I like you coming around, okay?
Magic half.
They have a thing now? Oh, bro, they're beating my ass.
Oh, she
They only have one tank. They only have one tank. Phoenix is up there. I'm gonna die. Oh my god.
Phoenix one tap. He went down.
I'm back and this guy
I feel
fucking
bad now.
it happens.
There.
Oh shit, I'm back.
Bro, I was gonna freaking ult and the Phoenix cancel it. Thank God I still have it.
Is everybody holding it down?
No.
Ooh, she tried to get me.
DB still with 4 kills and 6 deaths.
Bro, please, they're all off the point.
If I see at least a decent number of assists, I'll at least like, not say anything.
No,
You have gotta be kidding.
God. I was looking for her. That was the worst part about this. I was literally looking for her.
Kill him. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna. Fuck. Fucking, I hate the freaking 3 supports.
Please.
Here. Oh, guys, pop over here, please.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die here.
I'm ulting.
Oh, I died
I'm
here.
ulting.
You're ulting. You gotta.
The rocket ulted.
It's okay. It's okay.
Rocket low.
My ult.
Luna was slow, bro.
It, Luna ulted. Oh, that's not good.
Oh my god, bro.
I'm disappearing. Okay, I can.
I can't kill none of them. Magic was so low.
Please, please.
Invis died.
I'm dead.
She's
I'm
in the
dead.
corner.
I'm dead.
Dude, Invis was in the corner the whole time. She should have been able to heal you. What the fuck?
This is just standing still right now. Okay. This is dead.
Yeah, she just stood still. I'm confused.
What battle can continue without Thor?
I love how he switches like on the worst possible time. He could have switched like a point earlier.
Better stop that vehicle.
I'm fucking saying question mark. Yeah, bro. Even they're confused why our fucking invis just stood still, bro.
Dude, I was healing her. I was healing her. She didn't move forward.
Anyone willing to help?
I am barely wounded.
Better stop that vehicle. It's now or never. Stop them.
There's no fucking way you soloed my ass. I'm finishing this. Fuck you. Fucking I ain't afraid of fucking killing a rock.
Oh my god, bro.
Fucking useless piece of shit. Racist.
You tell him, bro. You tell him, bro. Okay, we have 4 ults. Surely we can hold it for the next 20 seconds.
Bro, Phoenix ult at the same time. Phoenix
Oh,
ult.
dude,
Phoenix.
I thought she put her shield up. Why didn't you put your shield?
The final 10 seconds.
Someone
Big portal
portal
behind.
behind, portal behind, straight behind.
I ulted on them.
We win? Okay. Oh, we didn't win, but fuck.
0.
We did something.
2. Time to
Bro, how is this guy
switch
8 and 9?
including which side you're on. You'll need a
This guy has to
top
be
team
throwing.
to
I'm
win
sorry.
this
There's no
one.
way. This guy has to be throwing.
Which one? Our Phoenix or our Invis, bro?
Our Phoenix.
Is that Invis standing still, bro? I was fighting for my fucking life on that last part, the second last point.
Dude, the Invis was there with you. I died. Invis was in the corner and whatever, right? She was playing safe behind shield and whatever. I had ulted.
Oh, no, yeah, one of our DPS was there too. Like, bro, we were there.
Yes, yes, the Punisher. Or no, not the Punisher. Who?
Whatever the Phoenix was before.
Yeah.
Actually, no, you might have been.
No, it was you.
No, I got there. Yeah, I got there when the Phoenix was getting killed, but I couldn't go in as a freaking Winter Soldier with no heals.
Yeah, because
Was the Invis not behind you?
No, the Invis was in front of me. I just respawned and she was in front of me getting chased by the enemy team.
Tough one, tough one. Soon enough, T is gonna speak Spanish to insult them.
Can you insult our Phoenix to get off Phoenix and actually play something that will actually?
Yo, guys, we're gonna lock in this time, right?
Can we lock in enough to make up the difference for one less DPS on our team?
All we need to do is make it to 116 meters on the second or last point.
Almost win it. All we have to do is to almost win it.
Yeah. Basically, what we have to do is win it.
Delete all those, yeah, mines. Thank you.
Yeah, easier said than done when I'm 4.
Where's the fucking nest?
It's in the corner. It's in the corner over here.
Isn't it? Yeah.
I got him distracted by the way. Yo can push.
Or somebody break the fucking nest. Please break the nest. Thank you.
Destroyed, by the way. Got destroyed. I killed the Phoenix.
And now we get motion. Now we get bodies, bro.
Okay.
I'm frozen. I'm frozen. I'm frozen.
Low. Penny's still low. Penny's pretty low.
Nest is back.
Mamoon, please.
What are you?
You have to come back. We're dealing
What are
with
you
stuff on
saying,
this
dude?
here.
You fucking.
No one got the point, guys. No one got the point.
There's like 4 of you on the point. There's no way. No.
They all moved off. And I was like, wait, what the fuck?
They portaled?
They portal?
Yep.
Where?
They did.
over here.
Why are they portal so early?
Oh no.
I mean, hey, don't question it.
The nest.
I have. Oh, she got healed.
I have ult. I'm ulting.
Oh my god, break the nest, bro. Please break the fucking nest.
Bro,
That was stupid.
wait.
I hope nobody saw that. That was stupid as fuck. I shouldn't have done that.
So much damage on me. So
I
much
just
damage
one
on
tap.
me.
Okay, guys.
Well, our invis has ult. That's good.
Bro, what fucking rank is this where our DPS can't break the nest? I'm genuinely befuddled, bro.
It's the Phoenix.
Anybody, actually.
It's always.
It's in the most obvious spot. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to figure out the center of all the webs, dude.
Invis is breaking the nest. She keeps trying to throw her shift at it.
Guys, I'm looking behind.
Fuck it, I'll do it myself, bro. Jesus Christ, man.
Again, somebody help me with.
I can't move, guys. There's a bunch of. Well, I can move.
They're both low, please. Thank you.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Listen, I'm trying to make up the difference, okay?
I know.
Really
It's me, you, and Roxy and Sensen. I mean, not Sensen. Sensen and Spirit against the world, bro.
Oh, okay, I'm moving.
Hey, did they? Oh no, I don't know when the fucking C&D last ulted. Did they ever ult? I don't know. Is that ours?
That's ours. Of course. They killed nothing. Of course it's ours.
Strange low. Strange dead. Cloak and dagger still going towards you guys, by the way. Still like.
Okay. 3 minutes?
They haven't switched, so they still have.
I'm at 50% of my ult, by the way. I will try and ult after their C&D also. From now on. I don't like how.
Phoenix ult's kind of ass, not gonna lie.
Just in general?
I mean, if you can capitalize on it with him, you can do
it takes too much
bit.
setup. Everyone else can just ult because why not?
Careful,
but Phoenix, you
there
actually
are
have
so
to
many
set it
mines
up.
here.
Nice. Good cancel.
Nice.
Good shit.
It's a match behind us.
Oh, I missed the fucking dash on
I
there.
have a bubble
Come off.
My deck's still behind, by the way.
That's tough.
I'm dead. Trying to help the Invis not die.
Okay, our Phoenix, their Phoenix got me. I don't know why.
Back up, bro. Reset, please.
Awesome.
I almost have ult, by the way.
No, I think it's dead.
No Phoenix. This shit Phoenix.
Bro, there's no fucking way.
What happened to you, bro? Oh shit.
I died. Freaking she shot
Phoenix
me.
is dead. Phoenix is dead. Phoenix is dead.
Okay. I'm pushed up a little bit. I'm trying to fall back.
And I'm out here competing against 2 DPS, bro.
Damn.
Dude, it's seriously when Magneto tries to kill me, I guess. Oh, the fucking mind store, my health to half. I mean, hey, they freaking. Oh, okay. But kill the Luna before she gets there.
Is that both of them?
Bro,
No,
yeah.
I'm ulting.
Last
I'm
stairs.
ulting. That's theirs,
Bro,
yeah.
the freaking. Their cloak and dagger ulted right for the Luna. Kill the Magneto, please. Before I ult.
For the fucking magic. She's solo. She's solo. Okay, she's dead. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah,
Keep
they're
going.
running now, huh? They're running now.
Of course they're running, bro. They're fucking.
Bro, they like.
They're all up here. They're all up in the fucking corner, bro. There's like 3 of them up here.
They're going down this side, by the way.
Yeah. They're going back up. They're going back up.
Why are you going down? I can't. What the fuck?
Luna's dead.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm fighting C&D on point.
I died. Come on. Do you have any ults? You have a Phoenix ult. You almost have several ults as well.
I'm dead.
She killed one person. Wait, that was ours, right?
Bro, Magic's slow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Magic's slow, unless she got healed. I got frozen.
I'm moving away.
Pull it down. I'm portaling. Just in case, because we got no fucking time.
Really?
Oh, that's not good.
Bro, Phoenix, why you gotta move towards me? Oh, they also portal.
Oh, they also portal and they fucking magic ulted, bro.
We're not gonna make it through.
Fuck.
Oh wait, we did.
Oh, guys, I'm not okay. I didn't make it.
Yeah, touch point.
I got pushed off point.
I didn't make it through. I'm sorry.
Fuck.
Magneto.
Phoenix diff, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
God damn, bro.
Animated magic is wild, dude. Someday that'll be me.
Native 26, guys. Well.
Well, oh wow.
No, just saying. Well, these are games.
What are you at? What's your rank at, bro?
Is plat.
You still plat one, yeah.
Yeah, how close to plat 2 are you?
You shouldn't be that close.
I'm 42 out of 100.
Okay, that's not as bad as I thought.
I mean, at least none of you guys have fallen as far as Mad Moon.
So
I'm closer to Diamond 1 than you are to Platinum 2.
that round,
I mean Diamond 3,
way
not
more
Platinum,
than
Diamond 1. I'm closer to Diamond 3 than you are to Platinum 2.
Well, if we lose the next round, I'd be ranked.
If we lose the next one, I'm in the negatives for Diamond 2.
Dude, that really pisses me off. Like, if you see Black Panther isn't working, why the fuck do you insist on playing him for 2 points straight and then switch? When they pull out your counter. That freaking pisses me off.
Mad Moon was GM, bro. Now look at him.
Whoever the fuck plays dive characters, you either know how to play them or you're a fucking idiot.
I don't like when
God
we have a BP
damn,
on
she
our
got
team.
nothing on, dude.
Damn, she got nothing on. Which one are you talking about?
That way.
Almost everybody on the screen, bro.
Cat
Oh
and
shit.
Oh shit.
No way.
Oh no, bro. Oh my God.
We got a Zaza.
I believe, yo.
I'll boost him. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do.
Oh my God. What,
Yeah.
Bro, no.
What the fuck is this for?
What is
Yeah, this might be the greatest team assembled all time.
Nah, man, get the fuck off.
What the fuck you say fucking for? Okay,
I'll
go tank. But yeah, Mantis, Black Widow. I'll go Strange for the Invis team up.
I'll keep it.
If she can hit him.
Yeah, if she can hit
plays
the
triple
shots,
support.
then great.
Hey man,
If she sucks ass though, I'm fucking changing, dude.
don't forget Zaza got to Eternity on Black Widow.
Bro, why are you insisting on banning Dino? Ban Gru, you have a Widow, ban Gru.
Dino's not even that bad.
I know
He's not that bad, too.
I know's mid now, bro.
Okay.
You got nerfed to
So
shit.
who else?
Namor for the team up. Moon Knight.
Ella no more.
Hawkeye.
Sure, get no more out of here, bro. Get no more out of here. What are you fucking Dino, bro? Chill, bro. Who the fuck is Namor on this list? Ah, fuck, bro. It's not alphabetical.
I feel like he's been. I feel like that invite has been abused by the Dino.
The right heroes could make all
Bro's
the difference.
insisting on
Yeah, it's
that.
weird that they're
none of the
alphabetical in
Invis
like the heroes order, but on here on the wheel it's as they were added, which
Yeah,
is
it's
fucking
stupid, bro.
Make that make sense. Why is it alphabetical one place and not alphabetical the other?
Then if you have favorites, bro, they put them at the top of the list, bro, and that shit's not even fucking sorted. Like,
Okay. So I'll go DPS as well. If Manu needs a tank, I'll switch.
okay, yeah, I think we need one actual DPS who's not just like a fucking
Oh hell
sniper.
no! Wait, oh no! I can't play one.
The hell y'all think
Why do
my
you want
Mantis
Winter?
is, bro?
Why not Moon Knight? You didn't ban him.
You want me to play Moon Knight?
Or Punisher. Punisher or Moon Knight?
He's playing Punisher.
How Punisher?
Oh, you are Punisher. I think so.
Hold on, I gotta change my crosshair.
I'm just saying, either Punisher or Moon Knight would be better than Winter, because the
There we go.
Black Widow should be staying with us, I assume. Or staying near the healers, the backline.
Oh shit, there's 3 of you, but I don't know if Sensen's gonna.
What does that have to do with the
Sensen is focused on the Widow, so.
If she'll get out here, I don't know why she's hiding, bro.
She's shy, bro.
Is she throwing our game? Oh no.
I swear, if she's
not
going
holding a
melee
sniper.
only Widow, they have a
They have a dinosaur,
I
they
think
have a
I know why.
Luna, they have a Thing, they have a Elsa, they have a White Fox, they have
Almost 3 of
a Rocket.
Is that why they wanted to ban Dino? Because
Well,
they
he didn't say
knew.
anything.
Maybe know about this guy? They know about your son's dad?
Dude, T, I boosted you, and all I hear is ding 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 ding.
Bro, nothing but headshots. Is someone behind? No, that's just him.
Probably.
I just fucking boosted into
Mantis, boost him.
I've been trying. I can't fucking boost.
I
him.
know, he's
got-
behind you. He sits behind you. I'm jumping
Gotta
behind
move up a little
everyone,
bit.
just
They have a
like
Captain
Lucia.
America. They have a Captain America. Going that way.
He
Have a
did
Captain
boost you,
America?
just didn't get the shot, maybe.
Yeah, back up, T, back up, T,
Yeah,
back
he
up,
has
T.
boost constantly. It's always on him.
Captain America in the back. Captain America in the back.
That didn't count. I threw it behind him. The fuck?
Oh, bro, they really just went counter. Crazy.
He's up there by
Also going for supports. Also dead. They have
You have a squirrel girl?
Yep.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god, bro.
I don't have ult yet. Guys, I'm pretty far from ult.
If you guys are getting touched by Cap, you gotta let me know, because I'm not gonna turn around otherwise.
Okay.
Bro, I went against the freaking Elsa because the Elsa was going for one of the supports and fucking died to the tornado.
Don't have ult. I almost have ult. I almost have ult. I have
Hold it
ult.
down, hold it down. Thank you.
I died. Widow dead.
Squirrel down.
No?
They're running away. They're running away.
Guys over here?
Who's over here? What do you mean?
No, they're so low.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Back up. They're grouped up again. Still have all their healers.
Yeah, it's in shoulder healer.
I might die to this. Never mind. Thank you.
I wasn't gonna let you get killed, bro. Oh my god, dude. I'm dead.
Guys, the Elsa.
I'm still on point. I'm still on
Elsa
point.
and, Captain America.
Alright, Mantis all on point. Push up, push up.
Yo, I know that Magneto's waiting for me to ult, but the moment I ult, yeah, I'm gonna have to stick by Roxy so he doesn't kill me. But
Not,
he can
no.
eventually-
You know what you should be doing? You should have ulted, and then Sensen should ult. Because I don't
God
think he
damn.
can
Sensen
still
died.
kill you through-
Magneto ulted. Magneto ulted
he
already.
can. He can. Like,
He can now
Like-
because of the boost.
yeah, because he got boosted. Now it's 350.
Okay, I'm stopping.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
He's swapping.
Really?
I'm fucking
Now
swapping.
you're
How
swapping?
does he get-
Wow. No.
Oh
I'm
my
saying
God,
the
bro.
swapping.
Team? Team?
So if Sensen would have ulted with me, if he would have gone a complete charge and hit me in the head, he would have.
No, obviously you don't charge him up. You just let him hit you and then.
Bro, what the fuck is your crosshair? Holy, bro.
Bro, if I ult,
No, not
I'm
you.
gonna waste my ult. Like,
How about Sensen, bro?
Oh, we don't question.
What is this guy talking about?
Oh,
I
you're
don't know.
woke.
Huh?
What? Same difference? What?
bro,
What is that?
bro, dude.
Oh, behind,
One
Captain
behind,
America
one
behind.
Yeah, I'm playing Emma. I'm just gonna start grabbing that motherfucker.
I can't. I'm taking so much damage from the freaking.
Oh man.
I wanna ult so badly, dude. I wanna ult so badly.
Oh shit, they backed up so far.
I can't.
Yeah.
Like, I can't leave the backlines, dude.
Dude, they were literally right there. How did they back up so far real quick? The fuck?
Because the art of retreat.
The art of retreat.
Some say it's a coward's move.
Oh fuck, it's just the same shit.
Brain, I hate the Kroger, bro. I already have lost half of my health to her. Ugh.
Got your health back.
Alright, how about
Bro, make it make sense.
if I
Like, how
can?
can a character do like most of their damage in one shot?
I am ready to put on
Iron
a
Fist?
show.
Iron Fist, what's
Someone in the
up?
corner. Yeah, someone in the corner.
Iron Fist, he went back.
Where the fuck are you guys?
We're in the. We got pushed back. There was a Magneto and someone in the side.
Oh my god.
Bro, they
dude,
fucking
no.
sending all their fucking monsters out, bro. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lord.
behind.
No, I'm
Iron
not
Fist
able.
behind.
I have to over one of the supportals, dude. Like, if not, I'm taking too much damage.
No way,
like,
dude.
oh.
I'm frozen. Oh wait, what the fuck? I thought I switched. Wait, what the
I'm
fuck?
dead.
I'm not switching when I fucking.
I'm dead.
He's ulting. I'm dead. I'm gonna die.
Get a body, get a body, get a body. Thank you. Oh, let's go.
Someone's here. Someone's here.
Someone went
I
that
hear
way.
someone in the back. Yeah, I hear someone in the back.
Yes.
I think it was the
About to go.
Enders.
Only 60 seconds left.
It's Iron Fist, it's Iron Fist. I'm fighting him. He's half. Don't worry about me. Just do your own thing.
Bro, every time I'm gonna ult, I need a supporter with me because I take too much.
We got a
damage.
CND ult. We got a CND
Doesn't
ult.
necessarily.
Oh, I guess never mind. Next ult.
No,
next
no,
ult.
he already ulted.
Yeah, next ult, next
I
ult.
bubbled him.
Okay.
I bubbled him. Don't worry. And the invis was healing him too. Oh, girl, I can't see you when you go.
30 seconds.
Guys, one healer, one healer, one healer, one healer, one healer,
I'm
one
low.
healer.
I'm low.
You want Winter
I'm backing
I'm
up. I'm
ulting.
backing up. Thank you.
We got Thor.
Where's low?
Thor one tap. Oh, he's getting
He's
healed.
running away. He's running away.
I am ready to put on a
Good
Purple,
all.
purple, purple.
Hold it down for like 10 seconds.
Don't get pulled by Winter Soldier.
I'm disappearing. You got me.
I got
Don't die to that. Don't die to that. Don't die to that.
Behind! There's a squad behind!
Oh shit. Oh, praying he didn't get his reset off that one, huh? I'm gonna die here on point. Fuck. We have like almost a
Our
lot of
invis,
ults.
we have to hold for the invis. She's got ult, and then...
Emma?
has ult.
Oh, Emma's getting cooked. Emma's getting cooked. Hold on.
Drink Winter slow.
I'll take matters into my own hands.
Go, 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 go,
someone
go.
Going with Sensen. Going with Sensen.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. The squirrel girl. Oh my fucking god. Worst part about it is, oh my god. Listen!
Why am I getting? Come on! I just went back.
Nice. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Current score is 0.
Holy, bro.
1.
The fucking game is too stressful sometimes.
Including which side you're on.
Y'all stressing, bro.
Now we're attacking.
Bro, Portal last second, man. I had to jump to that bitch. Fucking hold it down for a little bit.
Restrained, you just hold the front line.
Huh?
Cloak and Dagger, stay behind and heal. Punisher, you deal the damage. Atma Frost, stay on the front line with Doctor Strange. Invis, just be Invis. And Moon Knight,
Just be invis?
that's me. I'll just do me.
Just
Motherfucker's
Bro,
schizophrenic as fuck, bro.
I was about to start fighting this guy. I'm like, what the fuck you saying? Tell him about me?
The moon, of course.
Nah, fucking even Invis is agreeing, bro. Fuck, I couldn't have said it better
The
myself.
randos need to leave. They need to
30
go.
seconds before you attack.
Chill, chill. They're not even doing bad.
I have an like.
What's up?
I have a 20% accuracy, like a crit accuracy on my shotgun.
Damn, bro.
Nice.
Motherfucker just hit those headshots, bro.
Freaking only headshots, but I've been hitting only headshots.
That's all you need to hit, bro.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Let's see if it stays up or if it goes down, bro.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
All right, guys.
Got it?
I believe in us.
How about Magneto?
They did. They didn't stop.
I know they did, but you know, you.
They
would
always have an
expect them
Emma.
to
They
switch.
did, right?
No.
No. They had
Did
a
they?
Thor.
Oh, they have a Thor. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
Hey guys.
Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking button. Whoopsie doopsie.
Give me a minute. Turret.
Where turret? Oh, you turret. Sorry.
It's the only turret there is.
Moon Knight's gonna ult this.
That's why I was confused, bro. I didn't know why you were announcing your turret to us.
Because just in case you guys.
I'm getting my ass beat. I'm getting my ass fucking Emma Frost.
Guys, I'm frozen.
Okay, push up with the Moon Knight. All.
Oh shit.
They're all in this corner, bro. They're all concentrated in this corner.
Star-Lord dead.
I'm whipping Magneto. Okay, nice.
My plan came out to work. My mama.
I need him to stop. What the fuck?
I need him to continue, bro. This is our. That's holding it down
Sense
for us.
doesn't
Bro.
have the Emma skin. It's Jover.
Dude, they're punished. They pulled out the Lord Punisher.
I think I might go.
No,
blur.
Sensen still has a nice skin. Okay, we got this. Sensen.
The Lord Punisher and a rocket. I mean, yeah, and a rocket. Wait, there was that.
Fucking
Oh, they're on
over,
triple?
Bro. I'm ace right now as well.
Fucking that man just hating, bro.
Yeah, just because you don't have the skin.
I still got my cheeks out, dude.
That's all that matters, bro.
Captain's back.
I'm all
Careful, rocket.
You can stop me. I was in diamond form. Hello.
Rocket ult done.
That shit
Rocket
canceled.
low.
I didn't know
Rocket
that.
low. Rocket running. Okay. He's still low. Where's Cap, bro? He dead? Oh, I just saw his fucking dead body fly over there. I tried to fucking attack it.
Wait, T! Why were you so forward?
I was on the side.
Hold it down in this thing.
I just didn't expect you guys not to be able to heal me.
We were back. We fell back, T. That's why we weren't able to heal you.
I was in the corner.
Where's my team? Oh yeah, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Holy fuck, I'm not dead. Look, their Emma saved me with that wall.
I don't like the rockets up there.
I'm the only healer, by the way, or at least.
I'm gonna die here. I got my ass beat. Yeah. Fuck.
No, I can't have you guys go. Guys, I'm the only. Okay, now she comes.
For the Sorcerer Supreme.
Girl, I need you to heal me!
I'm not gonna lie, free supports is always gonna be annoying. Always gonna be annoying.
Yeah, especially when they have Captain America too,
oh my
bro.
God, guys.
We're like dying one by one right now.
Freaking Captain America, dude. I can kill Captain America, but I have to get healed while I'm killing him.
I know. Fucking Rocket's up there with Punisher, bro.
I'm on set. That is okay.
Bitch!
Honestly, I don't think
You gotta kill Rocket first, bro. You gotta kill Rocket first, bro.
I can't hit Rocket. He's hiding between the things. I can hit him.
There's no point of doing this if we can't kill the Rocket. He's just gonna heal the Punisher every time.
Fine, but I
He's
don't
not
think
even
that's
just
the
gonna
play.
heal. He's gonna
like,
res
they could
them.
do better.
He's gonna fucking farm his ult off that shit, bro. What are we wasting time doing that for, bro?
Well, I can't kill the freaking Rocket if he's hiding between the freaking. Guys, don't die.
Getting the Roxy ult.
Punisher?
Yeah.
Yeah, these
bro, what do you?
Like when we got point, they switch. That's what I said. They're like, what do you think? Like.
Oh man.
Girl, you walked out of my bubble. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you.
This cannot be the demons I'm fighting, bro. Oh my god, no, fuck.
Dude.
You're fighting already said.
Sensen, you're alone, by the way.
Alright, guys, we got this.
Not like a Magneto here would go great.
I'm not alone. I've got the statue.
I've got the power of Wakanda with me.
Guys, come on. We don't have to get it that far. We don't have to get it that far.
Okay, move up. Kill any support.
Rocket went down. Rocket turret destroyed.
I can't. Dude, every time we're about to
they're
kill
Luna
them,
ult, they're Luna
fucking
ulted.
support's ult. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm ulted.
No, she's killing Invis. Invis just keeps dying. I can't do anything. Our Invis just dies.
Yeah, they used 2 ults just now.
I always die as soon as I hit 100 charge on my fucking beam, so I can't do enough damage at all.
We might need a different tank here.
Yeah, I feel like Magneto will go great.
I've all. Are we all here? Okay, I'm all.
Yeah, go.
Going straight through to the back.
All right, kill Cap first, bro. The Cap's dead. Push up.
Their Punishers.
I keep grabbing Cap, but no one focuses him when I'm holding him on the fucking ground.
Yeah, because fucking Emma pulls up after, dude.
Motherfucker.
Okay.
Behind, Rocket behind.
I got Punisher, but
Cap behind.
Fuck off.
Rocket's one time. Rocket gotta
Oh, someone from the side, from behind. I think there's a Rocket behind or someone.
Luna's from front.
No, someone is behind. Look, Luna's behind.
It's Luna.
Okay, yeah, you said Luna's in front.
Rocket, I'm gonna.
They're portaling. They're trying to portal. Hold it down. They portaled.
What the fuck?
Oh my thing lagged the fuck out.
Oh, they have an Iron Fist now.
All right, Emma eats here.
There's a Luna behind and there's an Iron Fist.
Emma eats here. I'm dead. Oh fuck.
Bro, Strange is slow.
Oh no, we didn't get enough bodies, bro. Fuck. Is it over? It's Jover, dude.
I am ready to put on a
It's a
show.
good try.
Final score.
I'm so
1,
done.
2, 2.
Damn, T, what happened, bro? Holy fuck.
Bro, I can't do shit. Every time I go in front, I get killed. I get focused immediately by the Rocket and the freaking this guy, the Captain, and the Rocket and the freaking Punisher, and then the Rocket again, the Punisher again.
Fair enough.
I went after the Luna, and I can't kill a Luna, bro. She heals herself as I kill.
Two people on the other team played fucking mystery heroes, dude, and we still lost.
Yeah.
I just don't get why nobody, like, freaking, bro, freaking match it with triple support, like.
Yeah, why didn't anyone switch to third support? To be honest.
Because the only one that can match it is a freaking Rocket, and the one doing that's Mad Moon, bro.
Bro, I was our Strange, bro.
Yeah.
52,000 damage block, bro. I'm trying my best.
What else are we gonna go? Like, Ultron, you're gonna get shot down by a Punisher.
Yeah.
In a Rocket.
Because the Punisher, yeah, their DPS was just fucking doing too much, bro.
Their DPS suck, bro. Their DPS suck. The Punishers suck, dude.
I know, but they just kept living because of the fucking support, so there's nothing you can do about it.
Pocketed by the Rocket. The freaking Rocket was just there with him constantly.
Holy, bro.
And then me trying to, like, get in there and trying to kill them? Nah, it was not happening. And Rocket's so small, he can just hide between the entire map. Like, there's no way to kill him until you get up close.
Mexican can't. Thank you, bro.
Americas.
They got the worst DPS of all time.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Which one?
I guess we're about to find out, bro.
Who are you calling a raccoon, huh?
Mr. Fent?
Who am I gonna banish from this?
Again, that's their name is worst DPS of all time, so we're about to find out who they play, bro.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
He's 100% Widow.
He's lying, bro.
Dude, if we get like a free win, that would be great.
Are we gonna talk about the target ban?
No.
Watch them not even play support or DPS. They just play fucking like support or tank.
Why the okay, whatever. We'll just use the Dino.
Why is everyone banned Dino, dude? It's not that bad.
Oh, they banned your group. I feel like these are target bans. They're gonna go hell. No, hello, sorry. Angela? Or group? Okay, DB.
They banned DD. What the hell?
Losers. Okay, so wow.
Oh my god. Mad Moon? Is Mad Moon not there? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
You banned my rocket, bro?
They took everything from
You
him.
didn't notice?
No, I wasn't.
I
was
literally
AFK.
said we're gonna talk about the. Are we
I
gonna
was
talk about the
AFK.
target
I was
then?
AFK. I was AFK.
Yeah, that
What
was
the
not
fuck?
here.
Sorry, I had to go to the washroom real quick.
Don't worry, guys. I'm the best DPS in the game.
Oh, no.
You guys trust my Ultron?
No.
Alright, that's the kind of pessimism I need to perform.
How do you play this motherfucker?
I not gonna lie.
Oh,
I
that's
think
not what I
most
wanna hear.
plays- I think their support played Gambit because he said losers.
What'd you say?
Losers? What? Just
Yeah.
because we don't? What?
I mean, that's my assumption, right? That's my assumption.
What
'cause
the
he's a
fuck?
support. I don't
How
know.
are we
That's-
losers? Get the fuck off your high horse. Man's crying like a
Oh no! That's the last guy I want to see, bro.
Spidey, Black Cat. Spidey and Black Cat.
The last people I
Black
want to
Cat,
see, bro.
wow. That's not what I want to see. I do not want to see two
He
guys.
is a fucking tank. I knew it. That motherfucker.
That Spider-Man's
Or-
in our back line, by the way, guys. Don't forget.
Or the freaking.
I'm not turning around unless he's capping the point. Or unless he's beating my
That's
ass.
I hear
Oh, he's
Spider-Man,
beating my
Spider-Man,
ass. He's beating my ass. I gotta turn around now. Okay. So here's the thing.
Now we're all getting cooked here.
Is that a BP? Yep, they have a BP. Or no, that's a Black Cat. Sorry.
It's a Black
VC.
Cat.
How the
VC.
fuck?
Okay.
And some very sharp claws.
Okay, so we have Emma now.
Nice.
Oh, what the fuck, guys? Did we just not? Remember,
Everyone
you were
just walked right
literally
past him.
right there.
You mean literally right there?
You were right there. You can see him. You were just standing there, and I'm like, wait, there's a fucking Spider-Man in front of us.
There's this Spidey
Bro,
there.
you want me to fucking die, bro?
Do you see who you are?
Yeah, motherfucking.
You can actually fight
motherfucking
against
alone,
him.
bro. Okay,
Okay.
hold on.
You can beat
Oh,
them. You know that, right?
Listen,
Oh,
I'm not
shit.
a Lord White Fox, dude.
I have all.
Bro, Black Cat was so low.
There you go.
You gotta give me like a little time to adjust to playing a different character. Now that they've thrown me for a fucking wazoo, bro.
You can always ask if one of the randos can switch with you.
No,
Or
no,
even
no,
if
no, no,
one
no.
of us could switch with you, you know?
I need Mexican to lock in, bro.
Because T can play Luna.
I need Mexican to lock in, bro.
Bro, I can play more or less
Okay.
any support except freaking Mantis and Ultron.
Oh, I'm dead.
I like playing Rocket. Just I don't like the way Rockets play.
Rocket's banned, bro. It doesn't even matter.
Rocket's banned, yeah. That's the whole reason why we're having problems right now.
Guys, I know. Yeah,
Don't worry, I'm gonna alt. I'm gonna alt and switch. Don't worry. We're gonna swap after I alt. Okay. Okay. Wait for the rest of the team. Wait for the rest of the team. Alright, go in there.
Oh, Spider-Man behind, Spider-Man behind, Spider-Man behind, Spider-Man behind, Black Cat and Spider-Man behind. There, she's dead. Spider-Man, Spider-Man.
Holy fuck, my aim.
Bye, Spider-Man.
Not
That
ideal.
fucking ult kills you even though. Fuck off with that shit.
Black Cat have.
Who the fuck is my Mr. Fantastic, bro? Man,
top
if I
5.
had my rocket, bro, this would have been so different.
He was bouncing on it.
They have a Star Alert now.
I have all of them.
Okay.
After I ult, I'm going Magneto.
Okay,
Okay.
they went off the black cat. No more black cat.
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man's coming.
He's half. He's
Spider-Man's
half.
behind, by the way.
Yeah, he's half
They're
health.
chasing Spider-Man. I'll try and focus this one. I have ult, by the way, as well. I'm good, Mad Moon.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Spider-Man is trying to get me though.
Spider-Man's trying to get me.
But did not go as far as I wanted to. Nice, 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 nice.
That guy.
Keep going. I guess we're still going.
Mexican, come back! Mexican! I can't heal you from that far! Mexican, stop fighting! Mexican.
I like how Star-Lord just has like 700,000 fucking flips on like a 2-second cooldown.
Yeah, yeah.
Spider-Man behind, Spider-Man
Motherfucker's
behind.
immortal.
Great.
In.
I was doing Spidey my ult.
No, I was about to ult, bro. Fuck.
Yep, I was about to ult too.
Okay, I'm going Magneto.
Okay.
Fox on the run.
I mean, all things considered, we should
who
be
wants ult
able
first?
to. You ult first for sure, dude.
Okay, if we can get there.
Okay, if you can't ult first, and I'll ult first.
Oh, come on.
I'm ulting. Never mind. Okay, yeah, I'm ulting. Fuck. What the fuck?
No,
Spider-Man just pulled me back, bro.
Fucking make it.
No, he pulled me back. I was gonna make it, but then Spider-Man pulled me back, bro. I know he could pull my big ass up. Spider-Man's one shot, bro. He's dead. Okay. They always had a Deadpool, didn't they?
Oh, really?
Support pool. White Fox. I'm gonna touch you.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
What?
Who said they're gonna touch you?
They're Spider-Man.
T, it's just us, it's just us.
What do you want me to do? I'm trying to go back.
You got stuck.
I'm aware of that. I thought I couldn't go back.
Oh my god, bro. Now we got Spider-Man targeting me, bro, for because I killed you one time, bro. Is that what we're doing, bro?
I will. Spider-Man.
Motherfucker, I got more responsibilities than fucking looking at where Spider-Man is, bro. I have a bigger fish to fry.
Oh, shit.
How did that not kill him?
Guys, Spider-Man behind.
Fucking hit by ammo. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that for sure. Jesus.
Like, freaking trying to counter
Spider-Man, the Spider-Man is
I'm dead.
literally punching me upward.
Star is still behind. I mean, Spidey.
Fuck, man.
Don't mess with the amazing
What the fuck?
You should think out of that.
Magic assault. If he can make it.
Yeah, that should not work, though.
How the fuck did you grab me? There's no way, dude. Wasn't even fucking near you.
Spider-Man behind, Spider-Man behind, Spider-Man. I can't. I'm dead.
You're not dead. You're not dead. You're not dead. You're not dead. You're not dead.
I'm literally dead. Oh.
You're not dead. You're not dead. Please, please don't die.
I'm literally dying.
Please don't die.
He's targeting me.
I'm dead.
I'm dead.
Guys, I almost had. Oh, and
how fucking long does that last?
Oh,
Our tank knows
fuck,
serious.
dude.
Score is 0
Yo, Mexican, can you swap?
Mexican really can't, guys. Mexican cannot.
Which side you're on.
Mamoon, I need you to ask Mexican if they can switch with you.
Top-notch team to win this one.
Fuck asking, bro.
Because you are far better.
Jesus Christ, man. 4 and 8, dude. I had like some fucking hope for this guy. Damn, bro.
Oh my god, he's going Jeff.
He's going Invis. He's going
He wants
Invis.
to fucking heal, bro.
He's going Luna. Okay. All right, when do you go DPS, bro? We need to find individuals with DPS.
Why are we letting him heal?
Well, because he wants to, apparently. I don't know, dude. Okay, it's good.
Okay. Is this working, guys?
30 seconds before you attack.
This is a team that you think can work? You no more? Bro said all that, bro? Against our own teammates? Come on, man.
Is that an Iron Fist?
Where?
I just saw someone walk on the wall, like jump on the wall. If it's an
Oh,
Iron Fist.
yeah, it's probably.
It could be Spider-Man too.
Yeah, but Spider-Man can like jump towards the walls. He like, it's more like, I mean, he can.
I'm impressed we didn't get pulled.
Deadpool, maybe? They have a Deadpool.
He can't walk on the walls. He can like jump on them. Sure.
They have a Star-Lord and a Deadpool.
Yeah, that's an Iron Fist.
Oh, yeah, they have an Iron Fist back there.
Well, I'm not crazy. I know my dives. Hey, Brianna, as a Winter Soldier player, you gotta understand how I've been dead against them. No offense, Sensei.
Iron Fist dead?
I mean, take dives.
This guy's ult already, bro? I'm dead.
I mean, yeah, the more healing he does, the more damage he does. Like, it's like
he was just sitting there bouncing on it the entire time.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough.
What battle can continue without Thor?
I'm
just hitting so many fucking people, but none of them are dying like at all.
Yeah, I'm hitting so.
I'm back. Don't worry.
I almost have ult. Emma low.
Someone's behind us.
Spider-Man.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not going back.
That's
I'm in.
Mexican.
If you're in, just stay in, bro. Fuck. Everybody else gotta figure it out. Maybe this is dead. Range is half. Deadpool's bouncing on it. Deadpool's still half. Deadpool's still bouncing on it. Never mind, he's dead. Okay. Get Spider-Man. Get Star-Lord. Range is low. Range is one shot. Nice. Spider-Man's behind us still. Spider-Man's half. Spider-Man's low. He's running away.
I won't open yet.
Their supports are coming back right around the corner.
Spider-Man's here.
They're not gonna contest it. Yeah.
Good.
I'm diving them. I'm pushing back. I have my ult. I'm gonna. Oh, never mind. Love you, Bubble. I'm going and ulting immediately.
Spidey's still in the back.
Emma can die. Emma can die. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Fuck. I'm gonna die.
Guys, careful, Spidey. Star-Lord was.
Did her fantastic ult?
Oh, I tried to escape it.
Nice.
Though.
No, Luna. Oh my god.
I mean, hey, at least he has the common sense of a support.
No, you fucker. He's half. He's low.
Fuck.
He's dead.
Stupid ass dashes blocked 2 of my fucking spears.
I know. Same fucking shit, bro.
Spider-Man. Oh no! I'm dead.
Fuck.
He killed both me and Luna, by the way, so it's just you guys.
I'm going back to fucking safety. I have 11 health, bro.
I have ult again. I'm building ult really fast, way too fast.
Oh my god, dude.
Bro, that was perfect.
Spider-Man is dealing with me and Luna.
Oh, bro.
Luna.
That was perfect, bro. Damn,
Bro, where are you?
Spidey leaving.
Yeah, Spidey's doing a lot, bro. Unfortunately, he's good at this game.
I can't pay attention to Luna. Luna keeps jumping somewhere. Spidey's dead though.
I'm dead. Oh, never mind.
Oh no.
I
I'm, I'm embracing the light.
supports, but I couldn't kill anybody.
I'm on the point. I'm causing a distraction. I'm ulting on the back line.
Nice.
Emma's dead. I'm fighting Strange 1v1. It's not a 1v1 anymore. I missed. How did he dodge that, bro? Ice Bullet says sub.
Oh, hi Ice. Hello. We're just struggling here. Don't mind us.
Don't mind us, bro. We need another teammate.
Do not break the wall, please.
Okay, you got it, boss.
Fireman in the back. Fireman in the back. Oh my god. Sunset.
Man, fuck off.
They broke the wall.
I'm getting grabbed.
I'm getting kicked. I'm getting tossed around. I'm going backwards. Okay, I'm going forwards then. One after invis.
Strange low. Strange dead. Emma low. Emma dead.
One after tank.
Emma's low.
They have no supports.
Oh shit. Sorry.
He's low. He can die. He's dead. Okay. Okay, we got this point.
I'm
Nope.
so sorry to the invis.
They might portal. They might portal. They might portal. Spider-Man's still here. He can test.
Devil's coming in. Nah, they're not gonna.
Yeah, Spider-Man tried to kill me again.
Spider-Man's one shot, please. Oh, he lived. No fucking way he lived that shit, bro. Emma's low.
Spider-Man from the side. Spider-Man.
Please don't die to that.
What the fuck?
Deadpool in the back.
I got invis.
Oh no.
After their team is low.
Dude, I hate when I'm Deadpool ults. Deadpool ult is one of the most annoying things ever. Okay,
Yeah, the sword ult, bro, is actually fucked. The motherfucker just bouncing on it.
Luna has ult, by the way, guys. Luna's got ult.
Charlotte low. He's gonna heal.
There's a bubble in the back. Oh, Spider-Man on me.
Oh, come on again.
Fuck, Roxy, don't die.
I'm dead.
Oh no, everybody's dead. Fuck.
Holy shit, dude.
I tried to time my ult with the freaking name roll when I saw it, but no. Fucking image.
Okay, we have.
Why didn't Luna ult? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Why didn't she?
She's had ult since before her last death.
Yo, Sensen, I'm gonna need you to perform better, please.
I'm not getting any heals. I'm just always in the very, very back, and then Spider-Man comes and kills me before I can even make it to you guys.
You can always ask us, you know, to turn around. Like, I'm here.
Well, there's like, I'm talking about like no point in turning around because I'm fucking dead as soon as he shows up.
Dead. Yep, I'm dead. Okay.
Go Luna, go, boom, go.
Central over here.
Go, fantastic, go.
I have ult as well.
And there it is, once again.
Okay,
oh no.
High with me, ring down. Okay, Spidey's gonna kill me.
Hey guys, I'm going back if one of you is in a portal.
Don't go back. Just okay.
I have to go back. What are you talking about? Don't go back. You're all dead.
Wait, is someone switching or am I? Okay, I'm switching.
It's gotta be you, bro.
Portaling?
Yeah. I'm gonna make it there as fast if I can.
Spidey's coming to cancel.
Nice.
Oh. I didn't even make it to the point. That's embarrassing.
Am I trying to kill Roxy?
Emma's trying to heal Roxy, bro. That's where we're at now.
No, kill Roxy, bro.
Oh, I was like, bro, that's why.
Dude, I just 1v1 Strange.
I try to kill her.
Spider-Man, oh no, Black Panther? Black Panther?
Yeah, the moment I switched, they switched to BP. There's no way. That's perfect. No, bro. They all insulted. Bro, and I almost have ult.
No.
I'm dead.
Can we make it? Do we make it?
No.
Bro, say Gil? What did I just read in the chat, bro? Oh my god.
Final score 2-3.
Ah.
See the Lady Loki summer skin? Yes, we did. We did. It looks great. It's kind of
I knew I
crazy.
shouldn't have let that motherfucker support, dude. I should have just kept Luna.
You really did. Should.
Bro, look at Rising with 51,000 healing.
Are you kidding me? Every round we played.
Bro, who's our other support, bro?
No one.
I'm
I'm sorry. No one. No one. No one's our other support.
Bro.
You thought you guys were getting a second support. Fuck no.
Right, we should have put Sensen on freaking third healer.
Yeah.
No,
I should have just kept Luna.
The problem is that
I'll be back.
Spider-Man
I'll be back.
Yeah, I can freeze
like,
Spider-Man.
Gilf,
I can actually land those, but this
old
motherfucker
MB. Oh, I don't
just
know
took
how that got there. Luna
Oh
dip?
my
Oh,
god,
Lord.
bro. Say it ain't so, Chief. Say that ain't Diamond 3, bro, please. Minus 29? Oh my god.
Oh my god. I'm so tired of this, and then obviously motherfuckers will say in chat, oh, Sandy, get better positioning. Sandy, do this. And I'm like, dude, I did nearly double your healing. What the fuck are you talking about? And we're always so close. Why are we playing games? We're always so close.
It's
8
these
and
nighttime
15.
games, I'm telling you, bro. You want to
8 and
rank up? Play in the day.
Oh my god, yeah, playing the day when I'm fucking working.
Hey, you're not gonna call a Sensen like that, bro, please. That's my teammate.
I know damn well you don't work every single day.
I work most days. And like
I know you got I know you got a holiday on a Wednesday, bro.
Oh. Okay, we can play in the morning on Wednesday.
Roxy,
if
we
you want.
locking in, dude.
On Wednesday? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Me and you, Wednesday 12-hour stream. No, just joking.
I wasn't even gonna stream it. I was like, okay.
Nah, yeah, no. Maybe we don't need the pressure of
Oh,
streaming.
no more with the 16.
That's my teammate, bro. At least he had 9 final hits, you know.
Ice. That's my mod. That's actually
That's the lead moderator, bro. Chill, bro. If you saying things like that.
Not the lead, but
I mean,
he is the mod.
more or less. I mean, in the Discord, he's got authority in here, bro.
I guess in
Who
the
did I
Discord.
even play that match? Didn't I play fucking Blade at the start?
Yes.
Yeah, that was probably the sign
That was
that
like
it
my
was.
first match, bro.
That was the problem. I think we started.
play
We
Blade
started
or
off on the
no
wrong
more.
foot.
Yep.
We started off with the fucking useless fucking 0 or like 4 and 8 tank.
I didn't mean it. Please let me stay in chat. And then that man is like,
I'm losing too much fucking elo today, man. It's crazy.
do you guys? Oh no, I don't even want to talk. I don't want to say anything. I don't want to say anything. No, I'm not saying shit.
Okay, don't say anything.
I'm obviously the problem, guys. I'm obviously the problem.
I don't think you're the problem, unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, if it was easy to blame you as the problem, then it'd be simple. We can't. We can't.
Wow.
We can't take the easy way out, unfortunately.
Wow.
We can keep going.
All right, keep going, bro.
You good?
I'm gonna.
I mean, I still have 9 final hits and
1 more loss, and I'm in
27,000 fucking damage for
Diamond
no
3
reason.
again, guys.
For 1 more loss, and I'm in Plat 2.
Maybe you need a second dedicated healer, bro. They banned my healer, and then the other fucking bum ass motherfucker playing Thor, bro. And I was like, all right, let me give this guy a chance, bro. Fucking 0 and 8, switch to Emma, bro.
Yeah, that guy's fucking. He's stole your shit, bro.
No, Ice, you
Oh,
missed so
wow.
much. We started off with Sensen playing Blade, Mad Moon playing Ultron, me on Sandy, obviously. I don't know who T was playing, but it was DP. No, T was the Thing.
Yeah.
The Thing.
And people keep banning Rocket for some reason.
Yeah,
Like, what the fuck?
He's good in high elo. That's the problem.
And then the Luna
We're not
was
in
your
high
Emma at
elo.
the
What
time.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It's Rocket. It's a little fucking 200 HP little guy. Just hit him
they
once and he's gone.
bro, they target banning me every time, bro. They've seen my Rocket, though. They know my win percentage is immaculate, bro. Look at these fucking ranks, bro. I'm playing with platinum people, bro. Oh my
Oh,
god, it's
dude,
over, dude.
freaking
So,
Madman,
no, Madman.
Put your freaking stats private, bro. Put them private.
Bro, I don't think they're actually target banning me. I'm just joking, bro.
They might actually be. They can go into your freaking thing and just look
If they
it up.
did that, why didn't they ban C&D?
I don't think, like, I don't know. Maybe because they also play CND on their team.
No one was playing C&D on their team.
Chill Chungus on the team. All right, guys. We got 2 Cyclopses. Cyclops.
I'm just saying, cause like you would just see like if you look at my shit, you'd think I'm like a one trick if you're only looking at my comp.
You would think that, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like as long as they don't ban White Fox, I'm good.
Hey, Mad Moon, damn.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, bitch. I could do better than you
forget
on White Fox than what you did.
argument that we had fucking this is just a callback to the argument you and T had like an hour ago, bro.
Bitch, get better. Get better.
Bro, that's like my 4th healer, bro. Relax.
I don't give a shit. Okay, that's my 3rd. Okay?
Calm down, man.
Oh.
Who enemy team been Cyclops? Good
Okay.
choice, enemy team, good choice.
They hate me, bro. I'm going Johnny Storm. Fuck everybody.
You know what? Who I would say ban Emma Frost. I don't know why. I feel like.
Why are we banning Penny? Whatever, fuck it, bro.
Because of the map, I'm assuming.
Spider-Man?
Sure, bro. Sure, bro. Fuck it, why not,
They're
man?
scared of me, bro.
Yeah, why not? Like straight up.
All right, guys.
Oh, we got
maximum,
Team Fire, dude.
Maximum effort.
Gambit? No. No, I think the reason why they're banning Rocket's because Rocket has now replaced what Gambit used to be. Because Gambit's always getting banned, right? So people go Rocket because Rocket can his ult can give you.
Bro, Gambit's still getting banned.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So if Gambit is banned, Rocket would be the next best pick because his ult does what Gambit's ult does. It's just not as mobile.
Yeah, his ult,
Penny's
it would be
nothing,
crazy
bro.
if Rocket ult would give you a speed boost. That would be crazy. That would be worse.
And it allows you to move wherever you want on the fucking.
Nah, bro, nah. If they would imagine they rework Rocket ult so that they make it so that you get like a Rocket ult, but for every single individual. Like,
Hi Jensen, hello.
Like the Gambit ult, that just hover over the person.
He's the most played healer, but you don't see them get banned. Yeah, because Gambit's banned, so you go to the next best healers, which
All right,
are
guys.
C&D, Invis,
Everybody
and
ready to
Rocket.
play the
Rocket
game
is.
at their maximum potential?
Who the fuck is
Bro,
out
I'm
there?
playing Luna.
They have Captain America.
Don't expect him.
Yeah, he's playing Luna. I expect no heal from him. Don't worry.
I expect great heals from this. Bro, what are you talking about?
No, he'll heal you. Not me.
Bro, I try to heal you, but it's just you're always far away. Like you.
I'm always
first
in the
and then
back.
like-
You mean? You mean in the back? You know where I'm supposed to be?
So you gotta understand, I can't be that, that far away. 'Cause I gotta make sure I freeze them, I can't miss. I can't have the luxury of missing.
Hit your shots from a distance.
But the freaking ice thing,
Thor's
I can't have
dead.
the luxury of missing the ice. I gotta hit it. I know it sounds like I'm doing drugs, but no, I'm talking about the freaking...
You talking about immigration? Oh,
No one thought that until you said it.
Yo, Wolverine is cooking, bro. Chill Chungus. This is way better than Happy Chungus, bro.
You had a happy time?
Yeah, that was the Cyclops that was yelling at for heals that one game. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, you know his name? Yo,
How can I forget, bro?
His name.
How can I forget Happy Chungus?
Guys, Dino.
There's a lot more than a dino, bro. Oh, I need that. I need that. I need that expeditiously, bro.
Came in here.
I don't like that freaking storm.
You have a storm? Oh no, dude. That's too much damage. That's too much damage. That's too much damage. Feel the wrath of the goddess, bro. Please. Please.
I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead.
I'm on the point. I'm
Bro, I
dead.
just got here. I just got here.
That's how I
Nobody's
feel.
gonna ult me, bro.
Okay, so basically, I need Sensen to not play Human Torch, bro, please.
It's because of the fucking
tank, bro.
storm.
Yeah, it is because of the storm.
Dino from the side, guys. Everyone from the side. Everyone from the side.
Everyone from the side? I don't like that they have a Lord Dino.
Imagine Rocket ult is he teleport to it like his teammates with Starlight. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
All right, guys.
Dude, I can't wait until they add Jubilee next season. Okay, that's it. I'm waiting for Jubilee. I'm gonna main Jubilee, guys. She's gonna be a support player.
Fuck, I can't do anything.
No. You can do anything you put your mind to, bro.
Bro, who the hell's dying in the front lines and back lines, bro? Front lines and back
I'm on the
lines
point. I'm on the point. I don't know where anybody else is. I'm not worried about like,
kidnapped by Thor,
any
hit with the fucking
singular other thing in this game
White
right
Fox
now.
bubble and then
Wait,
frozen.
Hudson, are you the Phoenix?
No.
These are Angela.
Oh, I was dealing with the Thor and the Phoenix. I'm sorry, I didn't know because you said I was dealing with the Thor. I'm like, oh, I was just.
And I get grabbed again. I fucking can't do anything. I just get grabbed by everyone and their mom. Every single person on that damn team has a fucking stun.
Yep.
Yeah.
No life is.
Holy fuck, bro! Get your dusty ass jaws off me, bro. Okay. Hold it down on the point. Everybody be on the point.
Man, when you're getting
fuck
far
did
away
she
from
go?
the
Where's
point,
the blade?
well, I'm dead.
I'm dead. The blade was just chasing me around and.
Can she not be putting on a show? That'd be fantastic.
I was just trying to build up courage, guys.
Why am I grounded? Who the fuck grounds people?
Your parents? Oh, usually. Never mind. Okay, hold on. I'm dead.
Dino doesn't ground people anymore.
Dino, yeah, he can't ground anymore.
And Thor bubble is like 6 feet away from me.
Oh, Chill Chungus went Punisher. Thank you.
I mean, you got grounded by someone. I'm assuming it's Thor.
Yeah, it's probably Thor, bro.
Oh, Thor. Yeah, it was probably Thor then.
Like a little momentum to it.
Unless you got frozen by a Luna, which that technically does ground.
No, it was grounded, not frozen.
No, I don't want to feel the wrath of nobody, bro.
Oh, I'm ulting.
Why is she going after me?
How did that not stop them?
Is this our co-op time on the point? What is this?
Yes.
Bro, that is just such bull. The freaking storm saw me on the other side and went.
Guys, there's a Captain America on point! Captain America on point! Hello!
Don't let him get the point. Don't let him get the point. I'm coming back. Hold on. Hold it down, please, for the love of God. Roxy, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for holding it down.
You're just not allowed to play anything but fucking Thing in rank, dude.
I mean, not with the dives, bro. Not with these dives, bro. We need to get Blades, like, bitch ass out of here, bro. This guy's doing a lot. Yo, holy Smurf account? Bro, I'm getting cooked, bro. What do you mean Smurf account, bro?
They think you're a Smurf?
No, I'm reading my chat. Yeah.
Oh. Oh my gosh. I'm just like, my dude. This is what,
bro, I just D-ranked from Diamond 1 to basically Diamond 3, bro. Let's not talk about smurfing right now, please. We peeking viewers though? We smurfing in the viewers. Yeah. That's what we're doing. In the Twitch view count, yeah, we're smurfing on that part.
I'm dead.
Blade, please. Don't kill my teammates. Phoenix, please.
What the fuck?
I was trying to. I don't know. I shook these out. I thought me and T could patty cake through that.
A patty cake what? I got antied.
Somebody kill the fucking Captain America, bro, please.
Somebody going. I almost saw somebody going.
God damn!
Bro, I'm gonna die here. Freaking.
Guys, Chungus is dealing. Oh my fucking god! What is happening, guys? What the?
Where are you people?
I love how the Luna has so much freedom to
okay.
shoot people.
I don't know why I was trying to heal that Punisher.
No, we lost the point, bro. Fuck.
Okay, bro. Fuck.
Okay, Sensen, I need you to lock in, bro, please.
I can't do anything. I'm just getting stunned by everybody.
I don't know.
Sensen, just go third healer.
Yeah, just go triple support, bro. I don't know if the second tank is... Actually, maybe Magneto will work.
Cap from the side, cap from the side. What the fuck is this? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's not good. That's bad. That's real bad.
He res here, you know? Eyeball.
Okay, we can hold this for 49 seconds, right?
Dude, I just love how
fucking
everybody in this
holy
freaking
shit.
team. I'm getting killed by freaking. Even the supports are killing me.
Yeah, guys, it's not looking.
Yeah, you guys
good,
are
bro.
all alive. I get there and you're all dead.
I don't even.
As soon as I take front
When I
line.
phased out of her ult.
Okay, well maybe
Rex, are you gonna ult
for all timer? Yeah.
Or you ult. No, you ult.
Somebody ult, bro.
From behind. Got cap.
I'm ulting on their whole fucking team right now.
Nice.
Fuck you, bitch. Okay, one person's left, so I don't know who I did. Cap?
They might. Okay, you know, they see us first.
Oh my god, bro. Yo, clip that, mods. Yo, mods, please, bro. I got like 4 people at the end. Bro, you're my mod. What do you mean, bro? Fuck. The fuck?
He's your lead mod too. That's the crazy part.
You know what the saddest part is about this? I have 9-9 and only 10k.
Yeah, what?
I
That was personal.
Our DPS are not giving me enough space just to like kill or Luna or freeze anyone.
Because they're both in the back, bro. I don't know what they're cooking. They're like getting picks, I guess, but I don't even know, like, they're so like
Dude, I don't even. It's
sporadic.
not even. It's not. They're not. They'll get pushed by the Captain America. I turn around to heal.
Like, I swear, all they're doing is like just
kill.
trading with each other. Like, I don't know what value they're actually giving to this team.
Oh my god, they don't.
I'm not even
show
able to
the
stay with the
action.
team. I just keep getting fucking kidnapped.
Yeah, they go back. They go further back, and then I'm starting to fall. And then I'm like, wait, I have to look back because it's just one person. I can't care about this person. And then you're all dead by the time I look back, and then they're dead by the time I look back on them, and then it's like, well,
Yeah, we might.
I don't know who I need to be looking at this point.
We might need to swap the triple support or something.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
We'll see how it is for now.
Well, this part right here is always the fucking worst part. If we can't get in there, it's over.
Well, just let me build my ults. Let me and he build their ults. Oh, from the side. Someone coming from the side. Cap.
Game winning quad. Yo, W clip. Cap said. We getting that pay rise. Yo, moderators finally doing something worth getting a cut of the AdSense dollars? No way. It was the first time for everything, I guess. No, Star-Lord, you
fully charged, fuck.
Yeah, it's fully charged, bro. Holy fuck, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Emma's dead. Storm's dead.
Emma, please come back here. I'm just in a place I can see.
Not in this economy. Man.
Wow, and we didn't even ult? What? That's actually crazy. What the fuck?
Don't jinx
You
it.
can't play shit without
Don't jinx
fucking
it.
playing Magneto, dude.
Don't jinx it.
They portal.
I'm getting killed now.
Yep. You guys help me live for long enough? Oh my god. I'm dead, yep.
I'll do everything myself, don't worry, guys.
I have 20 HP, bro.
Wow, you're turning into Ludwig, bro? No, please. Anything but those accusations, bro. I'm a good person, I swear.
Wait, what happened to Lovewood? Why?
Notorious
Not...
fence sitter. You know, it doesn't stand for you know what a fence sitter is?
Oh, fence sitter. You said fence sitter. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay. No, I get it.
We good? Are we getting motion? Hold on.
Wait,
I've
already
so
not
fucking
been playing
boring
like
to play, dude.
What?
I think that's the change. I think our DPS were not playing their mains.
Are these their mains?
It looks like it.
I'm fucking. Who were they before, bro?
Punisher, Cyclops.
Cap behind. Caps half, caps low. I'm ulting on them, backline. Oh, that's bad timing.
Oh, it's fine. Oh my god, I'm so low. I'm dead.
How did that hit me, bro? There's no way.
Oh, I could kill her. Fuck, I missed my fucking shot, bro.
And then they're invisible. Okay, no. We have my
They use like 3 ults just now, bro. Actually, no, they use like 4 actually. They use Emma, Namora, Invis, and Cap. Yeah. They have 1 support, 1 DPS.
One, but I couldn't fucking hit her because she did this stupid ass jump, which makes her jump 500 feet away, dude.
They don't have it, but they definitely haven't used it. Oh, he has it. The map tells you he has it, bro.
Ember's low.
The Punisher's dead. They have a dinosaur? When the fuck did this guy come from, bro?
I'm assuming switch
fucking
now, bro.
Invis is so low.
Amore's dead?
Invis is always low, but she has that dumbass jump.
Okay, we got like 4 minutes to push it 1 point.
I hate that jump.
The double jump? Bro, just hit it.
She just fucking disappears and it's like
completely just predict, bro. You just gotta predict where she lands, bro. You gotta do some math, bro.
You can't. She fucking
You gotta do
jumps
math. You gotta do some math,
away.
bro. Do some math, bro.
Guys, they have a mantis. They have a tree support now.
Look at the trajectory, bro.
Of course, your fucking fat ass got in my way, dude. I couldn't bubble Star-Lord.
But the dinosaur? Sorry,
He didn't die.
He jumped down for no reason.
He didn't die. I kept him alive, or at least. Oh, well, he's dead now. Never mind.
You have a mantis now? Oh shit. Oh, they're in triple support now. Of course they are. If it gets dire, motherfuckers pull out the triple support real quick, bro. There's no way I live through the Punisher all, bro. This guy actually sucks. 1 health pack and 1 C&D bubble is all it takes. I'm gonna ult on them, like now.
Oh, that was.
I didn't get anybody, but they're all moved away.
Bubble behind.
I'm in it, don't worry.
How many times are you gonna fucking grab me, bro? Get out of here, dinosaur.
That's like it's like his whole kit, bro.
Yeah, why is he only grabbing me? Grab Mad Moon.
No, don't grab me, bro. I'm too shifty.
No! He grabbed me! Yeah, he grabbed me instead!
Okay, definitely do not grab her. A great zoning alt Moon Knight would be proud, bro.
Oh my god, dude.
Or result is not even good, bro. Let's be real here. That 4K was a fluke. Oh my god! Sorry, T. I didn't know you ulted.
I say stay close. I ult him. This man goes back.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you properly. I was too busy fighting for my fucking life.
So they use Punisher ult. They use Dino ult, Emma ult. Emma ult, right?
That really listen. That really doesn't matter. All that matters now is the fact they have 3 support.
They have 4 ult. I mean, no, 3. They have 3 ults still. They have the Luna. They have the Mantis still. Luna, Mantis, and whatever the fuck other character they have.
And Invis, because they have an
Invis now? Oh, bro. Okay.
You need that third support.
No, they've had an ult. They have an Invis.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I thought one of their supports ulted, bro.
No, they haven't.
None of them did.
Just like 900 fucking shields in the goddamn way. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck off, Punisher.
Okay, I want to ult, but I already know they're gonna count.
Our Punisher's ulting. Their Luna ulted. Please kill someone. Please kill someone. They didn't die.
There's not enough charge at all.
Yeah, I think they stopped shooting for that specific reason, bro.
Oh no! I fell asleep. What the?
Just okay.
Okay, Punisher's dead. Punisher's dead. The Invis is dead. Invis is dead.
Please do something, please. Anybody. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm sleeping on the battlefield.
It's not all the way. It's not all the way. It's not all the way.
I'm behind them. They have no idea. They have an idea.
I have a bubble at the front. Bubble at the front.
I'm in it. I'm in it. Don't worry. Good C&D ult, in my opinion. Is that us? Oh, thank you. Holy fuck, bro. Invis is dead. Dino's dead. Punisher's dead. Mantis is dead. Emma's dead.
Nice.
Holy fuck, bro.
Holy fuck. Good seeing the old man. Thank you.
Jesus Christ,
Sorry,
man.
I thought that was Mad Moons actually saying that. God damn. Thank you, Ice. Thank you. It was very convenient that I ended up ulting when the Emma ulted.
Yeah, that fucking saved my life. That saved like 3 people's lives, dude.
Roots and just play nothing but fucking Magneto, I guess.
That's all you gotta do, bro.
Hey.
T's like at least as long as it's not me playing Magneto, bro.
No.
I went from fucking 9 and 10 to 22 and 12.
Oh
Listen,
my god, bro.
Like for some reason, every time I end up playing Magneto, either I end up solo tanking. For some reason, bro. Friggin' Magneto for me is like a solo tank.
Nah, he wasn't even solo tanking, bro. I was there, bro. I was putting up numbers.
No. That's why T is saying that.
Oh yeah, no. When you do it, yeah.
When I play it, for some reason, every time I'm solo tank. I don't know why.
Yeah, you ults in the right moments. Yes.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Triple heals, and we still managed to make it.
This clip is about to do numbers, bro.
Play like any fucking fun characters. You just can't play anything but meta characters. Fucking bullshit.
You can't play meta because other teams only play meta.
That ult saved the legacies, bro. That ult saved the fucking game. W clip. W clip.
Meta. Oh my god, if we could find 2 more people to play, that'd be nice. But
2 more people. We have Ice Bullet in the chat as we speak, bro. What do you mean?
I know, but we can't play with 5. I would have asked Ice to join us, but we can't queue with 5.
Oh.
You're kidding, right? Really?
No, you can't queue with 5 because they don't want you bullying the solo person.
Well, that's dumb.
I can't. I'm GM now. Oh.
GM now. Wow. Because I deranked to fucking plat. Okay, I see.
Dude, I'm at -9 out of 100, man. This is depressing.
Did you not get a good amount of points that last game?
Got 20.
Oh.
Every game we've won, which is 2, I've gotten 20. Every game we've lost, I've lost at least 22.
Which is 2.
How many matches have y'all played, bro?
8.
I think we played like.
That was the 8th one.
You guys played 8 fucking matches? God damn.
We played 8.
And we lost 6.
We've lost 6. Okay.
So I've lost over 150 points.
I like to just say, in at least 2 of those games that we lost,
yeah,
it was one person's fault. Well, I wouldn't say only their fault, but it's pretty clear that one person was lacking. Let's say that was lacking compared to the rest of the team. Oh, hydration check, guys. Drink water. That man's calling out thirsty ass bitches. Yeah.
So far today, I've lost 104 points. Why are you laughing at me? Why are you laughing at me, dude?
It's a whole rank.
Yeah, dude. You're telling me, bro. Imagine where I would be if we didn't win 40 points. If I didn't win those 40 points in those 2 matches we won.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
She laughing like she ain't lost the same, bro.
Nah, she doesn't lose as much as I do.
I didn't lose as much, and I gained more. Oh my god, to be honest, I feel like I'm going back to Diamond 1 because GM3 is a push and pull. Oof.
Yeah, that's what happened to me, bro.
Diamond 1, let us know.
Let me know, bro. Let me know.
Oh
Yeah, why is that shit taking so long?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Because it's like 2 a.m.
No, but the estimated time said 1 minute, and this just says 2 minutes, bro. Oh man. Yeah, let me derank so I can suffer with you guys. Hey, don't force it, bro.
Sorry, guys. I shouldn't be laughing that hard. Yeah, let me derank so I can suffer with you guys. Hey, I didn't say you should derank. I'm just saying when you make it there.
Bro, who laughs at who laughs at their best player's downfall? Like that's actually crazy, man.
I'm not. Okay, calm down. I'm just laughing at how much it was. That's crazy amount.
Yeah, before that game, it was a minus an extra 20 on that one. Minus. Fuck, it's fuck, bro.
Goddamn. Goddamn. Goddamn.
We need that motherfucker who was Iron Man back.
Well, praying for my downfall. I'm not praying for your downfall. You said it first, Ice. Okay, you know I'm just taking your word.
That's who I need on my team, bro. Where's my motherfucking? Ice? No, not Ice. Talking about Coca-Cola Nick, bro.
Coca-Cola Nick. Why don't you go friend him?
I just did as you said that.
He'll probably make you pay. He'll probably make you pay for his service.
Bro, man, me and him, him Iron Man, me Ultron, bro. We going to the fucking
moon.
The moon? No, we're going to the $300,000 tournament. That's where we're going. fuck the moon, bro. There's no money up there.
We'll go for a sec because I got to take care of some. Okay. We'll be here suffering. Don't worry, Ice. Don't worry. I don't know if I should restart this queue.
If I remember correctly, that was the last game. What happened? What happened?
Was it the last game? Do we want to end it there?
No, that was the last game if we deranked. If we deranked, yeah.
Oh.
If I was back in Diamond 3, that was the last game for sure, dude. I mean, maybe the last game in this party. I might have to lock in by myself.
All I know is...
Oh, wow.
Might have to grind out fucking until...
I was Diamond 3. I was happy staying Diamond 3 until next season.
No, but T, you remember what you said at the beginning of the stream, though? You don't play ranked. You only play ranked because Roxy. So why would you care about your rank if only Roxy cares about playing ranked with you?
Because I wouldn't be putting this much effort into freaking ranking up with her, right? If freaking I might as well be throwing, bro.
I might as
well. You might as well be throwing.
T, all you have to do is rank up so much that she can't play with you anymore.
God damn.
Bro, I'm not allowed to play rank without her. What do you mean?
Bro, nobody's stopping you, bro. You got other friends, bro.
Okay, you know what? You're right. You're right. You know, I play with Goth and Muffin.
We can play without Roxy, bro.
Freaking Gothic made me go back.
Me and you can play without Roxy, bro.
No, did you not hear what he just said? He plays with someone else, and that
I know he
deranked him. So...
Let me see. I play with. I don't play with Scarab. The only other person is there is.
I mean, looking at the chat, bro, I don't think Scarab wants to play with us, bro.
Which is my IRL friend, and he's in Diamond 2, so I can play with him. But bro's hardly ever in line when I am. So.
Alright, time to lock in, guys.
I'm just saying, I do like 500 times better without y'all.
Ouch.
I mean, that's
add Gambit, please.
Gee, let's play ranked. That man, you know you can't play with him.
Bro, just for you, I'll go to console, bro. I'll go to console, dude.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
All right, guys.
Fucking Madman's almost level 100, bro.
Bro, I'm like barely level 90, bro. You gotta relax.
We all playing Spider-Man.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this?
It's almost my 10-year anniversary follow. All right,
There's
bro.
3 Lord Spider-Mans on this team. There's no way that guy does not get banned if they're fucking looking at anything.
This will work? Does that work? Oh, it works.
I want to ban him also. Oh! What the fuck? Hawkeye?
Hot guy.
Do we ban Penny?
They're trying to ban no more.
Oh no, pennies aren't even. Oh, okay.
Sure, we can ban no more for my
Oh,
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man? What the fuck is happening?
We got a Super Lord Spider-Man, bro. That's all I needed to see, man.
That guy's also plays Spider-Man. That's also has Lord Spider-Man. What? Both teams ban no more. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I don't know. I've seen an Ultra Lord Spider-Man, and that guy was actual dog water, dude. I think he fell off the map like 6 times by himself.
That moon is actually laughing. That's crazy. With a name like that, I expect great things.
Scarlet? Why the fuck is he? Who is this guy?
What are you talking about?
The Spider-Man requested Scarlet.
He's tweaking, bro. We have emojis, bros. You don't even understand, bro. We're up, bro. We got emojis. We got animated emojis, bro. If only my moderators were here, bro, they would know. Only my moderators show up to stream, they would know, bro.
Get ready.
All spider people are connected to a spider totem.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if they're like raccoon totems.
Yo, Method is really just like taking the emojis, downloading the PNG, fucking going to Photoshop and just replacing the background with the moon PNG, and that's my emoji now.
Wait, what the fuck?
I'm officially a Mad Moon LARP. Yo, thank you, bro. That's what we needed.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Take notes, bro. Take notes.
I don't think I could handle the pressure of the dark force.
They'll be outsourcing emojis? No, I didn't outsource, bro. I did it myself at least, bro. I didn't fucking, you know.
God damn.
Didn't send that shit to ChatGPT or whatever, you know.
If I could get my friend to play with us, I wouldn't need to be tank, by the way. Like, he can solo tank.
I mean, I can tank.
No. I mean, like, out of all of us, he's 100% better than all of us combined.
Yeah, that's all I needed to hear, bro.
Oh yeah, that's like all of my friends.
Problem is,
all those
Indian
motherfuckers
method.
are insane.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by Indian method, bro?
I want you guys to play against my friend Pillar. That motherfucker's insane on BP, bro.
Yo, we locking in a 6v6 one time, bro.
Dead, dude.
One of these days, we're gonna do a
motherfucker-
6v6, Sensen.
Don't know nothing.
Kill that guy. Kill him. Thank you.
If you come and join like my friend stuff, we do customs all the time.
Yeah, no, I got a couple friends who are down to do 6v6s, but they like, they don't
have time.
I mean that, but also, yeah, getting a bunch of people on at the same time is difficult. So we got sometimes
really
if we can outsource another team, bro, maybe they might actually have some passion, bro.
Like, that's the issue with my friends. Like, they're really good, yet they always like different times playing, so it's like really hard to get them on the same page.
We used to do customs so much we actually had like a full team of spectators as well.
Damn. Bro's outsourcing everything?
Oh,
listen,
God,
man. Star-Lord, put me in the spin cycle.
Yeah, please Star-Lord up.
It's okay, honestly, you know, we got like 50%.
They have
Yo,
triple
there's Star-Lord.
support guys, by the way.
Their Star-Lord's late to the game, bro. He says add Gambit,
wait.
please. This motherfucker playing in.
Motherfucker not trying to spend
bro.
500 units for the rename, bro. Run ad? Yo, I don't think that's a command, bro. There's a redeem for that, though.
Ban Gambit? That's crazy.
Oh, that little motherfucker ran away.
Relay deployed. It ain't cheap.
I can feel the vibe bands wearing off as we play this game, bro. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign.
And fuck off, bro.
Can you not die? Bro.
Bro, this man's just following me.
Yep. I wanna ult, but we're...
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
The second I have to start holding left click, bro, is the second this game is over,
I'm
man.
okay on point, guys.
Okay, okay. Benson, hold it down. Benson, hold it down. They tried to break my beacon. 22 seconds, bro.
Yeah,
It was only like
keeping this
50 damage,
motherfucker
bro.
off that shit, but
Bro, they actually...
he just fucking
When is the Mad Moon
Has infinite
$25
health.
tournament happening, bro? $25, bro? You think I made up money? You think I made up fucking money, bro? Holy, bro.
Oh fuck, that guy can block it out shit with his back, bro.
I have my ult if we need it. I'm gonna ult whenever they support ult, I'm ulting on that. If I'm not about to die. Never mind, I'm ulting on that shit because I'm about to die. I wasn't even about to die, I just panicked because I heard Star-Lord ult. And now I played DPS Rocket for a little bit. We gotta edit this VOD afterwards. There's been some good moments. But that's what I felt about every VOD for the past 2 years, bro. Knowing my editing speed, it's not happening.
Knowing my editing speed.
I don't think you understand. I have videos from 2016 I haven't finished editing.
Dude, just pay someone to edit
Are you still editing them?
Because I promised myself as a YouTuber I'd never leave a series unfinished.
Some of my best friends.
So in 2058, bro, you don't worry. That video will be uploaded. That was even 7's out, bro. You fucker, you're a fake fan. 9 and 10 are the ones that are left. Bro, those videos are from the first year of high school, bro. Those shits are so old.
Yeah, we win this because their invis
LARP
does not
detected.
know what the fuck is happening, dude.
Is that the 0 and 4?
Yeah, that motherfucker is just standing there.
These guys aren't real Mad Moon fans. They don't know. They're new gens. They don't know.
I only have 1,800 healing because I've just been healing anybody who's like slow. That's it.
You have 1,800, bro. I only have like 5,000, almost 6,000.
Then Roxy's doing the most.
Roxy's got at least 10,000 healing, bro. There's no way.
6K, guys. I only got 6K.
Okay, I guess we're just not. We're just not dying then. We're just up, bro.
What the fuck? Heidi, how does he want us to heal him and bro's going alone? Nobody's gonna follow him.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Yo, Sensei.
I'm gonna die here. Oh, I didn't die here. Thank you for that bubble. W bubble. Whoever that was, Sensen, I love you, bro.
I'm trying to protect Mad Moon. This motherfucker won't stop fisting him, bro.
He's low.
I'm pulling the gun out. Don't worry. Oh, he got full healed. He got his health back, bro. Oh, hell no.
Guys, I'm ulting.
Get back on point before they take it. It's mine.
I'm getting cooked by Star-Lord. He fucking chased me down the hole.
Bro, I'm trying to drink your Roxy alive, bro.
I fucking bubbled tea.
You bubbled
You bubble tea, bro? What are you? What are we talking about now, bro?
God damn, dude, they just fucking have every ult in the game right now.
Friggin' me trying to protect Roxy and then Sensen just missing his bubble on me.
Hella, please, hella, bro. I can't.
No, I was about to ult. I was supposed to ult. I had my ult, but then I died.
Yeah, you guys were inside each other. I couldn't fucking hit Roxy.
Huh?
Okay,
Inside each other.
Okay, we don't talk about that.
Fucking inside each other, you couldn't hit, bro. What the fuck, bro? It's occupied already.
What is our Spider-Man doing?
We can't heal you.
Bro, what is Spider-Man begging heals for, bro?
I'm ulting.
He's dying.
Okay.
Guys, I have a. Okay, I'm dead.
Caps behind us. Iron Fist behind us.
Okay, I'm switching to another tank.
Bro, please. Bro,
Okay, both
please.
healers are dead.
Iron Fist is dead. Cap is still alive somewhere. Oh, never mind. Okay, thank you. Star-Lord's over here then.
Are
you winning, son?
Where's our Spider-Man? Oh, he's
Somehow we have one round on them.
At Gambit, please. That's a Star-Lord's name.
Yeah.
Just noticed we talked about it.
Yes, I just noticed. I don't listen to you people.
Yeah, that explains a lot, actually.
Friggin'.
Oh, hell
I know
no.
what I gotta do, bro. Like, I don't gotta listen to anyone.
Get motion, please. Get the cap. He's low. He's dead. Get this. Oh, get the fucking cheaper town hall.
Bro, once he was so low, he got.
I know. He got the bubble. He got the cloak and dagger back. No, not the ult, dude. Fuck, I'm gonna die here. I'm running.
Bro, I'm running. No, they follow us, bro.
Oh, he broke my beacon? Fuck.
Guys, we have to kill that Iron Fist.
I'm getting chased by, as we speak. Holy fuck, bro. No, he got
three
my ass.
melee characters. My fucking shield don't do shit.
Yo. That's why I was thinking about going strange, but that's why I didn't go like too many. It's not gonna do anything.
Maybe rogue?
But I have to stay fucking Magneto for damn Star-Lord ult.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
The only way you can switch
Who
that.
needs healing?
Guys, I need help over
Our
here.
thing.
They freaking.
What?
Yeah, they went through the portal. Like they came through the portal.
Captain died. Never mind, he's running away. Did you go back to the portal? Oh shit, you did.
Yeah, I went back. I'm here with Sensen.
Yeah, I'm here. 3 seconds on the beacon. Don't die, please.
And it's dead.
Me and the hell are
The beacon's back. I'm healing our tanks. That's it. That's all I'm doing right now.
I'm trying to kill the freaking.
They broke my beacon.
I'm trying to kill the freaking dagger.
Hey, you ult first, please. Bro, who's fucking trying to kill me, bro?
What the fuck?
Venom died.
Captain really low.
Who's left?
Iron Fist. He's so low. He went through the
You
portal.
took the portal. Cat back. Cap dead. Nice. I have my
Why is
ult.
point not going up? That motherfucker.
I guess heal.
Okay, we have. We're gonna have hopefully 4 ults by that time. They're
Dude,
fully
guys,
back.
remember the Iron Fist is still alive.
Yeah, I have my ult if we need it. I just
There you go, man.
try not to fucking get kicked, bro. I'm gonna put my beacon down real quick. Pray they don't break that.
Iron Fist is coming around. He's going for your beacon. Take it down. He's going for your beacon.
I'm dead. Fuck.
Tell me you have ult.
I don't have ult. That motherfucker got it way faster than I did.
I'm dead.
Please hold it down.
I did, yeah.
Please hold it down.
I'm on the point.
I'm running as
Trying to kill
fast
the
as
Invis.
possible, bro.
No Invis ulted.
Damn.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Please live.
Don't worry, Spider-Man will live.
I'm not living. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, bro? What do you mean?
I mean, hope is not lost, bro. Hope is not lost.
Oh, Cloak Dagger.
Oh, hope might be lost now. Fuck. Fuck.
Well, it's not annoying. I'm dead. Oh my god, that Iron Fist will last so long.
Yeah. Spider-Man. Bro, there's no way.
Come on. Oh my god.
We lost Hella.
I'm dead. Spider-Man's not staying anywhere I can hit him. Okay.
I'm almost through the fucking portal. Everybody's dead? Oh, fuck.
What portal?
I'm on point.
No, the portal on the map, bro. What do you mean, what portal, dude?
I'm also on point.
I'm here. I'm trying to heal you. Iron Fist is touching me in the fucking inappropriate places. I'm gonna die here. Fuck, I died here.
Oh my god, Captain.
Roxy almost has ult. Roxy, take the portal to the left. Turn left.
That portal goes underground.
No, it doesn't. Go.
Oh no.
Fuck.
Sorry, I thought that was the portal that goes underground.
No, there's no portal that goes
the portal
underground.
on the ground is the one on the point.
Oh,
Close.
What the hell?
Close.
There's no reason we should have held that long, though.
No, genuinely not,
Either
bro.
way, I don't think I would have made it, even because the person died. I couldn't get on point.
You might have if you could heal and get your ult charge faster. You might have.
Yeah, if I could heal. But they died right when I went to the portal.
I mean, even healing yourself in the bubble will get you ult charge.
Get ready.
But yeah, okay.
Just
You know,
spamming it.
you live and you learn, you know?
I'm just ignoring it.
Now you know the portal's there. Please remember that for the future. That's the portal I'm always yelling
Here's
about
the
on
thing.
this map.
I knew the portal was there. I just forgot where it went.
Yeah. Well,
This-
it happens. It
That's what I mean.
happens.
I apologize. I apologize. Are you winning something? No, ice? No. No. The answer is no.
That was so
Just
long
gonna ping
ago.
it. Are you guys all gonna ping? Okay. Just keep pinging, I guess.
Nobody else is pinging it except him.
No, the Punisher is. And now man.
Yeah, the Punisher and the Spidey are the ones doing it.
Mine's a custom.
Oh, Sun did too.
Yeah, someone's behind us.
At least his assist, please, okay?
Oh, guys, we got a cheaper town hall. Get him, he's so low!
Venom backline.
Oh my god, no.
I can't save everybody from that one.
Fuck.
Guys, I'm on point.
How did he have that again? Didn't he just use it at the end? That's fucking insane.
That was a long ending, bro.
Iron Fist was really low.
Yeah, he ran into the health pack.
Guys, Iron Fist is here!
Caps on me. Oh fuck.
Same with Star-Lord.
Star-Lord dead.
That's my Punisher, bro.
Again.
Oh, I'm dead.
Captain dead. Oh yeah, Spidey, kill him. Spidey, kill him. Spidey, then he kill him.
Ooh. You got him, you got him, you got him, you got him.
You got him. You got him in the end. Okay, Mamu has all
Someone's behind us, someone's behind us,
I
Venom.
can hear that guy's fat fucking feet.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just, oh lord.
Yeah, the Punisher's pushing too much.
Guys, we're just trying to win. I can't lose this.
Hold it down. Venom's 1 point. Venom's doing some evasive maneuvers. He's one shot. Nice. I don't know if that ult was necessary from the Spider-Man, but we'll take it.
Who's on the point? Oh,
Star-Lord,
Captain.
This Cap, if he's not back anymore. I don't know if Spider-Man's in my beacon range. Unfortunately
I'm
for
back.
him.
I'm saying I'm sorry. I've just been so focused because I can't lose. I cannot lose this. We cannot be losing. We've lost too much. We've lost too much. Okay.
We've gone so far.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Captain and Star-Lord over here. Star-Lord's pretty low.
That invis, no, that Cloak and Dagger is really low. There we go. I was just hitting her with
No.
my dagger. Oh, on point?
I'm ulting on point. Just back from that. Cap on point, cap on point. Cap running, cap low.
Cap low. Nice.
Get Venom. Nice. Get Star-Lord. He's running
Why
back
are you
to...
paying for heals? You're full! You are full!
Cheaper Town Hall.
Alright.
Cheaper Town Hall?
They're all maxing.
Oh my god, the ults. Oh, the ults.
All maxing like crazy.
If they didn't have the fucking stupid ass
Keeping our
healer
Punisher
ult, we would
alive.
have been
Keeping our
fine.
Punisher alive. No, he's dead.
Cap's chasing me. Cap's chasing me.
I'm multi on point.
Okay. That's all I need to hear.
Invis is dead. Invis is dead.
Iron Fist is so low.
I'm dead. Fuck. Iron Fist is so low.
Well, I'm not winning this.
Nice pull.
Winning this fight, bro.
I am dying to this Cap and Iron Fist. Okay, I'm dead. It's up to you.
Fuck. Sorry.
Okay, go. No. Let's
Fucking explode.
go back, guys.
No. Oh my god, bro. Fuck. Regroup for sure, bro. You need to kill these fucking DPS that are poking us too much, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking Star-Lord and Iron Fist, man.
I can't see Group.
I got him.
No. Go in there. Ooh, okay.
Kill him, Spidey. Kill him. Oh no, he got healed.
Oh, you guys are way too fucking far away now.
I'm far.
I'm just
Yeah.
dead. I'm just dead. We got point. Okay, they're
I think I'm with you.
It's up to you.
I'm trying.
Build ult. What happened to her?
Of course, I just fucking start lagging.
Oh my god, again?
Hold on, just stand point. I have my ult. He can die. We can get this right now. They don't have anybody that can make it. Oh my god, dude.
Oh my gosh, we won. Y'all need to regroup. Yes. We did. Oh,
Jesus Christ, man.
that's so dumb. That's so dumb.
That's why they call me the greatest rocket of all time.
Yeah, that invis was too easy. I think I killed her like twice.
18 deaths on that invis is crazy, bro. Holy.
I only got 20.
I only got 20? Every time we win, I only get 20.
Yeah, I only got 23 that round. Yeah. We didn't get that much that round.
3 wins and they're all 20.
At least it's wins, you know?
Yeah.
Yay, I'm a 60 out of 100.
I'm at 11 out of 100.
Do we play another one or?
Gotta go watch them first if we do. So I will do that.
Okay. I'm sorry, T.
Why are you apologizing now? You should have. Why are you apologizing?
I should have apologized earlier when we started.
Earlier, like the first thing you should have said was, "Sorry, T, but I need you with me to play rank." Not, "T, you're gonna play rank." That should have been the first thing you should have said. "Sorry, T, but I need you."
Oh my gosh. See, this is. I can't. No, my god. Of course you want another round when you're. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If you say shit, it jinxes it. Oh, now I've been jinxed. I've been jinxed, guys.
Guys, I can't stay in plot. You guys have any idea how much it took to me for us to get to die?
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom actually.
Okay, I'm ready to win, guys.
Listen, this has to be the last game. Like, whether we win or lose.
Nothing's forcing you to stay here, you know that, right?
I'm aware.
Okay.
Nah, actually has to be last round. Because I do have work tomorrow. Even though it's the last day. Plus,
Last
my
day of abusing
controller
kids.
is at... My controller is at 10%.
Yeah, plug in your controller, bro.
No. It's... I don't know why it doesn't work.
Okay, I guess you're gone then.
Like, I can play on keyboard, but it's not gonna be the same.
You don't have a wire for your
It's not-
controller, bro? You can't, like, charge your controller as you're using it?
No, like, you know how I have the battery, the rechargeable battery. So for some reason I can recharge it through the battery, but if I connect the cable to the controller directly, it doesn't charge. So the controller's like charge connector thing is busted.
I see.
You don't have like 2 batteries, one on the charger all the time, and just switch them out?
I used to, but the other battery's fucked. Now, like, I've been practicing and playing on keyboard, but I'm not gonna risk rank with keyboard.
Fair enough, man.
How the fuck do I have 87 lattice and 12 units?
87 lattice and
Okay, guys.
12 units.
Tomorrow, do we want to play like Gamble with Friends or Repo?
You're hella bored, bro.
You know, something.
I'm down to play
I'm
fucking
broke as
super
shit.
chameleon or whatever. Repo.
Super
Yeah, the
chameleon.
chameleon game. Wait, T left? What
Yeah,
the fuck?
chameleon game, bro.
My controller's at 10% of battery. I'm sorry, I gotta go.
Use keyboard. Use keyboard.
Do you really want to risk it? Do you really want to risk it?
Then use the tip.
Honestly, T, with the teammates we've had, you and keyboard's probably not that big of a difference, bro, compared to these fucking shooters we've had on the team. But hey, if you don't want to play, we're not gonna force you to play.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, don't worry about it. Either way, you have work tomorrow, right? You have to wake up. Last day of work.
I mean,
right?
yeah, you guys also have work tomorrow. So
Yeah, I work from home. You have to actually get
I do
out
not have
and play
school
with
tomorrow, so we're
kids.
good.
Bro,
Yeah,
shit,
this
you're
guy's
right.
not in class yet.
I know I had
Holy
class
shit,
today, but I don't have class tomorrow.
I gotta walk from my house to like
the
work.
GOP.
Oh,
Not the JOB, bro. Bro.
Wait, so are we playing tomorrow?
So you guys So you guys can play the chameleon game. Then you can play Gamble with Friends if you want.
I don't have that.
Because yeah, a lot of people don't have.
I don't have
Chameleon,
that
and some
either.
People don't have Gamble with Friends.
You have that, T?
I thought you guys had Gamble with Friends.
Yeah,
So how
I have.
Yeah, only
Friends.
YouTube have it then.
I don't have chameleon. I don't like the game.
No,
so
no,
I'm
you
not-
only you two have Gamble with Friends. You and Roxy have that.
I want to get it.
And then me, Sensen, and Roxy have the chameleon game.
We all
you
have
know.
Repo though.
We all have
Yes,
Repo.
let's
We also
always
have the
Repo.
yeah, Loki. I'm trying to play more Green Rod. That game Loki kind of looked fun.
Make sure you guys go buy W. Use code IronUnity.
Because we didn't play that game
dummy.
properly, you know.
Dude, I have
Since I'm trying
freaking
to make
some
money.
games here.
Actually, wait, Unity, you can't say that. It's a collab stream. You're not allowed to say. You're not allowed to advertise yourself in collab.
Didn't he already do it? It's too late,
I
bro.
know, but now you know for next time.
Madmoon
Nope,
doesn't mind.
nope.
Madmoon, do you
Nope.
mind?
Nope.
Yeah, you giving me a cut of the revenue you get for that, or what's going on here?
Yeah, duh, obviously.
The mods, can we ban Unity from the chat real quick?
You know what? I'm gonna go unfollow Madmoon now.
Fucking my mods are fucking not here, bro.
You know what's funny?
Mods showed up for 5 minutes, fucking dipped out, bro.
Okay, do we play one more game or do we just wait for Wednesday?
Thank you for following.
Play
Oh,
on-
thank you for
Yeah,
following, bro.
nah. T, you can also
Yeah,
play with
apparently
us
I
on
wasn't
Wednesday because tomorrow's
You weren't
the
even
last
following
day
me in the
of
first
work.
place.
Oh my god! No,
That's
it
actually
works
funnier.
out. It works out. It works out. All four of us can play on Wednesday because T doesn't have work. He's literally done his job.
No,
Bad
you
news.
know, I have work. I have work on Wednesday.
No,
What do you mean? I have,
no, you don't.
I work
No, you
on-
don't. Tomorrow's your last day, bitch. Tomorrow's the last
What
day.
about-
Don't even
what about
fucking lie.
me?
Don't even fucking lie. We're playing ranked.
When am I gonna get my turn to play?
When you get a PC?
When you get better.
Oh. Yeah, you can't play Marvel Rebels on the
W.
laptop, right?
Okay, yeah. I guess that's it.
I can.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. Yeah, you can play Rivals.
Yours barely runs it. I don't want to hear shit. You're struggling.
Bro, this guy got sent to the fucking Shadow Realm like a couple games ago, bro. Let's be real here.
One game he got sent to the Shadow Realm, and then he got
And
kicked out
end
of
on a
the
W?
group. But yeah, what are we doing? What are we gonna do? Me and my friends planning out how we're going to spend our weekend. Be like, oh yeah, it's July 4th for you guys, right?
Yes.
The fuck is that?
I think he was referring to how we're trying to plan our weekends, aka plan our streams, aka plan our gamings.
Oh.
I don't think that actually specifically had anything to do with the holiday.
Well, I thought it was, July 4th. 250th birthday of America's independence,
Yeah, all that. All
I mean, I'm
that.
2 and 3 right now, so.
Taking 3 trouble letters.
No,
I
we
got
ended
2 wins,
there.
3 losses.
Wait, actually, that Memo, how many times have we lost? Could you?
A lot.
How many times have we lost?
Shut the fuck up, you bitch!
I think
Shut the fuck up.
it's still 6.
What's
It's
the
still
win
6.
and loss?
It's still
No,
6.
win and loss rate.
3 wins
What
to
is
6 losses.
3 wins? Only
Damn,
3
like
wins?
I said, a lot.
Yeah.
Like I said, a
3
lot.
wins?
Yeah.
Why do you want to play ranked so
3
badly?
wins,
Do you-
and 2 of them were with me here.
Do you want me to tell you that in terms of the elo that I lost, or what? Plus 60 plus 60 minus 144.
And these like some of my worst games, bro.
I'm still waiting in line for my fucking stadium.
Unity, you say why do I want to play rank so badly? Why do you play rank in Overwatch?
Do I shit on people? The difference. Here's the difference. Here's the
That's
difference.
your reason. I
shit on people. You get shit
Bro
on.
got the scat fetish.
Listen, like the difference is the fact that Overwatch is giving him a character that he does not need the skill whatsoever.
Yeah. Right. You know what, Unity? You keep saying we get shit on. Last time I checked, have you even made it to diamond? Have you even made it out of gold?
Ooh.
In Rivals?
That's crazy.
You made it out of
dude.
gold, so you made it to plat?
Yes.
When?
He plays on console. Does it even count?
Are your accounts even linked on? I can't even check your console stats, bro.
You can. They can. They should be linked.
It's not linked, bro. The career highest is looking like a silver 2 on my screen, bro.
I don't think it does.
Guys, don't be mean to Unity.
It's
Not
only
being
on
mean,
console.
bro.
He's never played on his PC. Yeah.
Don't you start in silver? What the fuck?
Nah, you'd be surprised. Like when I used to play in console, I used to
they're
get
not
way more
linked.
dives than I get non-PC.
Yeah, no, they're not linked. My Xbox and my PC accounts are not linked.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
You can get your skin stick crossover, bro.
I honestly don't care.
But you play Rivals on your console, so you're still in
And the
silver.
laptop.
You play more on your console than on a laptop.
Yeah.
But you're still
I
silver.
play more than on one.
Oh, you don't play
guys,
rank.
I'm
You don't play
playing
rank though.
console.
You don't play
Okay,
rank
then,
on either. When's the last time you played rank though? That's the real question, I guess.
yeah. When was the last time?
Gold is a nightmare for gold players trying to rank up.
Gold
It
players
is,
trying to
it
rank
is.
up. Trying to
Dude.
get out gold is hard.
Gold was like the easiest
When are we
fucking
gonna,
rank I
when are we
played
gonna
in.
play fucking
Honestly, Loki,
Stadium?
Platinum's probably the easiest one to get out of. Gold and silver, kind of hell. Diamond, hell. Grandmaster, don't even bother, bro. You're gonna get like a bunch of Smurfs in that game,
That
bro.
was hella easy to get out of.
Plat is genuinely the easiest one to get out. Once you get into Plat, it's so easy to get out of Plat.
When are we gonna play fucking Stadium?
Stadium.
Overwatch
Let's
is
talk about
ass.
Overwatch.
I know he's talking about Overwatch. That's the problem, bro.
I know, right? We're playing Rivals and he's talking about Overwatch.
Why do you guys hate me so much?
Not you. It's not you. It's just Overwatch, bro.
You. It's
We
literally
literally
Overwatch.
said Overwatch like 4 times, bro.
Bro, let me know when they add a character that can make a fucking portal. Then I'll play Overwatch again. Like, bro, playing Overwatch and not having the ability to portal at the last minute of the game is so like it's so detrimental to my fucking well-being. Like, bro, what's the point, bro? They have 8 minutes to fucking move this point fucking 5 meters, bro. What am I even playing for?
God damn. God damn.
All I'm hearing is skill issue. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, exactly. Skill issue, bro. Give me the fucking portal, bro.
Freaking all I'm hearing is skill issue, bro. How's it possible? Unity can make it. How can you not, bro?
Bro, I don't like Overwatch, bro. It's
Unity's playing one of the most mobile characters in the game.
Yo, I don't care what he plays. The fact he can still play it.
Listen, bro. Give Overwatch characters some swag. Maybe I'll hop on, bro. These guys got no swag on the characters, bro.
A lot of them do. Hold on. The last time we played Overwatch, I got shoved onto tank and was still shitting on people.
It's shoved onto
That's
tank,
not what
bro.
we were talking about. What the fuck?
I know. I'm just saying. No, because
Okay,
ago,
but
someone
that's
was
not-
saying about me only playing fucking DPS.
That's in Rivals, isn't it?
Oh, that was Steve.
yeah, because
I thought that was about Rivals.
listen, no. Listen.
Yeah, that was
What's
about
you-
Rivals.
You gotta
What's it about?
understand something. What's Roxy and Unity, both
Mhm.
of you are Unity mostly plays DPS and Roxy mostly plays support. There's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that you two try and convince people that you know how to play different roles, and no.
Here's the
Can
thing,
you
though.
play
Here's the thing,
them?
though.
Maybe. Do you know how
Here's the
to?
thing, though.
No.
Here's the thing, though. Because if I mainly play DPS. But if I have to tank, I'm gonna play a good ass fucking tank. You can't say I don't play a good ass fucking tank.
You know what I will say.
This is when the passive aggressive
talking-
remarks about each other's gameplay
Like-
starts, bro.
Like we're
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about
for
the
sure.
fact that I don't even allow, like when we used to play with Scarab, I didn't even like Scarab playing tank, and she plays tank. Talking about the fact that every time Mamu win tank, I will automatically pick tank to make me like go tank. And you're gonna tell me that you really think I'm gonna tell
Wait,
you? You're
guys,
good,
which one
right?
looks better? Which one looks better? This one or the default? Do we
You have
want
to
the
open your
black
stream
one?
real quick. Hold on, bro. Hold
The
on.
hit thing?
Oh no, I'm talking about Emma's.
I know. I have to open
Oh,
your stream real quick. I gotta look at this thing. Hold on.
I would say
I just
in my opinion, the pink one.
the pink one.
Go back. Go. What's it? What are the
Really?
other options? Hold on.
Yeah,
I
that's my
open
opinion.
the
Black?
stream.
Or like default.
Oh, I
This
got a
is-
fucking ad, bro. Are you kidding me, bro? Fuck, I'm looking at the store myself, bro. Fuck you, dude. Fuck your ad dollars. I'm closing this tab, bro.
Oh my god,
Okay.
that messes the
Wait.
black one looks nice.
Wait, do you not get like I don't know? Every time I get an Adam Roxy stream, it like puts her window on the side so I can still see the stream, but just
Oh yeah, I didn't even
The
bother.
pink one? Okay,
it-
so we
it
have
does,
one
but I
vote
didn't
for
bother.
black, one vote for pink. Wait, no, T said pink as well. So two
Hold
votes
on, hold
for
on,
pink.
hold on.
I'm only
Is the
getting one
pink
of
like
I like the black.
I feel like the pink is more like a red than a pink though.
What skin are you looking
I do
at?
the hair
It's a
accessory,
pink.
the
It's a
heart
solid pink
necklace,
reddish,
and then the
some
pink.
red in there. You want the
Also,
necklace?
I
You
like
talking about the
to
beach
keep
skin?
them long enough.
Swimsuit skin?
I'll tell you
Yeah,
guys later.
I'm
Um,
I
not
was
fan
told
without
that
the
Unity
hat.
plays Ultimate Marvel versus Capcom 3.
No,
You
no,
want
no.
Kashi's hands? You want Kashi's hands? Kashi's hands, bitch. You want Kashi's
I
hands?
like the
We're still
hat.
discussing this, guys. Which one is better? Madman, what's your opinion?
Black.
Well,
I
what are my
know.
options? Black or pink? Are those the options?
Yeah,
Listen,
I'm only gonna get
always
one of
bet-
them.
What accessories are
bet
you
on
picking
black,
though? That's the real question.
Well, whatever. I want to keep the hat, so the hat is gonna stay. The crystals, it's really
It's
about which
already
one
bad.
I choose.
It's
I don't
already
really care.
bad. All three colors bad because you have the hat on.
The hat, it's nice. What the fuck? Wait a minute. What the fuck?
Bro, why
Yeah,
do you wanna add
personally,
the
I'd go with the
hat, dude?
glasses, but that's just me.
Yeah,
I
like,
hate the glasses.
I
now.
do
You
the
hate
hair
the
accessory
glasses?
as-
Oh, that's yeah,
I go
okay.
with the
The
hair,
accessory
the
in the
heart
back.
necklace, and then the pink one.
You are okay. Honestly,
why are we even listening to Roxy trying to like dress up Emma Frost?
yeah, bro. This is not Infinity Nikki, bro.
Yeah.
Look at Infinity Emma, bro. What is this gameplay? Holy.
I wish you could turn off the accessories but keep like the animation on the side.
I like the hair
I'll be
thing with
honest,
the
yeah,
X
I don't really
necklace.
need the necklace. I'd rather just have it, no necklace.
No
Hat's
necklace.
nice. Yeah, no necklace.
I mean, the default necklace is okay because it kind of like
the default
lines
is
up with the
fine,
with like the middle of the bra or whatever
Yeah,
the
the chain of
the middle
of
part.
the
Yeah.
suit. Yeah.
The other ones
it
don't
is
really
connected.
do
It's
that.
not a necklace. It's like part of it.
Yeah, but I mean, the other
Oh,
ones
it's
aren't
part of
connected. You
it?
know,
Oh.
it is a part of it, but it's
Yo,
like chained
does anyone
together.
here play Dragon Ball Fighters?
Oh, okay. This one's nice. I think the black one's what I'm gonna end up going with.
Oh, there's no way you still.
What do you mean? Just said
Freaking
me,
pick
bro.
one.
What does that even mean, bro? What did you say me for?
I'm assuming he answered me. That's my assumption.
Oh,
don't-
that man. Yeah.
What was the
that
question,
man.
bro? What was the question?
Capcom. Who
someone-
plays Capcom?
Oh, who plays?
If-
Okay, yeah.
No, my question was who plays Dragon Ball Fighters?
Dragon
Oh,
Ball
Dragon Ball
Fighters.
Fighters. Oh, I have apologies. I heard Capcom. I swear to God.
No, I was asking Unity if he played Ultimate Marvel versus Capcom 3.
Oh.
I was asking him.
Okay. There we go. That's what we're gonna stick
Did you
with.
pick? Did you pick it?
Yeah, the black one.
Are we
Yeah,
still
I
playing?
haven't played
Default
it, but I
everything
don't.
else.
Are we still playing ranked,
actively
or
play
are
it.
we done here?
Yo,
Did we finish?
that
I
man,
think we
if
should
you
finish for the night.
well, the fact that you do play
I think the
Dragon
hair
Ball,
thing also changes if you pick out a
have
different. Really?
No. The hair thing is actually maybe the
What
earrings
the hair
change. Do the
thing?
earrings change?
I'ma
Do the earrings
pull
match
out
the necklace?
Ultra Instinct on your.
Like, do the earrings
Wait,
match
so
the
this
necklace?
hair thing? Does it match the necklace?
I don't know. I don't know why I keep
Oh,
focusing
I
on
think
the
the
wrong
color.
part.
No, it stays the same. Nope.
No, the
stays
earrings
same.
changed
Oh,
with the
yeah.
necklace.
Yeah, the earrings
Oh,
change with the
yeah,
necklace.
the earrings are
With the accessory,
necklace,
yeah. With the accessory, yeah. They change.
It's the necklace and earrings together.
Dragon Ball fucking
really?
fighting is not crossplay.
Bruh.
You see that, man? You need a PC. You see?
Wait. Oh
You
yeah.
see? Do you see?
I mean,
Bro,
dude,
he's
if
gonna
you
have to
a
buy the
Switch,
game
I can
twice
play
then,
on-
bro. Like, yo, come on, man.
If you have it in Switch, I can play it on Switch, bro. I can play it on Switch.
Wow, Switch. Goddamn.
I have it on Switch, bro.
Give me a couple months.
Give me a couple months.
Goddamn. Okay, no. I'm ending it there though. Okay, that's it for me, guys.
Crazy Roxy demanding people to buy PCs.
Yeah.
Someone clip
That's
that.
that's
you know,
crazy, dude. W entitlement.
Fuck for these. Oh my.
All right, man. Launch it up, bro.
Anyways.
Yeah. I was waiting for you to give me the word, bro.
Anyways, thank
The
you.
grind
guys so
don't
much for
stop, bro.
coming. I appreciate it.
Well, the grind stops for me. That's for sure.
I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Night night.
God damn, bro. From all plats to all diamond.
We got a couple plats in here. 3 of them to be exact, including you.
Bro, I'm gonna cry. Like straight up, if I don't make it to diamond, I'm gonna cry. I will cry.
Yeah, well, look at Roxy. Look at what Roxy did to you, bro.
What did I do? What did I do?
Oh shit! Like we almost
Oh,
spent
shit.
an entire month trying to claim out a plat.
4 supports. What the fuck going
Yeah,
on
that's,
here, bro?
that's because we didn't play. We didn't even play that much though, to be honest with you. It's because we were playing so inconsistently and whatever shit. Like, yeah.
I mean,
I
yeah, but
played for
you
2
played
days
with
and got diamond.
you
Y'all
played
were
you know a bunch of
Doing some
you know
weird stuff.
you played with the Step Bro group. You played with the us group. Played with the us in different quantities group. Us with Step Bro group. You know.
Actually, no, wait. Actually, I can retire, bro. I can retire. Freaking Roxy has different groups to play with. I can't. I
Nope.
can't.
Bro, T, bro, do you hear what she was talking about when you had like 2 days of freedom, bro? You hear the type of shit she was saying on stream,
I'm
bro?
pretty sure it was 3 days.
No, I didn't hear it. What?
It was what was it, yesterday? This
I believe so.
Yeah, yesterday, because like you didn't play on the day she didn't stream, and then the day after she played like ranked with Step Bro and his friends. And she's like, yo, T's free, bro. He's having too much freedom and shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Too much freedom is crazy.
Yo, she did that on purpose, bro.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Tell me,
I was just moving people to a bigger.
Yeah.
Dude, we got 3 support mains on our fucking team.
3 support.
No, honestly,
And Madman.
Yesterday
flex,
I
I'm a
was playing
flex.
something else, and the next day after that I was playing something else, and day after that I didn't not touch or watch revivals.
Yeah, Roxy's GPU has got some issues, so you know, you got spared that day.
I've been playing fucking Minecraft,
Oh
bro.
yeah. Oh my god. GPU. Goddamn. Guys, goddamn. Oh, that reminds me. I should update.
You should update.
Yeah, I streamed rivals. Nothing happened.
Minecraft and Mecha Chameleon.
Oh yeah. You make sure you let them know your GPU is not fucking struggling.
Yep.
Yo, I haven't updated Subnautica.
It's. I don't think it was. It wasn't.
I mean, you told me there was an update. I haven't updated since the last time we played.
Also, no, I'm gonna keep my thoughts to myself.
No.
Well, I was gonna choose the thought wins.
You can say whatever you want.
Okay.
God damn, guys, how we lose so much?
Teammates.
Name names, bro.
Random.
Name names.
Oh, well. King Diabetes.
King Diabetes was good, bro.
Yeah, we actually won because of him. He was just annoying.
Don't disrespect our Spider-Man, bro.
Got 26 final hits. We can't complain about him. We literally cannot.
You know who we can complain about? Who was that one motherfucker who fucking took my Thor from me, bro? That guy? Mexican can't, bro? Yeah, fuck that guy, bro. Holy.
Mexican can't. I was literally about to say I went into that game. I'm like, oh yeah, there's that one game I got over 50,000 healing. The next best healer on our team got 14,981. That's what we were playing, guys. those are the two people we had on our teams. And then there was the game that we really should discuss.
We had some bad games.
Also, Rocky, I gotta ask you, when are we playing Power World?
Whenever the 1.1 update comes out, July 10th is when the full game comes out.
Yep. So we're thinking about that.
You see the devs were like, yo, you see what the devs said about the update? They're like, yo, anybody who has a world already, you should probably want to make a new world for this update. So ideally, good time to restart the game.
There's no way that hit me, dude. Fuck off. How do we not have a single fucking kill? What the hell is going on?
Oh, I might spectate.
I'm going triple support.
How do I spectate?
Just watch my stream, bro.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're streaming still.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy, dude.
How can you forget mad when it's streaming, dude?
I don't even think the heals are the problem. We just need someone on their fucking team to die.
I know. It's our DP. Why did you guys switch from Namor to Scarlet, bro? Who's that helping? Fucking Magic in the backline, bro. We needed the Namor for that.
You know how we can win rank? We can win rank if I stay as a DPS.
Bro.
Fuck tank, bro.
The golden rule, bro. I don't know if you were there when I said this shit to like Step Bro and Roxy, bro. We need one DPS, one tank, and one support in the VC at all times.
But we did have that in all times.
No, we need to communicate in the VC as in like participating in the conversation, bro.
Okay, but I've been literally playing all three roles. Like I've been switching from tank from DPS.
You can't say that because there was that one game where Mexican Cat, remember Mexican Cat fucked us over, and we were literally all one role.
Yeah, we didn't have a tank. I don't think we had a solid tank that game. And that was the game we didn't have sense in. We didn't have sense in that game.
Like if I go tank and I'm with
Fire
a
ice
random,
bullet. I don't know if I read that late, but
if I go as a support and I'm with a random, I'm picking up the slack as a support. When I went DPS, I had to do double.
The problem is that when you go support, sometimes you have to do support DPS.
Oh my god, no. But there's that game that T was DPS, but then our other DPS sucked, so we had to be 2 DPSs.
Yeah, when he was the fucking Punisher and he had like fucking like 30 final hits, bro.
But then he also had so many deaths.
Yeah, dude, because I can survive that, bro. Like the only Punisher.
Where the fuck is my team, bro? It's just me and Sensei.
Yeah,
oh, okay, hold on. Motion detected.
Like the only reason I even touch support is because I know Roxy will just heal and only do damage when she needs to, but I have to do both. Because
Where the fuck is everybody at? The motherfucker's just standing in the door and no one's shooting at him.
Sorry, the magic came back.
You make it sound like I don't try and do damage. The moment I start to do damage, everyone
Portal?
dies if we have a random. And even if I do damage, you know how many times I hear complaints? Oh, our closest DPS.
Roxy.
I just saw you go through that portal.
Sometimes you just gotta ignore the randoms that are DPS on the team.
I literally just said that you only do healing unless you only do damage when you need to. What's wrong with that? That's how you play.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys had an argument at the beginning of the stream for no reason, bro.
I didn't argue.
No, I know, but she just got.
You make it sound like I don't do damage when I should be doing damage. Whatever shit.
That's not even what he. Okay, that's not what he said though. That's not what he meant, bro.
I'm making it sound like that when I'm saying exactly what she does. And she's agreeing with me, but in her mind, oh hey, you're making it sound like I'm shit. I don't do this. I don't do that.
I mean, okay, like in the most basic terms, like obviously we all agree that 95% of Roxy's like ranked gameplay is as a strategist, like that. Nobody's denying that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But sometimes she does do more damage than a lot of other supports do.
I can do shit.
But like that, obviously it doesn't account for the fact that our DPS are usually just ass when we play this game, bro.
Oh yeah, the amount of times I do more damage in the DPS if I play white bosses.
Fucking stupid shit, dude.
Why do we have an Iron Man, bro? They have a Hawkeye?
I'm gonna leave. Bye.
Oh yeah, have fun with the kids. Don't hurt them. Make sure they're alive at the end.
Hold up, that's weird.
It's coming to camp on Friday.
Oh, you have a camp on Friday? What the fuck?
I thought you were done work, bro.
Oh, you're done.
Nah, just have these 2 days. That's it. These 2 days just like picking up like the stuff that's important instead of.
Okay. Have fun. Enjoy. Wait, what are we doing tomorrow before you go? Repo?
Oh my fucking god.
I'm asking if you want to play Repo.
It doesn't matter what I want.
I'm down to play. I'm down to play Repo. Loki, I've been wanting to play Repo for a minute.
Y'all make it sound like I'm a dictator. I swear to God.
So what?
As opposed to what, dude?
What did I say?
The queen, bro?
Anything but Overwatch, bro. Fuck that game.
Who's asking you guys
It's either you're a monarch or you're a dictator, bro. Pick one, man.
Like, am I wrong? It doesn't matter what I decide. Like, if
yes,
you
it does. I asked you so
play
many
it.
times. Oh, hey, what do you want to play? So I actually want to hear your fucking opinion, your suggestion. What do you want to do? I will take that into consideration.
My opinion doesn't matter.
It does to me.
All right, guys.
Bro, one freaking night that I don't have an argument with Roxy.
You see, this guy makes an argument over me wanting his opinion. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
An argument. You're the one insisting that I have to give him an opinion.
I'm just asking what your opinion is, and he
Yeah, no fucking.
No fucking way, dude.
in my opinion, doesn't matter.
We can win this. We can win this. We can win this.
You're making you're thinking about. I'm literally just saying, hey, it doesn't matter, you know. Just pick whatever you want.
Why are you guys going triple support?
Motherfucker said be raw.
The right heroes
I'm
can
gonna
make
switch to
all the
Thor.
difference.
I'm gonna switch to Thor. Can Roxy
Why
not
are you
play?
playing? Why are you playing triple support? I was just confused about that.
Listen,
It happened, alright? It just happened.
it just happened. I had to pick up the slack, you know.
With the 5,000 healing?
Yeah, dude.
Nah, anyways, whatever.
Okay, we're
you
playing
pick,
Repo. We're playing Repo tomorrow, since your opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay.
I hate this man.
What?
Gotta take him off the map.
Do you want me to like say no, bro? My opinion does matter.
See, here's the thing. We might need that portal.
I just want to hear your opinion. That's it.
Bro, it doesn't matter. My opinion don't matter.
Motherfucker's discriminating my rockets healing when I have 16 assists, bro. They don't even like respect me at all, man. They don't know I'm the greatest rocket of all time.
I don't respect you, yeah. Anyway, see, I'll leave you alone. Go sleep. You need your sleep to deal with the kids tomorrow.
There's no kids.
Oh.
Go deal with them anyway.
What the fucking memory of...
Wait, what are you
like-
doing? What are you
I
doing?
have no
again?
idea. Like today we were supposed. I mean, yesterday we were supposed to like pick up the things that we left, clean them up, and then just like organize them. But I had to go like on my lunch break to like go do something about the university that they messed up, and I still not ended up going because the freaking website was down, so I couldn't do anything.
What the fuck?
So yeah, today I wasted a day.
Doing nothing?
And yeah, and tomorrow I'm assuming like they already did everything today, so I'm assuming like I don't know, I'll do nothing, I guess.
Oh,
just,
okay. Well, I hope you enjoy doing nothing. But
I don't.
You get paid for it, right?
Yeah, unless I don't sign, yes, but yeah.
No! Oh my fucking... God, bro. Are you fucking for real?
I might like. I'm starting to think I might as well just take my freaking Xbox to and just play.
Don't you have a Switch? Just take your Switch.
You can take a Switch as well, but the Switch can't run freaking Genshin Impact or Warzone or like freaking Warframe. Like, what am I gonna play on the Switch? Mario Kart, Mario, and Smash.
Yeah. Go play that. What's wrong with playing those games?
I really like Smash Bros is not fun without people. Same goes for
Well,
Mario
Kart Do you not play on like, do you play on local?
You don't got more than like
How
a
does that
couple.
always hit me, bro? There's no way.
Like, you can only play on local if other people.
I hold
are
the shield up and it just doesn't fucking count.
No, Invis, you fucking
Oh, you
bitch,
don't pay for
bro.
online? Okay.
Like, I don't hardly Switch. Why am I gonna pay for something I hardly use?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing I hate
Like,
about
but that
consoles.
doesn't
Paying for
happen because
online,
I've
bro.
had a tiny fucking
I
pedal
pay
in
for
the
the
way.
family plan, but
That's-
that's because it's like
that's
we have
tough.
like a
That's
full
tough,
team
dude.
that's like $13 a year. So I'm like, okay, every once in a while when me or one of my friends want to use my shit, I have.
What I want is a Steam Deck, bro. I'm trying to buy a Steam Deck so I can just take my
Dude, they
worst
increased the price of that though. That shit's
Yeah, we gotta kill Sam Altman, bro.
I mean,
okay,
always
whoa.
been a thing.
Oh, wait, no,
Like-
that's the OpenAI guy, right?
God damn.
Yeah.
Wait, did they increase the price? I feel like it's always been
Yes,
the same.
they
Yeah.
increased the price by a lot.
Bro, even Apple increased their prices, bro. That's how you know the fucking RAM
Yeah,
industry's
even
cooked, bro.
Apple.
How much was it before?
It was like, actually, I only know Canadian prices.
$300 for the older version, right? And now it's like 500, 600.
I feel like it's always been 500 for like the cheapest version.
No.
I don't know. I only know the CAD prices. I think it was like 500 CAD, and then it became like 700 CAD or something.
Yeah.
I haven't thought it was 300 for the cheapest.
Yeah,
version.
it increased by over 40%. So the 512 gigabyte now costs 789 USD, which is 1129
What the
CAD.
fuck?
And the 1 terabyte one costs 940.
Also, how the hell did he have all again?
USD, which is $1,349 CAD.
That's why it's like,
When did I hear?
the freaking Steam doesn't reach where I live, so I would have to buy like secondhand, like new, but from a freaking other buyer, like.
Oh, okay.
And they might sell it. I've seen some people that sell it cheap.
All right, guys. These stats are about to be
All I know is the
very
freaking
revealing.
Steam Cube is like more than $1,000.
Oh, yeah, that one? That one?
Damn.
The
Undershirt, bro.
You might
16
as
and
well-
What the fuck
11.
you doing, Mad Moon? You're playing like me was.
Yo, chill. I was support for the first round, bro.
and you only got 5K.
That's fucked
Yo,
up.
chill.
Look at their
The first
rocket.
round did not last as long as the second round, bro.
Hey, they were complaining about the rocket. Oh, bye, T.
We called it a warm-up game in my book.
Yeah.
God damn, look at our Punisher. That motherfucker played
That's what I'm saying, bro. You played like 5 people,
everybody
bro.
in the damn book, bro.
Iron Man, Namor, Elsa,
only 4
Punisher,
finals?
and
What the
yeah, that's
fuck?
what I'm saying, bro.
Guys, maybe I should start playing White Fox in rank.
You should actually.
She is broken.
And then I'll play Ultron and we'll cook, bro. Holy.
Oh my
She's also like one of the only fucking supports that can.
You don't understand.
Like,
Ultron
tank
and White
just
Fox is
straight up
actually such
every
a
ult in
good
the
combo.
game.
They don't understand. If I put a drone on you and your majority healing has to do with proximity-based healing, you're just gonna be there healing them all the time.
Okay, wait, no. When you say proximity-based healing... Oh, okay.
Because if you dash to them with your
Essentially,
shift,
I can
you
teleport,
dash to them
yeah,
with your shift,
teleport.
you have the drone, so you heal them with your shift and the drone. Then if you use your melee form, you're doing passive healing around anybody around you and
Yeah,
double.
that's true.
That's why I always give
If
the I always give the
does
shield
the
to.
drone stay on me?
Yeah.
That's
Actually, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know about that one. Yeah.
When I ult, the drone
I-
stays on you, but I don't know if when you ult, the drone stays on you.
Yeah.
But either way, I mean, you'll do healing yourself if you hit someone with your ult. So
Yeah, but I was just
doesn't
like, if the
matter.
drone stays on me when I'm ulting, and
It'd be weird
because
if
my
the drone
ult
went
does-
away.
It would be weird if it went away, but then at the same time, I don't know if it does.
Like, bro.
It stays on
But
everybody
that's
else.
like even more
Like,
healing because I already do like a circle of healing with my ult, right? And so it's like that one's continuous too. I don't have to be slamming.
What is this guy
The
yapping
fuck this
about
guy
in the chat?
yapping about, bro?
Oh, someone's yapping.
Yeah, our Namor is just fucking. He's doing his best, like.
Like, bro, y'all don't like, bro. Oh my god, bro.
Yeah,
What
bro.
the fuck is he doing?
All I hear is like, bruh.
That's all
like,
he's saying,
bruh.
yo. That's all he's saying. Why do we
Okay.
ban cat? Actually, you know what? Fine, whatever. Who cares?
Like,
As long as I'm not banning my Rocket, Raccoon, or my Thor, we're good, bro.
Annoying as hell, bro.
Oh my god. Watson ban your
trying to do all that,
rocket.
bro.
That'd be crazy.
Crazy target banning, bro.
Oh,
That
they
was a real
fucking
game,
sniped
that,
Dino at the
bro,
last
like,
second.
He just be dying.
Motherfucker said GG's already, bro.
Oh god, that's what I've been saying.
Hey, as long as they're on the other team, bro, I'm happy with that.
Oh shit, Mad Moon.
Guys, do they have
Bro,
Tricky
he
Joshua?
in that
Do they have Tricky Joshua?
Bro, he be down. He be
Mad
down
Moon.
to my wee wee.
What's up, bro?
Our Elsa's the same motherfucker.
As what? As last game?
Yeah, that's the pun.
Oh no, no, not the trash ass pun, bro. Fuck. Yeah, Lord Psylocke, maybe, bro.
Maybe his last game just wasn't his game, you know? You guys
Anything is possible in domination, though. That's what you have to remember.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, maybe he just wasn't good at convoy.
All right, guys, we're gonna lock in this game, right? That's what I like to hear.
Fuck was that noise?
Are you talking
Oh,
about
this.
You talking about the goddamn the codex, bro?
Yeah, I just heard like a tiny fucking talking robot toy in my head, and I was like, what the hell?
Schizophrenia. All right, guys. They have a
There's
penny.
a fucking Spider-Man, I knew it.
There's a penny. There's a venom. There's a invis. There's a rocket. There's a problem in front of my eyes.
That was y'all's day. Huh.
ID ring.
Well, yeah, well, besides that.
Guys, I have to get back to Diamond before I play with Step Bro again. I can't have him making fun of me, okay?
Who the fuck cares what Step Bro thinks, bro?
I don't, but he's annoying. Like Unity.
They're two peas in the same pod. That's why they hate each other. I mean, they don't hate each other. One of them hates one of the other ones, but
Well, he doesn't hate him.
well, I mean, you know, one-sided beef. One-sided beef.
Yeah,
We'll call it that.
Oh, dude.
There's a fucking fly in my face, bro.
Are you guys doing well?
No, there's a fly in my room and it's distracting me. Where the fuck did it go?
Spider-Man?
No.
You know the Spider-Man on the wall?
It's a real insect in my room. I can see it in my fucking peripheral, bro.
This is why I have frogs in my house. They eat the flies for me.
You have frogs in your house?
Well, they live next to my back door, like in the crack between back door and like foundation.
Oh, you just a picture.
They live in the crack in the back door, bro. What did I just hear?
Fuck off.
Where are you putting these frogs, bro?
I can actually show you a picture of their house right now.
No, it was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke.
I want to see.
No.
No, I want to see. Put it in the animals.
Well, that's just their animal.
Oh no! I'm switching characters.
Oh, I see one.
You see a frog?
Yeah, he's actually like staring at me right now.
I used to have a frog in my fish tank. That guy was chill.
Oh, I need a flash.
Fuck off with that shit. How? Penny Web needs a fucking cooldown, dude.
Bro, it's like 5 seconds, bro.
It's 3 seconds.
Oh, that's even worse. Yeah, it's like 3 seconds, bro. That's like the fastest. Yo, Penny, honestly, some bullshit, bro.
DPS switch, like maybe anti-dive? Question mark?
Shit, we got no more though. What's going on?
Okay.
I don't know why this guy's talking like he's not the one that's the problem, bro. Bro, you're the Namor, bro. Shouldn't you be the anti-dive?
It's like bro's whole job.
That's what I'm saying.
come to my house and I just kind of get the room like away. But frog.
Yeah, see the problem is that these flies are like they're like drain flies, and like my room is right next to like the water, like the.
Why'd you get like in your drain?
Fuck off!
My room is right next to like where the water heater room is and stuff,
me.
so like they kind of.
Wait, are you taking pictures of the thing, or were you streaming it? I don't know.
I'm taking a picture of you, but I'm trying to get
okay.
Why the fuck did he wait till I got there to shoot?
And also, I'm in the basement, so there's a bare bugs in here. You know, assortment of bugs.
Okay. She ulted. Ooh.
Are you watching? Oh, okay. I was like.
I'm watching Lex.
Watching Lex. Hey, you guys zoom in, but you can see his ass.
Holy fuck, bro. Hey, this is only the first round? Oh my god, bro. What the fuck, bro? I hate Penny Parker, bro. We actually gotta, like... Bro, we gotta do some things I can't say on Twitch to that character, bro.
Oh. Damn.
Whatever happened to Mussolini, bro, they gotta do that to Penny Parker, bro. Fuck, bro. In front of the entire NetEase staff. Bro, how can you put mines down and then make them invisible and then nobody can break them ever? Even if I know they're there.
Yeah, the fact that they're
and they're in front of a fucking health pack.
Them is dumb.
Bro, I know they're there.
30 seconds
And you can't do anything about it, bro. You just have to tank that fucking damage, bro. Like you can't do anything. And they don't even disappear when she dies.
Oh, the separate webs she puts down? Yeah.
Yeah. The separate webs with the mines she puts down, it doesn't disappear when she dies. Fucking stays there forever, invisible.
Yeah, that's how she gets kills when
You can't shoot it even if you know it's there. It doesn't disappear. Yeah, her nest vanishes, but her placed mines don't. And then if they're under another web or whatever, they're invisible and you can't even shoot them even if you on a fucking health. It's actually cooked, bro. Genuinely cooked. Okay, they have a thing now.
You okay there, Roxy?
I'm just watching live.
She's not even playing, she's just watching, bro.
And I'm just like...
Why are they under there?
Why did Spider-Man just try to pull me, bro?
And I'm like, oh girl, no, don't do that.
Their whole fucking team's just right there.
Oh, they have a Mr. Fantastic Penny and thing now, bro? That's how they move in? Maximum tanking?
Maximum
you need to
fucking
get
no
off.
dive.
Whoa.
Can't do shit now.
Y'all.
I'm dead.
Fuck out
There's
of
no
here with
way.
that
Oh,
shit,
there's no way I live. Holy fuck, bro.
DPS cloak does exist, guys.
Yeah, remember that one guy?
What one guy?
Oh, not the fucking... They double supported?
That guy that got mad. That
They double support? Hold on.
What was it? That why did they get mad again? I forget why they got mad.
They were DPS cloak though. That's like their name.
Yeah, they were DPS cloak and they got mad. Someone else took cloak on their team. They're playing T&D, and they had to put invid. And they got mad. I don't know.
I think it was you.
Good medicine. A successful operation.
Oh my god. It's actually so funny that Irony Dude was like, yo, I'm gonna unfollow Mad Moon. He didn't even follow me in the first place. Nah, he just followed me now for the first time.
Good, yeah.
I'm like, alright, okay.
You're trying to get to 100, right? He's like, right when you're about to, I'm gonna unfollow so I can be your 100 follower, right?
Nah,
I wouldn't have followed you. I would have just not followed you.
Bro never even followed me ever, bro. I think I was just like talking shit to him. He's like, yo, I'm gonna unfollow you for that. I'm like, why didn't you follow me?
That's crazy.
So basically, I talk shit about Unity and I got a follower from it.
Fuck it.
Keep going.
Guys, I might have been able to find someone and convince them to play with us.
Play with us.
I don't know if they're okay. I think that's what their current rank is, but they say they play in diamond.
What the fuck? Where's everybody going?
I'm on the point. Where the fuck is my team, bro? Please, for the love of God.
Dead. Your team's dead. I'm gonna grab one. Wait, Batman, did you post the pictures?
Yeah, I posted a picture. A picture.
Oh, okay.
You guys zoom in to see the graph. Zoom down there. Just looking at me.
I have unfinished business.
Dude, what the fuck?
Watch me.
Okay, I'll be honest with you, Batman. I think I see something slimy in the, between the concrete and the door. Is that it?
He's looking right there on.
Can you like circle it? I don't know if you have like.
Circle that crap.
You took it on your phone. Can't you circle? Can you make edits on your phone? And
Somebody touch the point, please.
So we gotta do something about the Spider-Man because apparently he's getting hella value.
I need to
and
double
not
check.
dying.
I think I see it. It's something slimy. It's in the
Yeah.
crack
We
right
also
between
have
the
to do
door and the
something about the
concrete.
tanks
Isn't that your job?
because they're not dying either.
Isn't that your job?
The time entanglement
What?
is
What's
a
my job?
vexing problem.
Might not
The
speak.
issue is, I literally don't see him. Like,
Bro,
I don't know
Arno
how to
Moore
tell
is
you, I
complaining that nobody's killing the Spider-Man.
It's not even the fact that I'm dying to him. He's just not pushing me at all.
No. That man. Is
So I
it
don't
between
know
the
where he
door?
is.
I think I see the slimy thing between the door and the concrete, right? That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then I think it is. It's just really brown.
I
and
don't know
so
what to tell you, bro.
that could be
He's
anything.
just swinging around. He's not even
Okay.
pushing me at all.
God damn, so you just have a bunch of frogs living in the... Okay. God damn.
Yeah, they just live there.
You know, maybe we need like a squirrel girl or something.
I mean, Spidey...
A squirrel girl to fight Spider-Man. Are you fucking stupid?
What the fuck?
What is DP?
Bro, you gotta be trolling, bro. There's no way you said squirrel girl, bro.
I'm just saying, like...
Deadpool.
They're doing something right, clearly.
Squirrel girl against Spider-Man. Is that your fucking master plan, bro? That's the greatest plan Mind No More can come up with to get rid of Spider-Man, is getting someone else to go to Squirrel Girl. Are we in, like, kindergarten, bro?
I want to grab that water, guys.
Alright. Can you grab me a new teammate while you're at it, too, or what's going on?
Yeah, bro, I got you.
Yo, Sensei, can you just DDoS, like, the enemy team or something, bro? Like, there's no way we're gonna win this game, bro.
Bro, solo ulted me, this motherfucker, dude.
The Amazing Spider-Man, bro. Longest fucking reload in the world, bro. Holy man. No way. Oh my god. Not good. Okay. He got our Luna still, bro? Holy how?
How the fuck, dude?
Why is Mr. Fantastic moving like this, bro? Holy.
Like, dude, I'm just getting dived now if I get off.
How do we have a Mr. Fantastic, bro? You're not diffing him?
Can we TP in? Can we try TPing in?
Everybody's still in front of me, but sure.
I'm opening a portal.
Batman, do you need a team? Do you need like a
Like a
person
real-
to play with?
A shortcut. It's my way.
Why are you ulting so far away?
Nest is gone. Push point, please. Kill this bitch. You dead? There's no fucking way, bro.
What the fuck, dude? These stupid invisible mines, bro.
Yeah, no, fuck Benny, bro. I heard it. I'm like, oh, I hope nobody dies from that.
Exploded.
The fact that they don't go away when she dies is actually so much bullshit, bro. Like every other character, shit goes away when they die, unless it's like a Doctor Strange portal. But you know, that's a portal, bro. Genuinely crazy, bro. Why is Spider-Man trying to pull me off the map, bro? I can fucking float.
Good medicine.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Holy fuck, man.
Need to strengthen my field.
What are you, Diamond? What?
Diamond 2, unfortunately. On the cusp
Simpson?
of Diamond 3. He's Platinum 1, I think.
Nah.
An unseen assist. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Disappear!
Bro, whose Twitch link are you sending me in Discord, bro? What the fuck?
Yeah, trust. He plays tank. And
Oh, new teammate? New teammate?
you can make
No fucking way, bro. Oh my god.
Diamond 1.
Dude.
I can portal if we... Actually, no, I can't portal. I already
Solo ulted me,
portal.
dude.
Fuck. I can't even have my portal, bro. Fuck, I already used it. That made me use it. Okay.
Spider time! Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
We gotta break the nest, bro. There's no way. We can't do shit if we don't break the fucking nest.
Get on point, fuck.
There's no way, bro. There's no way.
Like, bro, y'all gotta get off dive when they have a penny and a thing. Like, what?
Bro, you gotta kill Spider-Man when you're Namor, bro. What
Bro's
are we
talking about
talking?
dive who's
Bro,
fucking
you're...
ace.
Oh my god, bro. How are you so bad at killing our Spider-Man, bro? Brother.
Wait a
I'm
minute.
solo tanking. Oh, I fucking said it to squad. That's embarrassing. Brother, I'm solo tank. What do you mean 2 finals, bro?
How was this our Punisher last time? Where the fuck was that at? We would have won that last match.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh. Well.
And then we got this weirdo. I don't even think this guy was playing the right game.
I genuinely don't understand how you're complaining about Spider-Man and you're his #1 counter. And then you swap off
Everything
that counter.
he was asking for was literally him.
And he's blaming me for having 2 final hits, brother. I'm solo tanking. Against the
So
goddamn thing at a penny, bro.
He said, can we get anti-dive as he's playing fucking Namor? And then he's like, can we like deal with the tanks? And then he fucking started playing Fantastic for some reason.
I'm genuinely so confused, bro. What was his thought process? He went from Namor to fucking... He played Squirrel Girl at some point, bro. Who is that helping, bro? This guy's like, yo, so we need to get Spider-Man. Somebody swapped a Squirrel Girl, bro. That's like, what? Are you stupid? What game are you playing,
I think
bro?
the Scroll Girl was for the tanks when he said that. That's why he swapped.
Doesn't matter. It's not working, bro.
Squirrel Girl for the tanks? Okay.
Bro, there's only one tank you can, like, actually fucking use Squirrel Girl effectively on. It's just the fucking Groot walls, bro. Everything else is solely aim dependent.
Mm-hmm.
W crackers?
Like, don't get me
W
wrong.
crackers?
I think that the 2 tanks that they have on their team, big aim, right? They don't have shields and whatever, right? You can easily CC them and all shit.
Bro, I'm about to be in fucking Diamond. Oh, I'm in Diamond 3 already. Never mind. That's a great. Dude.
Check out the Diamond video.
That's great.
How are you doing that, Batman?
I'm okay. I'm cleaning my dog's ear right now.
Oh, which dog?
Shogun.
Is it the racist one? It is the
that's the
racist
racist one.
Yeah.
Shogun's racist.
Banish from this match.
Was it
Somehow.
Mia? Is it Mia?
What Mia?
What?
What about her?
No, I'm just making sure
Star-Lord
that's her
wants to
name.
ban
Mia.
Magneto.
Yeah.
We got Mia. We got Hazel.
I mean, yeah, Star-Lord wanting to ban
and
Magneto.
I don't remember the last
That
one.
makes sense.
Remy. Oh, Remy. Yeah.
It makes sense, but if this guy's booty cheeks, then I don't know, bro.
It's okay. I believe in him.
Mad Moon, you know what you need to get? The win-loss
A
counter.
win? Oh, okay.
Win-loss counter.
So I need a win in general. Fuck a counter, bro.
Who's the person you're scaling out, Roxy?
Wait, what?
Who's the person you're scaling out? They say like, oh, I might find like another person to play rank with us. And you
I left to go get water and Lexi ended her stream, so I didn't find them. I'll wait until her next stream and I'll see. It was some guy named Cool Kid.
Cool Kid?
Oh, I forgot to log into My Hero.
Well, yeah, missed up the free tickets.
No.
What are you calling a raccoon, huh?
A Rocket and Adam.
You guys are fucked.
You don't fuck with the Guardians of the Galaxy? Because we got
Right?
4 of them. We got 4 of them.
4 of them? Groot,
Yeah, we Star-Lord,
Adam,
Adam, and
oh,
Rocket.
Adam counts.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Adam.
Counts. He counts it for the achievements. He counts in this. He counts in my mind.
I got a plan.
I don't think he joined him in the MCU, but he definitely was there.
I mean, he's in the third. He's in the third
movie.
Guardian. He's in the third Guardians movie.
Yeah, he's in the movie.
Technically, he's in the second one too. It's
Well, yeah,
just
but he
end
doesn't
credit
like
scene.
join them. He's not like there forever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
no,
not
he's not a part of their
when-
team. He's on the enemy team. But
Others.
yeah. Canonically, you know, Marvel Rivals canon.
I still got 10 tickets.
Starts in 5,
Oh, nice.
All right, guys.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
All we
They
have to
won't
do is
expect a
capture the
flying
mission
Groot.
area. A flying Groot? Nobody expects a flying Groot, bro.
It's flying Groot?
Yeah.
I didn't even expect a flying Groot. Guys, I forgot to do my Nikki Daily.
Adam Zed.
It's Joe over countering.
Yeah, Groot into fucking Blade is wild. I played against my friend. I couldn't do shit.
Blade's dead.
So if that Blade's fucking good, then it's over for me.
Please kill the dinosaur. Please kill the dinosaur. Dinosaur's dead.
Oh.
Magic's chasing me.
Don't be greedy.
Yeah, this Blade's on my fucking ass, bro. I killed him. Holy shit. Dude, Magic, leave me the fuck alone, bro.
I'm ulting on point. Push up. Kill these frauds. Adam, can you die already, bro? You're making me an
Everyone's one-shot. What the
inefficient
fuck
shooter,
is
bro.
going on?
Holy.
Why were those two just standing there?
I don't know.
Hold on, show.
I was about to say the Groot ult on
Everyone
them, but
just
you're
left
Groot, bro.
point. Hello?
I'm on it. Don't worry, bro. Rocket Adam, that's all you need, bro. Fuck all that extra healing when we do an extra DPS on them, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow this turtle.
Oh, you guys got ult with over 4.5 minutes of
I made a buff ult. That's perfect.
Nice, nice, nice. I'm pocketing
Double
the
support ult
tanks.
for like no reason.
Iron Man get some bags. He didn't get any bags, but he well, let's say he scared him.
He threw it in there for some reason, even though everyone was out here.
He's a silly guy.
Dude, Venom, fucking die, bro. You and your 18,000 health bars, dude.
Sorry. Sometimes I forget I have to shoot him to help you, you know. Oh, I didn't make the jump. Oh, that's so embarrassing.
How do people do the? Oh, never mind.
Did you do it? Did you figure it out? I'm moving the beacon. Don't die in the next 4 seconds.
I think it's dumb we have there's a 5-second cooldown before you move the beacon. It's like,
And Penny's fucking mines don't have a fucking cooldown, bro. I hate that character so much, bro.
you mean her nest?
Yeah, her nest. She can just pick it up and move it even if it's damaged, bro. It's fucking no cooldown type shit, bro.
Oh no, if it's damage, no, there's cooldown.
Yeah, but it's not as much as Rocket's fucking 5-second cooldown on no damage, bro. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That motherfucker. We are all dead.
Does she not have a cooldown? I think it's like 2 seconds though. Not like
It's barely any. If there's a cooldown, it's like 3 seconds
I think
max.
It's like 2 seconds. Yeah.
I don't think there is a cooldown though, as far as I remember. But if there is, it's not long enough for it to actually matter.
I think I might be confusing it with the, you know, when she had that second nest. Oh, that one had that.
That's more
Leave my
like.
fucking rocket alone, bitch.
Alright, sorry, I just started
Then
hiding,
again,
bro.
I think I kind of understand though, because that's like the whole point of her stuff, right?
It is, but also she has enough health to, like, you know, you can survive 10 seconds surely, bro. With the web you can dash with.
Well,
what is this game?
You can, like, move.
That's a dash.
Bro, this
I
team's
think it's
all over the
because
place,
she's a
dude.
tank and that's all she does though, and so.
I mean, that's all she does, but she has a primary fire that's unlimited ammo, no reload, and she has a mine that fucking stack infinitely.
I'm pretty sure her primary fire doesn't do as much damage as other tanks.
That's fair, but she can do headshots with it and has infinite ammo.
Other people can do that. Other tanks. I think it's like you have to compare her to other tanks.
Yeah, well, there's like 3 other tanks that can do headshots, and none of them have infinite ammo unless it's a melee attack.
Huh. Who are the other tanks that can do headshots?
Fucking Venom with his if he hits a headshot with the tentacles or whatever.
His tentacles are literally hit scan.
Yeah, but you still can hit headshots with them. That's what I mean.
I know. I'm saying it's unfair that it's hit scan.
Oh yeah, the range on that is cooked, dude.
Yeah, and the range.
Especially when he's looking up, it's fucked.
Yeah.
I don't think Cap can't hit headshots. Thor can't hit headshots. Groot can't hit headshots. Angela maybe can hit headshots on the melee. I don't know.
Nah, she can't headshot.
Emma can't.
Emma can't headshot. Tankpool can headshot, but he's Tankpool, so he has guns, so it doesn't count.
Doesn't count. Well, it counts.
Well, it's Deadpool though, so it's like the same with all the other Deadpool, so it's just the guns.
Because she, like, you know, Penny has guns technically. And so
Yeah. Who else is there? Magneto. I don't think Magneto can headshot.
With his bullet thing?
No, I don't think that counts as a headshot. I think there's too much splash damage for it to count as a headshot. Actually cooked, bro.
Can Strange do a headshot? I think Strange can do it.
I don't think he can. I don't remember hearing the headshot noise for Strange.
Yes, he can.
He can? Are you sure?
Yeah, I think he can.
Yeah. I play Strange. I don't know. Yeah, he can headshot.
I guess I'm not hitting high enough, bro. But also, yeah, it's not one projectile. It's like 7 projectiles at once. So.
I can hear that motherfucker punching hard enough to fly, bro.
Like an iron fist, bro.
A year ago.
I'll patch you up. Cosmic might This is real firepower.
Oh man.
God damn, fucking fisting boy.
My fault. I tried to move the beacon.
Fucking icon. His punching lasts 6 years, dude. Damn.
Yeah.
Bruce Banner can do headshots.
Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner. Not Hulk. Bruce Banner. That's great,
Hey,
man.
you know what? I don't know if you've ever... I've sent you videos of Nautilus, right? The big guy who plays Hulk, however. The one who catfished the
fucking
guy
way, dude. That
with the voice changer.
for girls, to be a girl in a rank game. Remember? I don't remember.
No, no.
Hello, what? No portal.
Born again. Born again. Hold on. My second support doing something finally. Second ult of the game.
But anyways, yeah, he played only Bruce Banner to Celestial.
The Celestial?
I think it was
There's no way, dude. And I'm in here about to be in fucking diamond ass, bro.
It was either Celestial or GM, but he did Bruce Banner only.
Winnable.
The current score is
Oh, because fucking cheaper town hall.
time to switch.
Motherfucker went from 6 to 7, and now he's 15 and 7 with one fucking ult.
So at what point?
You guys almost got it
At
to
what
the
point
end.
do we like? I don't
No,
know.
it's winnable. It's winnable.
It's winnable. It's actually no. Yeah, it's winnable. It's winnable. With the if Adam gets
winnable.
ult before that first point pops, we might have a chance.
It's winnable.
We might have a chance.
The fact that they're not banning Cyclops is insane.
But sometimes we take stuff
The fact that what?
That they didn't ban Cyclops for these guys' game is insane.
Oh yeah.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I lost.
This is a nice spot. Well, look who's back to save the entire Flarkin universe.
I wish they would just let Rocket swear, man.
I guess sarcasm is my default setting.
Why does he just say Flarkin, bro? What the fuck is Flarkin, bro?
He does say that in the movie, does he not?
Oh, in the movie? In the movie, that's a PG-13 movie, bro. They only get one F word per movie.
Yeah.
This is a PG-13 game, is it not?
It is, but I mean, they censor Deadpool swearing. They just fucking put a bleep on it. They got this guy saying like, "Dang nabbit" type of words, bro.
My dude, they're just following what the movie was, which is the only place that most people know about. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Hashtag not my Bradley Cooper.
Not my Brad. It's ain't Bradley Cooper voicing him.
That's why he's not my Bradley Cooper, bro.
Hey yo.
Bro, honestly, I love this map because I can.
in-game Rocket
I love this map so much. I can just stand in the fog and just see who's low on health without actually having to do anything.
Is like proves that you didn't need Bradley Cooper to voice Rocket in the movie. Y'all just overpaid for him.
I mean, obviously, bro. But then again, Rocket wouldn't have a voice if it wasn't for Bradley Cooper's like whatever direction they gave him.
Yeah,
So
this guy probably would have come up with the same voice.
I mean, they would have, but you know, they I guess they started with the base of Bradley Cooper.
Well, to be fair, he wasn't Ultimate on 3, which he has, which was most recent.
Yeah, yeah. Video game voice actors are different than fucking movie voice
Did you
actors.
hear
though.
him? I'm sorry. Did you hear him? I didn't hear him.
I said, to be fair, he was in Ultimate Marvel vs.
New Portal?
versus
Never
Capcom.
mind. Never mind.
I'm pretty sure Bradley Cooper was not voicing him.
Exactly. Thank you.
That's what they do for like all things, though. You know, fucking even like when they get a celebrity voice actor, any movie or TV like fucking cameo they do, bro, and they're not getting the real voice actor, bro. That's just kind of how it is. Even in like the Invincible like video game, they have the voice actor for Daredevil instead of like the actual voice actor for Invincible because it's just too expensive. No, they broke my beacon, you fuckers. Oh, brother. Rise, my friends. I don't need that. Yo, I need that. I need that. I need that. I need that. No more, bro. Please, I need you to do a semblance of anything right now.
Something of motion, please.
I don't even need the motion, bro. I just need you to do anything, bro.
Uh-oh. What the fuck? Did he ult?
At some point, I don't know when, but it happened. He's at 12% now. Is that our squid? That's our squid. Oh, I'm just shooting the wrong squids now.
Dude, it's hard to tell the
Push up, push up, push up.
It's like red at the bottom.
I know, man. They gotta fucking change the colors on that
Like,
shit, bro.
It needs to be like red everywhere. Why can't it just be red? The whole thing's red for us. Oh, fuck.
You gotta do a lot of things in this game. Oh, hell no.
Like when Cyclops came out, no one could tell whose was whose.
Yeah, I mean, Cyclops, bro, they still, you know, when you have two Human Torches on both teams and you can't tell which fire is which, bro?
Oh my god.
It's over, dude. I know that doesn't happen as much as it's like season 8, but
Make our Human Torches fire blue. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
How hard is that? Just make it blue. Make
even the dinosaurs beam, the fucking, sometimes the cloak and dagger alt, bro, like, you can't tell, man. And the more alt, bro. The Jeff
because they
alt.
didn't give them different voice lines. They all the same. And
It's just,
like,
it's a
oh,
fucking, not even a voice line, bro. It's a fucking sound effect for the no more shit, bro.
They are different ones. They are
It's like a one's going fucking one's in a minor key, one's in a major key or whatever the fuck. It doesn't even, how you gonna tell, bro? You gonna me learn music theory to tell the difference between a fucking ultimate and a video game, bro?
If I know the other team also has like no more.
Thank you, Adam. Please, I needed that expeditiously, bro. Oh hell no! You sold me to slavery, Adam, bro. What the fuck?
Sold me to slavery.
Dude, why would you be ult there? Dude, that's the worst place to ult. That's honestly not the worst place to ult.
There's different levels of selling, bro. This guy sold his whole team almost into slavery. Holy. Ensign, we doing it. We're doing it. How do I have 37 assists, bro? What is our other support cooking, bro? 19?
He has 22 elims, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Chill, 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 chill.
I'm just saying, you have 7.
Chill, 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 chill. I'm a Rocket Raccoon, bro. My shits are, you know.
I know. No, I'm saying.
It's the same. It's the same reload. I got the same clip for both my fucking buttons, bro. I don't just have to press E and heal the whole team, you know. What, bro? Getting cooked by Iron Fist, man.
Fuck ass punches, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Getting cooked by Iron Fist, bro.
You have ult, Manu?
Yeah, that's what they're complaining about.
I'm kidding.
They're complaining I didn't all, but I look like I got my ass, or you know. Look.
Ah damn, where the fuck is everyone? Why are you all the way back here?
So basically, Iron Fist is a problem.
Yeah, Iron Fist was like killing the Namor and he was healing the Namor. That's handling the Namor. I don't know about the rest of your team though.
That's not where I wanted to put that.
Oh, that one motherfucker has the whole team back here.
Oh, yeah.
He fucking just explodes like that. Just punch him.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Punch him back.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Shit on you. Oh no, that Iron Fist.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't need to hear the criticism. I don't need to hear the criticism right now.
Protected you, you know. Sensen protected you. Say thank you, Sensen. Say thank you to Sensen, Madman.
No. We returned the favor around these parts, bro.
Returned the favor. Have you Sensen? Have you used the revive?
No, I just healed the fuck out of him, bro.
Probably like all the way in the first part.
I just healed the fuck out of him, bro. You gotta relax. As I was saying that.
Okay, they have a minute. They have a minute. They have a minute. But they're gonna ult jump on you guys. At least you know the Iron
That
Fist
fucking
don't have
squid
ult.
was invincible. Hello. Fuck off, Rogue.
Into the thick of it. Be careful, Rogue might steal you up. Into the thick of it.
I panicked. Oh, not the fucking Invisol, bro.
I killed her.
Emma's half. Emma's half. Emma's low. Nice. Good shit. Good shit, team. We're opening a portal. Oh, you're opening a portal. I was about to say, what the fuck are we cooking, bro? They're not gonna portal. Someone's on the rogue pushing.
Where's your portal?
What is this portal, bro?
I killed Invis with it.
Oh, oh, I didn't even see that. What the fuck?
Yeah, she's who I was after. I tried to get cloak, but she did that fucking
I'm dead. Fuck.
stupid ass shit before I could do that.
Did not. Oh, I'm back. Oh, thank you, Adam, bro. I did not even realize. Don't worry about that first second I was back. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about the shit I was running into a wall.
Yeah, we saw it. Don't worry.
No, no, nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it.
Come it.
Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. 56 assists, bro. They don't do it like me, man. They don't. More assists than the rest of the team combined.
Star Lord, dude. Jesus Christ.
Exactly the amount of assists the rest of the team combined. With one final hit. They don't do it like me, bro.
20 finals.
They don't do it like me, bro. I have half our team's assists. 48,000 healing. Jesus Christ, man.
Oh, typical day for me.
Typical day for you.
Bitch, did you see the numbers I was dropping?
Oh, that's what you meant. Sorry, sorry. Listen, I'm not a support main, though. I just do this shit because I have to.
Done better.
I mean, yeah, I definitely could have done better, bro. I was doing some stupid shit halfway through that game.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
saw
Adam has
Adam rezzing
32,000.
you?
That's insane. That motherfucker
Adam-
goated, dude.
Yeah, that guy was carrying, bro.
I
Adam,
don't
bro?
think Adam reses count towards his healing, just like the
They
rocket.
don't. They
respawn
don't.
Doesn't. Yeah.
Damn.
It sucked because y'all's Adam came in clutch. Like the amount of times
Oh, he did. He definitely.
Mad Moon died, and I'm
I think
like,
his healing goes up if he soul bonds you and then someone else heals like the team.
18 revivals on the Atom, bro. That's crazy. 7 revivals on the rocket.
18. Goddamn. You got
Yeah, that guy
7
was
revivals? Good job.
cooking, bro.
Bro, our team every time our team did so basically 25 times our team died, we got revived immediately. That's crazy.
Good Adam.
Good team, bro. Holy.
You got 23 points.
That was the first time I got more than 20 in like forever, dude.
How many
Holy.
games? Right?
We
Oh
don't
my
talk- we don't
god.
talk about
And
it.
on Rocket? Goddamn. You
We
should
don't
be
talk
proud of
about it. We don't
yourself.
talk about it. We don't talk about it. So many
Yeah, but that
losses.
game was freaky, bro.
Oh. That man.
What up?
You know what I got? I got Raizo from the Kozuki clan.
Did you?
Yeah.
Huh.
Red attacker. Is he any good?
Everyone
Right,
but
so-
their healers on the other team has a triple.
I don't know who that is. Agree with you.
Damn.
Wait, no, I'm asking if he's good.
I don't know who he is in the first place. So I can't say.
Oh, you don't know? The guy with the big head, the samurai with the big head?
Oh no, he sucks ass. No.
Oh, well, okay. Thank you for that information.
Okay.
I appreciate that information.
You're welcome.
I'm so happy for that information.
I can hear in your voice. There,
Everybody hop offline, bro. What's going on here?
Yeah, what the hell just happened?
This ain't
Yeah,
estimated
15
time.
seconds my ass.
Estimated 15 seconds is crazy, bro. We're at 50 seconds now, bro.
What
We
about
missed a cue.
the napping Kyoshiro? I had that. Okay. Or the Vista.
Nah.
What about Jozu? 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 I'm just gonna stop. Actually, wait. What about the Shiryu? Blackbeard's pirate, former head jailer of Imperial Down.
Is he a green attacker?
No, red attacker.
No, never mind. If it's the green one, then I'll say okay, yeah, because he can
God
insta kill
damn, you know
people.
what? I'm stopping. Okay, I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
Guys, what accessory should I buy next?
You should just buy the widow skin.
No, I'm
Yeah,
talking
just
about the
Google it.
accessories, dude, not the widow skin.
Oh, you actually collect all of them? I'm just waiting till more come out that I actually like.
I mean, I only buy the ones for characters I play, so
Yeah, exactly. I bought all the ones for the characters I play or
okay,
want to play.
I play more characters. I guess I'll get into more next.
Okay. You since when the fuck do you play no more?
Season 1?
He doesn't.
I've never seen you play no more.
I don't need to play no more anymore,
right
dude.
now.
Yeah, play no more.
Do you think you want to be today?
Okay. Do the redeem on Twitch and I'll do it, bro.
Okay, wait, maybe fucking not. This Elsa might be cooking.
Are you winning? Look, I don't even know when that was, bro. No. I'll just no.
Roxy, here's the potential.
Genuinely not.
I say potential because I'm not sure.
Oh, we almost had it. No bans would have been aura. Magic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Well, hear you now.
What the fuck? Oh, damn.
Now?
Okay, well.
Well,
I'm gonna-
my main monitor's gone gray, and then my other monitor's frozen.
Huh?
Oh.
Yeah, it might be the GPU. It might be cooked, bro.
Oh no.
Not to give you a heart attack or anything, but you might be cooked, bro.
It's always your
RIP?
own team.
Yeah, so basically what happened was I was Diamond 1 and now I'm in Diamond 3, so...
What the fuck? Okay, we've got nobody, man. We're cooked.
What do you mean by that?
Magic and Rocket's gone, bro.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Yeah, bro.
Don't worry, I still have Ultron. Oh, okay. Don't worry.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
I hate it here. So here's the thing. We might need another support, and I can't play that support.
What's
Elsa. Okay. Oh, we have a Gambit. Go Gambit, bro. Okay, yeah, whatever, fine. Sure.
No way I'm the only DPS, bro. Fuck.
As guardians never
And they took away my magic.
feasts.
You want me to go DPS with you?
Fuck it, we go Buggy.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh wait, then we Gambit.
Will we Gambit again?
Yeah, we got 3 tanks for some reason, but yeah, we got Gambit now.
Okay, I'll take it. Okay, I spilled some drink on the table. I'm trying to scoop
Although I
up
kind of
the
want them
fucking-
on Elsa, not gonna lie.
No. If they're Lord Elsa, surely they're good with other characters.
Why is there so many doors?
They're almost animated Lord Elsa. And Elsa fucking slaps right now.
It's okay. They're Lord Gambit though. I'm not gonna be mad at them. Gambit's like fucking permaban, so you know if they have a chance to play Gambit, we might have a chance to win the game.
Okay, guys. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh my god. Oh, here's a better picture of the frog. Dude, I can barely see that frog, I swear. I know it's there, but it's blending in with that concrete so well.
Fucking
I expect you to.
a mecha frog, bro.
Wait,
fucking chameleon ass. You stepped on the frog, bro?
Come on, frog.
Did you die? Don't worry, we're holding it down.
Oh, I forgot that zap hit. It's like everyone.
Guys didn't stand side frog.
There's a Lord fucking...
Lord Storm, Lord Cloak and Dagger. Yo, Penny, bro. I take back everything I said about you, bro. When you're on my team, it's different.
Oh, that reminds me, Sunson, did you ban someone from the server, right?
Yeah, I banned like a fucking bot. He messaged me, said, "Yo, I saw your Twitch stream. You should like come work for me or whatever the fuck." I was like, okay. Because clearly I did not fucking stream, so.
Oh my god, I'm taking care with you. I saw that and I'm assuming that's Sensen because that's the only other person I know who can't be oh. Who's this person you just sent me?
For you guys.
Yeah, that man trying to get us some new teammates or something. I don't know.
Do you know them?
Not really. I know they play with Roman and whatnot, and they interact with them. That's about it.
Of course, they had another ult.
Yeah.
What? What did you say?
Diamond 1.
God damn, that might be too high for us now.
Don't say
Oh,
that. Don't say that, dude.
I apologize. I apologize for my misgrievance. Are they playing ranked right now, or is this quick?
No, they're playing ranked.
Yeah, this is ranked.
I do think Manu is better at Thor than him, but he does play Matt and Iron Fist.
Because the other person I found, they're a DPS player. They play DP, Daredevil.
That shit sucks it up? What the fuck?
Yeah, it does,
Oh,
it does,
Winter
it
Soldier,
does.
Winter Soldier.
I didn't know Magneto's bald fucking
No.
yoinked
Wait,
Bucky's
do they
hook.
play other tanks?
Yep.
Does this person play other tanks?
Yep.
That was the weirdest thing I've
Oh,
ever
you said
seen in my
Meg?
life,
Oh,
dude.
I thought, sorry, I heard M and then I thought of Magic for some reason.
No, my fault. Should specify.
Should have enunciated better, you know?
Yeah, enunciation, yeah.
Did you say enunciated?
No? Enunciate.
Enunciate?
Enunciate.
No way.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Not the fucking spider time, bro. Please. Give me the grand finale.
Yo, no. This guy beats up Iron Man. When was the last time I seen man beat up an Iron Man?
Beat up an Iron Man? In like what capacity? Like as a Thor?
Thor, yeah.
I mean, I can. It just, you know, I need fucking teammates that are not gonna fucking let me do that shit without fucking getting clapped, bro.
This bitch did it himself. He didn't even have teammates to blend him. Okay, that ult was...
Dude, I can kill an Iron Man. I just need, you know, I just need the rest of the team to not let me fucking get cooked when it's happening. We lose?
Does it say he has 100 losses and 0 wins?
Don't believe it. He won like last match. Don't believe it.
Oh my god. Wait, are you friends with this person? Can I be like, that man sent me here?
I'm not friends with him per se, so.
Oh, okay.
Why do we have a squirrel girl?
Yeah, I was gonna
Why
say,
not?
I don't think we need her. I kind of want literally like anyone
Well,
else.
she's 5-5. Oh, they went no more.
That
Crazy, a
works.
squirrel girl that switched to no more?
Because Squirrel Girl was not hitting Storm whatsoever, and that Storm is running circles around
I
fucking
wonder
everybody.
why.
Yeah, the Storm is fucking 13-1-7, bro.
Dude, at that point, just go Wanda.
3, 2,
Wanda will have a
I went
better
hella.
time.
I'm about to just dink, dink, dink on.
to the mission area. Got it?
Like
Storm has
me and
no
Penny
fucking
we can
movement.
hold down the point. We just need that last DPS to actually do something, and then we can get some motion in this game. The rest of us are doing like relatively okay. That's like the third time Storm's ulted already, bro. Holy fuck, bro.
Okay, well when she has a fucking tank backing her up, how the hell did that guy even get up there?
I need you to lock in, Madman.
You need me to lock in.
Yes. I need to
Okay.
lock in and go
Okay.
30 and 5.
30 and 5.
Why?
Okay, I'll be nice. Go 20 and 5.
Dude, can I just not fucking explode instantly? Dude, I fucking hate Storm, bro. Nobody ever fucking plays her, but her damage boost is literally just making everyone else hit like a damn truck.
Guys, where the fuck is my team?
They're dead, my dude.
Why is everyone a
Bro, they've been dead for too long.
You walking all the way
Support
around,
tank.
they died. I'm not
Bro.
kidding.
Yeah, I thought, you know, maybe by the time I went in a second time they'd be back, but I guess not.
We're gonna explode no
no,
matter
dude.
what. I need you guys to kill something.
Okay, we have a Gambit ult. Okay, they have a Gambit ult. Okay, they have a fucking Elsa ult.
Fuck.
3 healers?
Every time I go out there, I just get ulted.
Oh my
I got
god.
ulted by Deadpool the fucking
missed
last
the ban
time.
phase. They banned the guys Elsa and who else did they ban? Well, you guys are triple support.
They banned Dino, Rocket, and Groot.
Oh, what happened to the Elsa? Why isn't the guy playing Elsa?
I think we banned Elsa. Actually, I don't
Wait,
remember.
what?
I don't know. I pressed tab real quick. I don't know if you can see it. I didn't check our side. But
No, I'm asking why would you guys ban Elsa if someone
it's a great question.
I didn't ban Elsa.
Someone banned up.
Yeah.
Oh no, they banned Magic.
No,
Sorry.
don't ban Elsa. Elsa's not banned. You see, Elsa's
Is
not
it a-
banned. Why aren't you banned?
Oh, we have a strange. Is he portal? Oh, he portal. Okay.
Fuck off, Deadpool.
Yeah, it's over. It's so
It was
over,
literally
dude.
those two. Those two fucking people just rolled the entire team. Just
I'm
Deadpool and
confused.
Storm.
Why didn't the guy go Elsa? Right, this was the team that had the near champion.
We didn't get a
Elsa?
single kill that time.
Am I crazy? Or am I misremembering?
Oh, maybe.
Oh man, did you not watch the whole thing?
What?
Did you not watch the stream?
I sure want it on your phone, bro.
Oh, I forgot your.
Look at multitasking and shit, bro.
They
My
stayed
lord.
Gambit because Gambit's fucking broken, but
Why
no one else could
Gambit?
do anything. Our
Our
fucking
our C
squirrel
and
girl
D,
just did nothing, dude.
bro. Mullet Lover is so ass, bro.
That's why they switched to C and D.
Emma, C and D, Namor, and Squirrel Girl, bro. One final hit, 7,000 damage. For what? What?
Even if I hit every shot, I couldn't get enough shots out to kill him before I was fucking exploded.
17 final hits this Storm, bro. Damn.
It's okay.
I had 3 final hits. Everyone else on our team had 1, bro.
Yeah. We fucking shit the bed. For real. That's depressing.
Oh, this game is depressing.
This game's fine when you play customs. Then you can just do whatever the fuck you want.
That's true. That's true.
I want to take these accessories off, dude. They fucking look so stupid. But I want the tiny animation on the side.
That was good.
What is this tiny animation you keep talking about?
John Dimmadome?
Tokyo 2000.
Every single accessory has like a little animation that plays when you get a kill or whatever.
Yes, sir.
For Emma?
For everyone. The little accessories you can have, like on their wrist or on their.
Oh,
belt
you're
or
talking about
whatever the
that.
fuck.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of the.
Not the skin
legendary
accessories, the
skins.
actual
Yeah.
accessories. Yeah.
Oh, okay. My apologies. My apologies.
I know you can just take them off, right?
Nah, I'm just fucking with you.
He says
Well, yeah,
he
you can take them
wants
off,
the
but you can't take it off without leaving the animation.
Oh, you want the
that shit
animation,
just
but you don't want the
gets
actual
gone.
thing on your physical character?
Captain America can deal with. He's
Yeah.
I see, I see.
Because Magic's her fucking thing goes through the sword.
I play Hulk and I also play.
It looks stupid as hell.
Fucking kitty pride.
Oh no.
Oh, you play Wolf?
Mad Moon, you currently have a 33% win rate on Thor, a 59% win rate on Rocket, and a 25% win rate on Strange.
Let's ban Luna.
Yeah, sounds about right.
The Rocket win rate, goddamn. Oh
Yo,
my
Magic
god,
looking at me
wait,
kinda
Mad Moon, you're still playing?
Funny.
Yeah. The fuck?
Oh no, I'm just.
You thought it was
What are you talking
done?
about?
You thought it was
Points
done
that
after
you
that one?
gained, the 23 points that you gained, you just lost it.
I'd say
Dude,
Cyclops, but I
there's
didn't
no
say that.
gaining
Well, yeah, we just
happening
gotta earn it back
today.
again.
Ban Cyclops anymore.
I'm sorry.
What were we thinking then?
Oh, so
Gambit.
fun.
I mean, Gambit's
That
always
works.
been, no matter what.
I mean, he still gets all the rewards for hitting GMs, so.
Yeah, you do.
Is it worth it? Is it worth the mental anguish?
Right heroes
I'll
can make
fill, so
all
whatever
the
you
difference.
guys.
What are the rewards for hitting DM anyway?
I think you just get like the badge.
We
or
got some
whatever.
crazy tanks this time. These motherfuckers better go crazy, bro.
Diamond 3, I'm trying to get.
All right, guys, let's win this game, please.
Yes, Mad Moon.
I also play Fantastic.
We have equal
too.
time
I
on
don't know.
Thor and Rocket in comp. That's crazy.
This season, yeah, probably.
That motherfucker just said he plays fantastic.
As an adjective or as a noun?
Oh,
Probably a noun, I'm guessing.
that's how you do it.
I play a little bit of Emma too.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
If they're all dive, I can be Emma and I can grab them all.
There's no shooter like me, buddy.
All right, Mr. Chomps. Do we believe in Mr. Chomps? Oopsies, that's hard.
We got this.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, everybody, take a deep breath. Let's lock in. Darler's already
That
dead.
motherfucker exploded.
Premature.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Playing the games that we played today,
Mhm.
my average healing for C&D went from 26,000 to 30,000.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
God, I did again. Oh, I'ma let the beat drop.
Yeah, sure, you're gonna get my stream fucking copyrighted, bro. Keep singing like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I keep forgetting you can actually get it copyrighted for just singing.
It's too good, apparently.
My singing is just too good, guys. I'm so sorry.
That's the
I'll try to
problem,
be a
bro.
shittier-
Yeah, can you stop hitting those notes, please? Oh damn.
I'll try. My apologies.
Can you like be a little bit more off key? That'd be ideal.
Oh my god. I hit again. So I'ma let that
I said
beat
off
drop.
off key, not off time. Yo, they ulted?
Yeah, the ultimate. Okay.
Fire mode. Invisible symbol stands with you. Powering up.
Their Jeff is really good
I
at being annoying. I can't kill him. No matter how much I try.
And it cracks.
No way the Jeff is the problem, bro. What do you mean you can't kill Jeff, bro?
I don't think anybody's the problem. These guys kind of
Yeah, just don't let him get any motion, bro. What the fuck you mean you can't kill him, bro? As long as he's not getting the point, we're good, bro.
I'm dead.
You might be back. I don't know if you're close enough to revive that. Are you back? Are you back? Or are you, yes, that's yours. That's all yours, bro. That's all yours. Ah, fuck. Our invis dead. You might need to push up. Actually, never mind. Go to sense. Oh, fuck. Magic live. I ulted for you. I ulted just for you, bro. Don't worry. Holy fuck, bro.
Not too focused.
Don't worry, bro. We cooking.
Focus on pushing them back.
Don't worry, your beacon's back, bro.
Right now, all we have to focus on is just surviving.
Don't you worry, don't you worry. Yeah.
Dun 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 dun. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Just got soloed by Jeff.
Don't worry about it.
Oh my gosh. This
Any save me?
Guys, I'm gonna learn how to play Ultron properly.
Chicken die.
Yo, please don't.
Just keep him away from the
what the fuck?
Please learn like a more useful hero than Ultron.
Oh, I thought Memo didn't want you to take his.
No, please learn a useful character, bro. Don't let yourself suffer the fucking life of an Ultron, bro.
I don't think
it's not valuable. Let's be real here.
It really isn't. But I want to learn. From
You're better off being like a DPS Luna than being a fucking good Ultron in this game. Like, let's not get it twisted, dude.
Maybe I should learn how to play Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue is good. I mean, honestly, locking back on Emma, you can get some motion again. Emma's still good.
That like.
Well, yeah, practice.
I'll be honest with you. I get annoyed.
I think Rogue is a little more harder because you can take abilities and you have to like account for that kind of thing.
But
Like, you know,
it's like Rogue is like combos as well.
it's combos, but it's also if you get the right, like you take the right powers, you can do like a lot more with it than just like a normal combo, you know, like Strange Shield or Venom Tentacles or whatever, fucking or Lightning.
What do you mean Venom Tentacles? What the fuck? You can't steal Venom Tentacles.
You still like the grabby gets
The
like
grab, the
little-
grab,
Grab. Oh.
like the part where he like, you know, he grabs people in the range of his whatever.
Slime. Shit, that's
Yeah, the slack called the tentacles. Yeah, surprisingly that went pretty well. Yo, imagine dying. You said 18 inches of venom? 19 inches of venom?
What the fuck, bro?
Was it 20 inches of Venom?
I think it's 19.
Oh, 19.
I don't know. Maybe he was
I
getting
don't know
harder
what
for
he's
you. I don't
starting
know.
from.
Maybe he was getting harder for you.
At all,
pretty much.
Maybe he was growing more for you.
Like a little bit, so.
Okay, I'm actually think about. I'm gonna actually think about it. So
You gotta
I
watch
did
some,
say
Yeah,
that
Sensei, you should
learning
be a little
Thor
ashamed of yourself, I'm
is
not gonna
not
lie.
out of the
I can teach you.
house. Yes, but I don't think I'd ever play him in ring. Just
But in
like
quick play, he can be incredibly fun.
Yeah, look, keep reporting.
I just don't like playing Thor in quick play because I have the fucking animated lord icon. I don't want to like, you know.
I'm taking the fuck off, bitch.
No.
And no, I just want to play like this. Seems like
Because I mean, Thor's really fun. Oh, I mean, a lot of characters are fun if you know how to play them.
You're doing good.
I
Facts,
want to
bro.
continue learning Penny properly. I want to be able to at some point like, DPS with her, learn all the vantage points, all stuff on each map to be playing her.
You don't like strap pool?
Oh, support pool? No, I'll
Yeah.
continue playing him in quick play. No, for sure. I'll continue playing her.
'Cause he's, you know, he's good.
I need to learn how to jump on people's heads properly.
Yeah, that's the hardest part for any Deadpool. Like me, like I feel like Sensen would probably agree that jumping on people's heads repeatedly is probably the hardest part, especially when you're in your ult.
I can do a lot of things well, and I need to remember which ult does what. I keep forgetting. I think I got it down though. The gun one is like, where are you aiming at? Because you have gun.
Yeah.
Right? That makes sense. And I'll be honest with you, I can't remember what the fucking other one does. I just know
if you get 5 dashes in a row on top of someone's head, you get like extra health and extra damage and extra
That's
fucking.
the other ult.
Yeah, that's the sword ult.
I hate that one.
If you're good at that one, that's the one that's more valuable, like for the most, consistently at least. Because if you're using your what are you aiming at, it's like either they're just gonna stop shooting or you need to do it on someone who's ulting like Star-Lord or a Punisher or something like to make it valuable.
No, not on a fucking Star-Lord. The Star-Lord has auto aim.
He has auto aim, but not every shot's gonna hit every time. Like if you kill someone as Star-Lord and you're still shooting, then you're gonna take damage from it. Or if you're like, you know, if you're like, you know, a good support and you're like cloak activator or something, you dash out of it.
What are you aiming at? Like obviously.
Somehow got MVP despite throwing.
Cool. That is so cool.
It's the same ults for all of them.
Yeah, you didn't see our conversations?
No, I wasn't really like tapped in that much.
Yeah, I said, my bad, I'm not cooking hard enough. And they were like, yeah, you fucking... you definitely should be ashamed of yourself. I'm gonna report you for throwing. I was like, yeah, I died once. I couldn't believe it, dude. I can't believe I died.
I died twice,
like, yeah,
report me.
Fucked up.
Yeah, oh, that's when they said the only person doing good on the team was Madman. I'm like, yo, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, it's because you haven't died.
I never died once, bro. 0 final hits, 0 deaths, bro.
You got 23 points?
It's 21 points, 21 points.
Was it 21? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we gotta cop these guys. We gotta get them in here, bro.
Okay, so I think I have my list.
What were their names? On Dimmadome.
Dino.
Who else was on our team, bro?
Emma. I need to learn.
Ice with Mr. Chomp and I took toes, bro.
It's Ewick, Mr. Chomps, and Toes.
Yeah, they all in a game, bro, except for fucking John Dimmadome. He doesn't want to join us, bro. Scoundrel, bro.
Anyways, so I've chosen 4 tanks that I will learn to play.
Which
what about
4?
DPS?
Which 4 tanks have you decided on here?
Oh, Dino, Penny,
Okay.
Emma, and then Strange by default.
Strange by default.
Like I
fuck?
just need to know how to, you know, portal. So
Portal?
I need to
Okay.
kind
Do
of
we,
know
like-
how to basically play him, like do a basic.
Join
play.
mid-match? Why did I get a message from Prince Peach before the game even started?
It probably already found the match, but then it,
They might have typed the message at the end of their last match.
or that, yeah. If you were still in the other one.
No,
But-
Prince Peach, the one on our team right now.
Yeah, they might have
Yeah.
tried to send a message to the last team and then like a new match
Yeah.
pressed and they
then
press
it,
enter.
Yeah, then it sends for this one.
What did they say? Every time that torch showed up, it turned into a horror game. What? What kind of fucking
and
lobbies
Thor.
are there?
I'll learn Thor for fun, just for funsies, but I don't really count him as like an actual tank.
Thor is not a tank, bro. He's just a big DPS.
Yeah, he's a brawler. He's a brawler. Now,
No tanking is
DPS-wise,
happening.
I'll be honest with you, Batman. None of them. But
None. No.
I just don't want to play any of them. I don't find playing DPS fun.
It's either you're gonna be like a melee hero or you're gonna be like an
Yeah.
aim hero, and it's
Aim hero, right? And
if it's not that, it's just fucking Wanda, bro. Like it's over. And you can play Wanda. You can play Cloak, so you can play Wanda.
Wanda or Squirrel Girl.
You can play Cloak,
Right.
but you can play Wanda, so it's the same thing.
Yeah, and I can also play Squirrel Girl. I have no issues with because Squirrel Girls just throw nuts and pray.
Yeah. I mean, no, that's not how you play Squirrel Girl, dude. You're playing Squirrel Girl wrong. If you're talking about
That's how I
praying,
play
bro.
Squirrel
If you're
Girl,
talking
and
about
you know
praying
what?
to
I
play
still
Squirrel
get
Girl, dude, they should be
still get
praying.
value.
They should be praying.
I still get value. And here's the thing. Okay, so the one DPS I think I'd be willing. Okay, it's actually 2. I would love to play Storm.
Why the fuck these guys banning Jeff, bro?
What the fuck is a Jeff, man? What? Do they have a Jeff player on their team?
It's season 0 over again.
Oh yeah.
The hell he did to them, bro?
The Iron Fist deserves that ban though. Oh, Iron Fist me too. Dude, your name
GG,
kinda
what the
gives
fuck?
that shit again.
Why is
I
bro?
just gave
Why
up
is
already.
Prince Peach talking about? Bro, we talking about GG's, bro.
So anyways, back to what I was saying. I would love to play Storm, but I know her movements.
Yo, it smells like skunk in my room, and I'm concerned.
Why?
I don't know.
Should I kill a fly?
I know the window's open like on the other side, but there's skunk next to my fucking bathroom window. Actually, it's possible.
Maybe you should go close it.
Nah, it's not happening right now, dude.
30 seconds before you
And
attack.
it's definitely and also like my room has no windows, so there's no way it should be my room.
But back to what I was saying. I would love to learn Storm, but
You need to aim for that. I think Storm is probably out of all the characters I play, Storm is the one that needs the highest accuracy.
PC and that shit, you know.
And I'm not even like
either
that
way,
great of a
like
Storm.
I'm just saying I would love to learn her, but
What about like Namor?
I don't think
Moon Knight.
Moon Knight?
I don't think I'm gonna be good. You see, another DPS I'd like to learn, but I know I don't want to learn because it's kind of dog shit, is Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic is not dog shit. He's just more tank than DPS.
Anyways, either way, but the whole point I'm getting at is I don't even like work. I don't even like playing.
I fucking got stuck on a tiny pebble, dude. Fuck that.
Like,
You got stuck on
if
a
you say
tiny
I should
pebble?
play Wanda, I don't.
I found the storm that I found the Johnny they were talking about.
You found the Johnny Storm they're talking about? Oh.
Yeah, that motherfucker is something else, bro. Look
Is that
at
the
this
Johnny Storm,
weirdo.
bro? Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, it's the same person. God.
I see the problem now.
I don't know. I just don't enjoy DPS. Like, I'm not against learning, but to be honest with you, if I don't enjoy it or even have like a motivation, I'm not gonna do well. Fucking shit! I thought I changed my Spider-Man costume. I didn't.
Yo, when do you learn your Spider-Man?
Guys, you
No,
know
because I have the
something-
summer
you know
outfit.
something
Might as well
good,
just
and
add it
that's
on.
why he's fucking me. This is annoying.
What a gooner.
Maybe I should learn to play the Punisher, but then every time I say I should learn to play the Punisher, y'all shit on me.
Nobody shit on you, dude.
I think T's are like the only one.
Yeah. He's got high standards. For characters he plays, or like he has to play.
Like, when I say I want to learn something, it doesn't mean I'm gonna play it and fucking. Okay. Anyways, doesn't matter. I need to learn how to play the first. And so yeah, I'll just continue playing support pool. Maybe try out Gambit, but that's I'm not gonna do that.
Bro,
I
where
feel
the
like
fuck
I
is our
learned
team?
Gambit.
Oh my god, bro.
I feel like I learned Gambit before I learned to play Invis properly.
How do I have 0 kills, dude? I can't hit anything for some reason, apparently.
Oh my, the ace! Oh my god, bro, please.
Guys, when Jubilee comes out, that's
You're a
gonna be
Jubilee
my
main?
new main.
Isn't that what you said about White Fox?
Yeah,
and
right?
I did her.
But you don't play her in ranked
promoted
as
her.
much, just Cloak and Dagger.
I'm gonna out.
I play C&D in fucking rank.
I know, I mean, White Fox is viable in ranked.
Dude, there's no fucking.
If you can get enough final hits.
Here, dude.
The thing is, I don't have the confidence and the amount of healing. I can't do as much healing with the White
There's
Fox
4 of us. We don't
as I
need
do
that
with
shit.
C&D.
How good are
I
you
like
using the melee mode at White Fox?
the melee mode of
Like, do you
White
get
Fox,
do
it
you
really
do you get the
depends
do you
on
do the double dash every time or no?
Not all the time. Because sometimes I don't even need the double dash.
No, I mean like when you hit someone.
Do I get the double dash?
Yeah,
Oh,
like
do I
do
bring
you
them
use
back?
it? Yeah, do you
No.
bring them back or anything?
No, that's not.
Okay, yeah, I feel like that's probably the limiting factor in terms of
To
elevating
be honest with
White
you,
Fox
not
gameplay.
necessarily. Oh wait.
Even in terms of just like using it as movement, like hitting someone and then using the other dash as movement is
that's the
very
thing, That's
effective.
what I'm getting at. Like, I use it more just for movement. I don't use it to bring people
But like if you're
back.
using both dashes, it's better. I don't know if you use
Yeah,
both.
yeah, I can get like
Dude,
both dashes,
what
like,
the
I'd say at the
fuck,
very
bro?
least 50% of the time.
Oh hell no, not Dark Child, bro. Get
Then
me out of
it
here.
it also depends on the situation as well. Like, I think the other day, I think we were playing a Showplay game, and I used White Fox, I dashed in, but then I think our Bucky had knocked the person up right? So it actually fucked with my dash. Suddenly I'm up in the sky and I'm like, wait, what the fuck am I doing up here? Because they knocked the fucking which I was aiming for up, so I went up with them when I dashed it.
I don't like being Rocket Ace, please. That makes me feel so bad about the rest of my team.
Oh yeah.
What are you guys cooking, bro? I can't be 4-1 and everybody else is worse than me.
We're the ones getting cooked. What are you talking about? They got fire on their team.
Dude, anytime I
Somebody shoot him, please,
they got
bro.
Mr. Fire himself.
We have a Wanda, bro. How can we not kill him?
Wait, you think because you have a Wanda?
Okay, I just fucking lagged like crazy.
Wanda can't reach all the way up there all the time. Like, and she needs to use her
Dude,
stun
she's got
properly
2 dashes that make her invincible. Surely you can reach a Human Torch.
This guy doesn't miss, dude. Damn.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I can't, bro. I can't, bro.
Was it hiccup or? No, I had burps. I had burps. That was like kind of suppressive.
Is that our Jeff? That's our Jeff.
Guys. Burping is
I
not
fucking
ladylike.
hate that guy, dude.
Burping is not ladylike.
He's just sitting there. No one's doing anything about him at all whatsoever.
Burping is an idiot. Wait.
I shot a POV of that motherfucker just floating in the air.
What were you talking about? Johnny Storm, bro?
Yeah, he was just there.
Motherfucker said LOL, bro. You're the worst player on your team. Sorry.
So why don't you try and dip? God damn it. There's only one page.
Alright,
It's
guys.
crazy. There's only one page of supports.
We can win this, right?
And there's one page.
Because this guy's almost animated fucking lord.
But there's nearly 3 pages
Of DPS?
Jeff, you know
They're
you
literally
your teammates, right?
they're about to fill up the second page. It's one.
They're talking to you,
character,
Sen.
they'll fill up the-
I couldn't fucking hear him.
What'd you say? I feel like I'm playing chicken. What is it? I feel like I'm playing chicken road and group walls is the obstacles. Alright, guys. What's the move
Lock in.
here?
Just lose.
Anyway, what did you say?
You said just lose, bro?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, bro, come on, man.
You know Jubilee's gonna be DPS, right?
No, Jubilee's gonna be support.
No, Jubilee's gonna be a support, bro. They have
The
to.
Hood's probably gonna be DPS.
The Hood's either
Fireworks,
DPS or
I mean,
tank.
Fireworks.
Bro, they made Gambit a support, they'll figure it out, man. They'll figure it out.
They made Gambit support, bitch. They'll figure out how to make a.
Gambit makes sense though. He can empower people with his power, right?
Sure, bro. I mean, they'll make it make sense, bro.
In the comic books, his shit explodes.
Brother, Deadpool shoots people with his guns and it heals them. Like, let's.
That's just Deadpool.
They'll
Let's
just
be
make
honest
anything up, bro. They'll make anything up for it to make sense.
The thing is, people are like, "Oh, it doesn't make sense." I'm like, half the fucking roster doesn't make sense. Fucking Loki is a support. Loki, a clone, someone who can clone themselves, copy other people's moves. How's that not DPS?
A healing magic. He actually.
Okay, but also damage
And
magic.
yeah, everything would be DPS if we were making it comic accurate, bro.
Right?
There'd be like a couple
White
tanks and
Fox
everything
is-
would be
White Fox
DPS.
is literally a fox spirit. She could be fucking doing full-on damage. And just be full-on melee.
Brother, Ultron is a support, bro. What are we?
Ultron is a
Motherfucker, you mean the motherfucker trying to end the human race, bro? The motherfucker trying to end the human race is a support.
No,
Yeah, it makes sense because you could just say nanobots, healing nanobots. All right, yeah, it makes sense now.
This
You just
motherfucker has a gun. That shouldn't be healing bitches. That should be shooting them down.
Have you not seen?
Wanda's like one of the worst characters in the game, but if she was like comic accurate, this game would be over
there would be no game, bro. There would be no game.
I mean, freaking.
Okay, her ultimate is called Reality Erasure, bro.
Oh yeah, I was about to say Adam Warlock. How is he fucking healer?
Soulstone.
Soulstone?
Bro, wait till they add fucking Doctor Doom into this game and Thanos and shit, bro. It's gonna be over, man.
You like the Soulstone? It's kind of like stupidly broken, right? Like in the comics.
Yeah, it's stupidly broken. So shouldn't it be broken enough to fucking just wipe people out?
Well, yeah, but like I said.
Oh, so you just my brain now.
Yeah, but we're talking about healers though. We're not talking about like making everything common like accurate. Like no, it just
They can't. They literally can't, bro. There would be no
Who
game.
else should be comic book accurate? Jeff. Make Jeff Blanchard comic
There would
book
be no
accurate.
game. There would be no game if this was comic book accurate, bro. If this was comic book accurate, Scroll Girl would be diffing everybody every time.
No. Yeah. You guys, you were saying that Wanda would win? No, Squirrel
Girl would win off screen, bro.
She's winning everything.
You start the match, you're already the match already ended, bro. Yeah, she went against Thanos and Galactus, bro. Like, bro, it's over, bro.
Squirrel is winning by far.
You want to talk about fucking broken people? Phoenix literally is just
Phoenix, yeah, the
claps
Phoenix
everyone
Force.
by fucking
bro.
blinking.
I mean, if we're being realistic, bro, Magneto's cooking everybody's like weapons, fucking iron in their blood or whatever the fuck he does, bro. It's cooked, bro.
Rogue would just.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say she's
Comic book accurate. You can't do shit, bro. You genuinely can't do shit.
Fuck out of here.
There would be no game.
Fucking time, dude. I'm not even good.
Or even Venom. Even like Venom as a character. More comic book accurate Venom? Oh.
Depends on the Venom actually. That was actually.
Yeah, it depends on the Venom.
I mean, yeah, but that's the whole reason this game has its own lore.
Like it was Carnage. But then I don't know. Carnage might be his own
I mean,
character.
there's a reason that this game has its own lore, you know? Like, it wouldn't make sense otherwise. I think Carnage, if they made Carnage a DPS, that'd be fire.
Carnage needs to be their own character. You cannot make Carnage a Venom.
Yeah, for sure.
They're too different.
Has to be its own character.
Oh, nice, Sensen. Nice. We see you.
I'm gonna ult whenever they do anything.
We see you with that triple Sensen. We see you as in, I say we as in me.
Are they gonna portal?
I ult
They
when
have a
Invis
strange
ults, but the only reason I was able to pull it off is because that motherfucker
ulting.
Johnny wasn't there to just eat me.
It's
Invis
Johnny.
is all the way back here with me, bro.
Here's Johnny.
Okay, we might actually win this if we can just get rid of that motherfucker right there.
I think we're good. We're good.
How the hell did
We're
we do
good.
that?
How the fuck did we win this game, bro? I thought it was so over. Oh my god, bro. They don't call me the GROAT for nothing, bro.
The
GROAT? My dude.
Greatest rocket of all time.
I think he thinks that's a good thing, but
I'm the GROAT, bro.
Does sound, yeah, you take
that
it.
is
Yeah.
not. You know what? If you want to be the GROAT, you be the GROAT.
Yeah, go ahead,
You know what?
go ahead.
Be the GROAT.
I'm the GROAT.
Yeah, be the GROAT.
I am the GROAT. Nobody was ever denying that, dude.
Be the GROAT. You are the GROAT. Embrace the GROAT.
Dude.
Swallow the
Of course, bro.
Oh,
Inhale the GROAT.
Actually, all of the barrel.
Dude, these guys are talking mad shit now.
They're so mad. They're so mad. Oh my god.
Wait, what did they say? What did they say? What did they say?
Holy fuck. Imagine getting target banning and still getting shit on. I was Luna. You didn't win. Fuck Torch. First half, you sickle. Ass player, not my fault. Target bans and still lost. None of us got final hits as a team effort. I tried my hardest. Get a life. Greatest rocket of all time. That was me. Lost 2 times. Try harder next time. Hop off the game. Truth. GOAT rocket. Yo, that's guy knows, bro. Team diff, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. This guy has 17 final hits, bro. This guy is so mad. Human Torch is probably pissed, bro.
Ooh, what? I missed that first part.
Well, we have Iron Fist on our team, and he got fucking banned.
Oh yeah.
He got target banned. Iron Fist.
That's crazy.
Where's Tricky Joshua when we need him?
Where's Tricky Joshua when you need him, bro? He's probably D-ranked by now, bro. Fuck that guy.
The fact that Prince and Barbie, I'm pretty sure they're teamed up. The fact that both of them were complaining about Torch and didn't ban Torch by seeing this motherfucker on the other team.
Hey, we won though. We won though.
Yeah. Wait, actually, you voted in the game.
Yeah, but why the hell were they
Prince
complaining
Peach,
about that motherfucker but let him through?
The Prince Peach literally said that shit, and I'm like, wait, actually, that's so true.
I don't know. I don't even know. I mean, other people banned the people on our team, so I guess it's statistics.
Did they even try?
Me and Sensen, the only people with 3Ks on the team, bro. That's actually depressing for the rest of our team. Bro, look at the final hit difference, bro. There's no way we should have won this game.
Eon?
Like, genuinely?
Yeah, not even close.
I have 4 final hits and not even 2,000 damage. Like, what are we cooking, bro?
We probably would have lost if I didn't fucking eat Invis ult right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Genuinely, bro. Holy, bro. Our 3Ks might have saved that whole round, bro. W supports.
I never get told W supports when I do well. I'm just like,
W
well,
supports
do
Roxy.
better, Roxy. Do better.
Well, I mean, it's expected of you.
Wow. So I just
You play support, bro.
Okay, so that doesn't mean I don't
Play
deserve
DPS
some
do crazy, I'll be like,
appreciation.
good DPS.
Bitch, I still deserve appreciation. I appreciate all of you.
Wait, don't I freaking tell you good ult or freaking when I want to play?
You're not in the game, bro. You're not in the game with us. You're a second class supporter, bro.
Oh, second class. Oh, yeah. Know what you mean by that, huh?
I mean exactly what I said, bro.
God damn. Oh, damn.
No, wait, we would have lost that if the Jeff ban went through, bro.
Yeah. That Jeff fucking saved us, bro. Who was our other support before that? Fucking Stratpool? Yeah.
Yes, you guys had Strat Pool. I remember that. Yeah, Strat Pool. You had triple DPS. It was you.
We had a Luna. We had a Luna at some point.
Oh,
Yeah, I just started aiming for the Johnny because I can hit him no matter where the fuck that guy is. I can hit him from behind walls too.
Yeah, at a certain point, I just started shooting anybody who was closest to me. I'm like, fuck, I'm getting damaged somehow.
And then I wasn't being exploded by magic either because I could just fucking die.
It wasn't much, but I got 4 final hits, so that's all that matters. The most efficient shooter of all time.
Dude, I think like an Instagram reel. Someone complaining about their enemies not dying.
Monkey D and caught? Matcha drink.
Not a tank no more.
Not a tank no more? Like from fucking
Replay matcha drink.
Oddman? Oddman 404? Got that man? We got Oddman.
I need to find a this.
Are we cooking?
We got a cool guy.
I know I got a cool guy.
I know that other guy.
Oh yeah, an other guy. I need a other guy.
Well, okay, I know a guy like that whose name is that other guy.
Other guy. Odd man.
Is Invis good on this map?
Is Invis good on this map? I don't know if it's a map. I don't know if it's map specific, bro.
Yeah, Invis is not a map specific kind of.
Convergence on Clintar?
Oh, yeah, but if it's like a smaller map, I can just blow her up.
I don't think there's not really anything you can do as Invis on this map, really. You can't push anybody off this
the one
map.
with the slime? Is this the one with the slime, right?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. This motherfucker's just trying to ban as many supports as they can.
Is it Tricky Joshua?
Oh, no.
No, he'd be banning the supports on your team.
You think
Why is he
Tricky
banning...
Joshua's almost animated Lord White Fox?
Yeah, he's close.
No, Tricky Joshua plays DPS, my dude. Or Luna.
Yeah.
You'll need a top-notch team to
I wonder what Tricky Joshua is up to these days.
Right?
They banned Groot and 2.
Let's check the website.
Isn't this shit private?
No, I found the website that allows you to see people's private shit.
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, 6 competitive losses in a row. That's what we like to see.
What rank is he?
He's Diamond 2.
Oh. I'm depressed now.
-5, -16, -20, -23, -16, -19.
How the fuck did he have a lever then?
I think so.
Probably.
He was SVP that game, but yeah, he probably had a lever. Let's see. Oh yeah, someone left their team. Motherfucker named Raw Milk left their team.
Oh, it's probably because of him.
If Doom was a friend to mutants, but destroyed the
Probably.
timeline, what would you do?
Fuck you, Tricky Joshua.
They got a motherfucker named Rayplay.
Yeah, I said that. Replay.
Or is it, is the space in a different location than where I think it is?
We got all lords on this team. If we fucking are just dog ass. Okay.
Okay, the Spider-Man just tried to pull someone and I think he missed. I don't know what happened.
Did he die?
No, he didn't die. He just like.
Well, he like took her over there, but she got saved by like a guardrail.
Oh.
They have a rogue and a Namor, and I'm gonna die. Thank you, Bubble. Monkey D, whatever the fuck his
you
name
got me
is.
killed, bro.
How did I get you killed?
Well, she sucked you off and then killed me with your power.
Oh.
Madman,
Not my fault, bro.
Fuck, dude.
Madman, I know you enjoy it.
Yeah, she sucked me off. Me too, bro.
You need to stop that. That is stop.
Huh?
Fucking dumbass.
Rogue's like one shot, bro. Please.
How did I miss
how
that?
did she keep getting
He was
health
fucking
back? You
frozen.
fucker. Oh my god.
Time for ads again.
Yo, if you subscribe, you don't get any ads.
What the fuck, dude? I'm just blowing up.
L plugin.
You're blowing up?
Right? L plug-in. L plug.
Every time I die, I just see a fucking no more squid on the death cam.
Every time you die, brother, you're the only person on our team with deaths. And it's just you twice.
Exactly, and they're both the fucking squids, dude.
Portal, portal, portal.
Fuck that character.
Fuck that.
I'm about to die again. Can you guys fucking heal me, bro? Damn.
You're talking to the wrong people, bro. You gotta talk in the in-game chat for that one, bro.
Wrong people. Talk to your fucking chat, bitch.
No, I was staring directly at both of them. I was talking to the right people.
In the game?
In game, bitch?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like you're talking to me, bro.
No,
I
White
felt
Fox
like he was
and
talking
fucking
to
Luna were
me.
just right here, and I was like, can you guys fucking heal
He
me?
was talking to
Good job,
me,
guys.
bitch.
We got off the point for a second so we can reset it to 3 and not auto. Thank you. I'm back.
Is this a champion White Fox or is this a lord?
It's not champion. It's just Lord. It's a level like 45 or whatever. The
Yeah, wherever you get that
second last
orange
badge.
banner or whatever.
The purple. The pink badge is the
Oh,
one.
pink badge. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Just, yeah, I think it's 45 for that one because the gold banner is at 40.
The orange badge is.
The orange outline is at 40. Because I just got that for Rocket.
Okay. Oh.
Who the fuck did Spider-Man ult on? Oh, our support, bro, please. No, I need those guys.
You can do a better job protecting them. Well, that's what you gotta do, boo.
I heard Spider-Man. He's still over here somewhere.
Bonsai?
Wait, this Spider-Man's name's Bonsai.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Bonsai, like the plant?
Yeah, I like the plant.
I think like the other streamer. Doesn't Bonsai play this fucking game?
Who the fuck is Bonsai, bro? All I know is the plant, bro.
we don't know that person.
I'm not tapped in, bro.
Yeah. You think I watch other streamers? Fuck no.
Yes.
You guys
Shit, unless I need another
Portugal?
teammate,
I
I'm
will
not.
watch.
Unless I'm looking for another teammate, I'm not opening the fucking Discover page on Twitch, bro.
Yeah. I watch you guys.
I don't even watch the
y'all,
pros
but
play
that's
this
it.
game or
That's
anything,
because
bro.
I like y'all.
I don't even watch pros play this game, bro.
I just have that shit open to get the drop.
I went from like 0-2 to 15-2, bro. These guys just stopped paying attention to me, dude.
I think the triple
Stop
support.
being
I
a
don't think the triple
variable.
support is helping them, to be honest.
Which is good, you know.
No, I killed 2 supports before they even
I know
turned around.
it's not helping them. Like their triple support is not making any like significant gains in their healing
Spider-Man's the only one
department.
who's trying, bro.
Yeah, Bonsai's the only one trying to.
Triple support. is
Luna
when
came
other
all the way over
people-
here just to give me Snowflake. That's how good I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going triple support, you might as well have one support going like DPS,
DPS. Like I expect one of us to be.
or like at least like passively. Like Ultron can heal and do DPS, and Mantis can do both. But and even like I guess Jeff can
Yeah,
do
these
both
supports are
technically. It's the
kind
same button.
Booty cheeks, not gonna lie, bro.
There's that's why they have 3 of them. They're trying to compensate for their fucking lacking of real motion,
Tell me
bro.
your team is full of DPS players.
Oh my god, bro. Getting a kill with the Thor ult is so satisfying because it's so ass. The worst ult in the game, man. This shit's so spawns.
Yeah, for the God of Thunder, that shit fucking slaps
Genuinely,
like
bro, it's so
a
bad.
napkin, dude.
And why would they make it as if like, yo, if you're going vertical, then you can't go horizontal as fast, bro? Why would they make it like a constant speed for both directions, bro? What if I'm trying to go diagonally? I'm just going twice as slow. Fucking stupid, bro. I'm the God of Thunder, bro. You can't even give me like.
No, Luna came back.
Give me a little bit of fucking motion, bro. Iron Fist, please, please. Oh, that's dumb.
Oh shit.
Can I jump up here? Oh, I can't. Really? Fuck this game.
Damn.
Where's my team?
Good question.
Guys, I don't want to die. I don't want to get my first death.
I got slam dunk by fucking Spider-Man.
Got slam dunk. We should be good with all the alts. I hope so. Can we get some motion, please? Oh, thank God you live, White Box.
Oh, why?
Can you counter this one? Okay, we just used like 3 alts, bro. Surely we can get some motion. Thank you.
Just the same, little Lulu, we love you.
Me and Sensen, bro. Holy fuck, man.
Time to switch things up. Including which side you're on.
We are the foundation to this household. Yeah, genuinely, I don't know, bro. That last life, I was getting fucking selfish with it.
Magic's so good when they don't play fuck-ass annoying characters, dude.
Anti-dive characters, you mean?
I mean, my only deaths were to no more squids, bro.
Yeah, so anti-dive.
That and I think I died to Emma once.
In the
No,
alt?
I think I died to Luna Claps. I don't remember.
I think they alt comboed you or some shit, bro. I remember a bunch of people dying during an alt combo. Thank you for yawning loud as fuck into my ear, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll stop running.
Yo, I was watching the well, I was making clips of the stream we did where we were playing like the demos and stuff, bro. It's just so funny, bro. Fucking the bomb game where we're just yelling at T and he can't even hear you. He's like, oh fuck, why am I even yelling? You can't even hear me. And then when I forgot I was deaf, I'm like, yo, it sounds like nobody's talking, bro. I'm like, and you're like, the round ends, you're like, you're deaf. I'm like, oh, I fucking forgot. Oh yeah, we're fucking stupid. I'm surprised we even made it anywhere in that game, dude.
Holy shit, right? Fucking crazy.
Punisher's so fucking confused, but their healing was so goddamn strong I couldn't kill him. That motherfucker was looking around like he was trying to find Waldo, bro.
Where's Waldo?
Oh no. Oh, thank you. It's a motion party and they cannot get in.
I did the 30 and 5 you wanted, but I'm 31 and 4.
That's close, that's close.
31 and 4, goddamn.
Could be better.
I love how I asked that of Mad Moon, but then Sunsun's like, nah. Let me.
Well, he's 18-0, so I feel like
18-0 and 7. Don't forget my 7 assists, bro.
God yeah.
How do you even get assists on that?
I don't know, bro. Remember that one time I got healing at Thor, bro? I'm trying to figure that shit out too, bro.
Wait, isn't it just like you help kill somebody?
I'm gonna die. I died. That's my first
Someone
death.
else
Fuck.
just finishes them off.
No, that's what your normal kills are. That's what final hits
And
are.
and assist is like if I stun them or like something like
yeah,
that.
It's probably the stun. Too.
But as Thor, I don't have that many opportunities because the stun doesn't last long.
Yeah, their counter's starting to work now. That motherfucking Punisher just one pumps me, dude. That shit hits like a.
Somebody touch, please. Somebody touch, please. Oh, I missed the dash. That's so embarrassing. I missed the dash. Nobody look at that, please. Please, nobody look at that. Oh my god, I fucking cooked it. Embarrassing. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I missed the dash.
Oh shit.
How are you not embarrassed? I've already asked you this question. How are you not embarrassed?
Someone's diving us.
Punisher has ult.
Dude, I forgot about the emote.
That motherfucker keeps shotgunning me, dude.
You forgot about the what?
There's this emote lab, however.
Emote lab.
Steam, and you can make emotes.
Like
GIFs. Actually moving emotes.
Interesting.
It's really fun, and it's like all in chibi form. And you can also edit check trees.
Is that what you're about to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna make some. It's like $11.
Oh my god, emotes.
No, not from like
Double CC is ridiculous.
Dude, the tenacity shit went down a lot. It's so hard to get tenacity now.
No way I got hit by that. Hello?
Whoever cleansed me, White Fox, you're the GOAT, bro. Oh my god.
Oh, she had her thing on you then.
Yeah, you had her ult thing on me. I didn't get hit by the strange ult. Fucking.
What the fuck?
Crazy that she didn't get hit though.
Oh, did you see that?
Thank God he ulted on me.
Bro.
Thank you, White Fox, for that cleansing or whatever the fuck you did.
It's her right click when she ults.
Portal. Oh, not the Luna ult, bro.
Fuck!
Moon Knight,
Just get grabbed by Emma and then shot down by
they don't have the
fucking
point. They don't have the point. Just hold it down, bro.
They're literally just.
They don't have the point, and they portaled off the point. So don't even worry about it, bro. Just deny their emotion, bro. Unfortunately, I had to fight 2 tanks and by myself. Where the fuck is my support? Support! Why did you leave? White Fox, bro. Where did you go?
Was it White Fox? I thought it was Luna.
No, Luna's like down here, bro. White Fox fucking died.
I was in my portal, but okay, you know, just fucking hit me in another dimension. Why don't you?
I mean, the Spider-Man is ass. Surely we can win this game, right?
Bonsai.
As I say, as their Spider-Man gets a kill.
Oh, it is bonsai.
Well, we would have had it if someone didn't miss their fucking dash, bro.
Yo, that was like 3 years ago.
Hey, you never forget that shit, bro.
Ew. What did I tell you last time? I'm sorry. I'm joking.
Dude, I'm not dying to anyone but the fuck-ass Punisher now.
Yo, our Moon Knight left our fucking game? Oh my god. Are you for real, bro?
What the fuck?
Are you fucking for real, Moon Knight, bro? What the fuck?
Now we win.
He's back.
Kill Punisher, we win.
No, they got the point. Oh
played
my god.
66 rank, ID rank.
Oh no. We can hold this for 2 minutes, right, guys?
What'd you say, that man?
Oh my god, I've seen.
Dude, this Punisher, the fucking shotgun does not work like that, dude.
The first game? Oh my fucking god. Our Arissa was talking shit, and then our Winston had to tell our Arissa, "You're the one who sucks, bitch." And then the Arissa changed to Hazard, and we did really well because their DPS were full dive DPS, and our DPS we had Arissa. Like, no, only Arissa.
Yeah, we used 2 alls. Sure. Surely we can get some
Almost got
motion.
all the way through just like that, but that was that.
Magneto, 3 ults, okay. Surely we can get some motion. We can get some motion right now,
I
right?
actually kind of blamed our DPS that switched to fucking Zenyatta. Yeah. We did not.
Kill that fucking rocket.
And then
He's
the
dead,
second
he's dead.
game- the second game,
Alright, we got this, we got
went-
this, we got this.
We had triple heals. I was trying to play
Spider-Man.
Zenyatta.
Okay, I alt tab by
They were
accident. Don't worry
playing-
about
What
it.
is it called? The Pharah Mercy combination. No one was aiming for the Pharah or the Mercy, and I was
Okay.
trying to. I kept Discord orbiting the Pharah.
About to have 2 ults
No one
soon.
was shooting them, and then I tried flanking, but then they. Dude, I got soul
Punisher
ulted by
dead.
Bastion.
Portal, portal, portal.
I straight up
Oh.
got soul ulted by a Bastion. He shot one shot. The shot didn't kill me, and I was killing their. Lucio.
No way that
So he
fucking
shot
hit
a
me, bro.
second Shot. I'm like, what the fuck? This motherfucker solo ulted my ass.
Range low.
Um. that
Punisher dead.
one- I don't
Hold
know
point,
why
hold point,
I
hold
had
point.
the button for-
I have ult if we need it.
At this point, Roxy, you might be a masterpiece.
I will say, I feel like rank in
Holy
Ranked is very
fuck,
different
bro.
than rank in Overwatch. As in, like, Overwatch is
Next person who pulls up is getting absolutely murked, bro.
Yeah, the Punisher I just fucking deleted.
No, the Spider-Man. We just deleted as a team, bro.
Motherfucker wasted his ult for
Wasted my ult? Yeah, I definitely did actually.
because, like, he was already dead by the time you climbed down. And there's like 5 of
53 and 11 on fucking Magic.
Oh
Holy
my
shit,
god. 36 and 2, 13 as Thor, bro.
Oh,
Yo, we
why is
cooked
this
these guys.
We went
They can bootlicker
crazy on that,
Spider-Man, bro. What?
Wait, was it 10 push-ups every loss doubled if it's a comp game? That's
My
actually
bad.
really
I started
smart.
lagging back there.
You know what? Maybe that's what I'll start doing. That would be like the workout. routine for the
24 fucking finals. God damn.
God damn.
Where was this Sensen when I was playing? Where was this Sensen in my game? Huh? Where was this Sensen?
We didn't have a cloak.
Oh,
I had
so
a
I'm to
snowflake
blame?
the whole game.
I'm to blame? I'm the
You gotta
problem?
learn to play Luna, bro.
I'm the problem? Bitch, no! You can learn to
No. Wait. Okay, Loki, this team could work though. If we had Roxy on White Fox and T on Luna,
Yeah, you can play White Fox too. That works.
we could run this comp. Yeah, we can run this exact comp.
Yeah, the only problem with T is he put Snowflake on himself, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
fucking
This Luna had 8 final hits though. 8,000 damage, but only 26,000
He would
healing,
have double the final hits,
and half the healing. Yeah, maybe.
12,000 damage, and half that.
Yeah,
amount of
because
healing.
this Luna literally went halfway across the map to give me Snowflake.
Yeah, T. Nah,
Yeah,
T would
selfless
never. T would
ass.
never.
Imagine dying more than twice, dude.
I felt like immortal, bro. I had my overshield going. I had the heals from Snowflake. I was pumping out everything, dude. Other than when I got one shot by a fucking shotgun, but
Someone said anytime cutie. Who are they talking about?
They're talking about
Probably.
Bonsai and Hot Master talking to each
Did that
other.
have that effect on you? Wait, what? My heart skipped a beat?
how many? Hold
What the
on.
fuck is this a whole love story right here?
Yeah.
Bootlicker?
Dude, I'm gaining crazy. Plus 32, plus 30, plus 30.
Plus 30. I put plus 19, bro. Fuck you, man. Fuck you,
Going up,
bro.
boy, I'm diamond 3, bro.
Now, Mammy knows how Rocky felt when she was ranking up with me yesterday.
Bruh. Look at my win
cooking,
percentage on
dog.
my fucking characters, bro. This shit's ass. 50% win percentage this whole season, bro. 44 in competitive. Oh my god.
My shit's probably fucking cooked.
Hey, your win percentage for Thor went up. Remember when I was saying all the numbers?
I don't want to
was
hear
like
that, man.
Mine's
didn't have
also
your win
54%.
Oh my god, I'm tired. God damn.
Let's see comp.
It's not as good as it.
55%. Oh yeah, we went up one, bro.
Fuck, man. You guys remember when I was
Bro, I had a
Diamond 1, bro?
55 win rate in comp.
Remember
You
when
guys
you were GM 3?
No, when I scroll down on my competitive list of games, bro, it doesn't even register. It never happened, bro. It never happened. It's been so long, bro.
Oh my god.
Fuck, man.
Are you washed,
played this season?
Am I
did
washed?
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
I don't know. You lost a couple more games before you started winning again.
I mean, yeah. But what was the difference here?
We lost
Nothing
1, 2,
really
3,
point-wise.
4, 5, 6.
I meant team-wise.
Oh.
6 games
What
in
was the
total,
difference?
and we won 2, 3, 4, 5,
I don't
6.
know.
6.
What was the difference?
I'm even
You
right
tell me.
now.
The difference was T's fucking negative attitude, bro.
I'm 6 and 6.
Okay,
No,
you
I'm just-
say that, but you still lost games
that's
after
my bad.
we left.
I lost 1.
You lost 3.
After you
games
after you
we
left?
Yes, after both me and T stopped playing with you, you lost 3 games.
I lost 3 games? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, oh
we lost 3,
fair
but we
enough. I
won 4.
lost 6 with you though. So, you know, we're up. Statistically. Also, Sensen was doing dog shit in these games, I can't lie, bro.
Points.
We're not gonna
no offense. Yeah,
we're not gonna
the
lie, yo,
games that we were playing,
actually honestly T at a couple times too, it wasn't looking good, bro. Couple
Okay,
games.
but you see me in these matches, bro?
Yeah, I see you, bro.
that's what I'm asking.
Bro.
Where was the sense? Where's this Sensen in my games? Why is the Sensen in my games?
I didn't
See,
play Magic.
Sensen dropped 53-11 on this game. Last game he dropped 15-11 and 20. Game before that he went 17-1. Yeah.
Anyways, guys, okay, it's late. I'm gonna go sleep.
Yeah, I think we should end it there on 3 wins. I think it's a good
Yeah, 3 win streak. That's really good.
I mean, I went back diamond, so
too.
yeah, we're all chilling in diamond again, you know. It's good, bro.
And I'm positive too. I got the 3 of 100.
You two are chilling.
Don't worry, Roxy. Tomorrow or Wednesday, tomorrow, whenever you want, bro. Off stream, we'll play. We'll play.
To be fair, you got off, bro.
I was doing other shit, and I don't even think I would have ranked back up with how many losses you guys had. With
I mean, you
wins.
wouldn't have lost
get
as much.
that
Also,
many
the dynamics of the games probably would have been different, but
yeah,
You still would have gamed more.
yeah, you only lose like
I gained
20
a
to
bit more,
and you
Yeah, I lose
gain
around,
like 20 to 25 at least, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're slightly higher than me. When I first started, I was losing 20, and then I started losing 14, 18, 15, and I gained
you gotta
30,
get back to
32,
diamond
30.
before we get like tapping back with step, bro. It's really all it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Well, I'm literally 1 game away.
But I also
just-
gained a lot
One
more
win
because
away. Let's not say
Madman was
don't say
still
1 game away. 1 win away.
diamonds, so I was playing against a whole bunch of diamonds and not just the plats that we had.
Mamoon, when are you? Yeah, that's why you gained a lot more. When are you gonna use your limited units for? Because you have until your time's almost up, my dude.
I think 10 days.
Is it 10? Oh, it's 10 days.
It's just 10 days.
I have 87 lattice and 12 units, bro. I don't even have 100 total.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what skins I'm gonna buy.
Oh no! Just wait until they're coming out with
the next,
White
like,
Fox, Captain America, and who's the other
You
one?
gotta get Lady Loki, bro. Lady Loki's
Lady
swimsuit
Loki.
skin.
I don't play Loki,
No,
bro.
but then it's probably either
You
gonna
don't
be a
need to play
gotcha or a
Loki, bro.
pass.
No,
Guys,
no.
it's gonna be a gotcha or a pass. I hope it's not a pass.
I think they said it was a gotcha or something.
I've got one balloon left for Emma.
Dude, if it's a gotcha, I'm just pulling straight up for the White Fox and all that stuff. I'll just get it and be done
Hey
with
guys,
it.
I can get one more accessory. Who should I get? Cyclops or no more?
Who do you hate more?
Again, didn't even.
Let me see
Who do
if
I
have
hate
any
more?
of
I mean, it's
those.
really who do I play more?
No, who do you
Actually,
hate
I think
more?
I have Cyclopses. Where is that motherfucker?
Do I want Nomura or do I want Jean Grey?
Who do you hate more?
Who do I hate more?
Wait, what
I
did
mean,
you say? No more? Isn't it Nomura?
Nomura, yeah, that's what I said.
Where the fuck is that guy?
Nomura or Jean Grey. As a plush.
Oh, he's up here.
Yeah, who do you hate playing
Oh,
more?
I've got the Cyclops.
Who do I hate
plushie.
playing more?
I've got it for Phoenix.
I mean, I probably hate playing Nomura more because it's harder than
join.
Cyclops.
Hi, Liko.
The Cyclops is fucking easy gameplay of all time, bro.
What did you just say, Liko? Heard nothing.
Why are you guys
I like both of those plushies, dude.
They're gaming. I was doing some other shit.
Those are
and
both
watching
clean.
them play.
I don't like it.
I'm
You
going to
can't
bed now.
sort by own, bro. I want to see the ones that I don't own without the fucking equipped owned already in the fucking middle of my view, bro.
Yeah, why the fuck is the filter
Wait, you
just
can't-
pick a hero? Like, hello?
It's just stupid, bro.
Wait, what the fuck? When I look, no. Wait, no. You know where you have to look? Cancel that. Go to play. Go to play. No, go to play.
I'm in play.
Sorry, it's delayed. I can't say.
I'm in play.
And then click on the accessories, the little tab right there, the little for the accessory coin thing. 700. You see 700 out of 700. The little arrow.
What?
What?
You see at competitive. You see where it says competitive.
Here?
Right.
Oh,
Yes.
here. Okay.
Click there, and then the owned will be on the top. It should be at the top and whatever. You can click owned, and then
But I
it'll
want
show what it
the
owns.
opposite. I want to see the ones I don't own in the store, in the shop.
It should show the ones you don't.
Well, I mean, you
own
can
as well.
scroll
Why
down
does
I can
yours-
scroll down, but it doesn't. It shows me the ones that I don't own as like I don't own them because I don't own them.
Yeah, isn't that the point? You want to?
No, I want to see what they look like. I want to see what they look
yeah,
like.
Why
scroll all
does
the way up
yours
to the
look
top.
like
Hold on.
this? Mine doesn't look like this. Mine shows
Yeah,
me
you've
the
got
push.
the own check mark up top in the right. Uncheck that.
Oh, you want me to
Oh,
uncheck
you're
it?
supposed to
Okay.
uncheck it?
Oh, okay.
Now
okay.
you can see them.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is it. This is how I see it.
Yo, I need to play Blood Hunt again. Fuck. I need to get the fucking
Yeah,
100.
also the only people in Blood Hunt can use that motherfucking thing.
I know
That's
that's so bullshit, bro.
that I'm annoyed.
How many do I have? How do you
Yeah, I'm
check?
just
Leaderboard
like, I go and
achievements,
get this, and then
career
the only
leaderboard,
people who can
forge?
use it are people
Isn't
who
a
I don't
forge?
usually
Where
play.
the fuck is it?
Yeah, we can play that right now. I've got 88 out of 100.
Where the fuck do you even see your things?
88?
Arcana,
I have
realm,
like
gear,
20
overview?
something.
Oh, there it is. Craft accessories. I have 68 down.
Yeah, I've got 88. I
What
was
level,
fucking,
what level are you on?
I used to
115?
farm that
Okay.
shit.
Is your 115 max?
How do you see how many you have?
No, I stopped playing. I could probably do 120. I actually do
No, like
need to do that so
I
can
haven't finished
finish
one.
those
I haven't
maps.
finished 115. That's the one I need to finish left. That's why I'm saying like if you're at 115, then we're
Oh no,
pretty
yeah,
close
I
to
can
level.
go play 120.
Because it's because the achievement only works for like 120, whatever the fuck it says, unless
I
they
have
changed it.
48. I have 48 out of 100.
Yeah, it's like 120 or
achievements.
higher, but
Yeah, clear 120 or
if
above for
I-
the first time, and you get 10 more.
yeah, if I play
Oh.
119, I can complete that pretty easy because there's only one fucking boss instead of two on 120, which
Yeah.
is both
And it's a-
fucking
and it's an
Draculas,
even num-
and then
it's
I
an
can
even
just play
number too, yeah.
121. Yeah, and
Okay,
I can just play 121 and
Low
get
key,
the
I'm
one
down.
boss.
I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick, and I'm down to play Blood Hunt real quick, just to get these fucking levels, bro.
They're still going. Anyways, I will talk to y'all later. I'm going to bed.
Good night, Roxy.
Night.
Stay safe, Roxy.
I hope they didn't fucking change anything. Just make my build not fucking useful at all anymore. Already got all 700.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Do we need to autofill teammates? I don't know if we can do this by 2 people. Okay,
We can do it too.
I haven't even played this level before, I don't think.
Yeah, no, I can fucking solo this shit.
Is your thing Jeff or who?
I scroll girl.
Bro. Let me play Scroll Girl then too.
To reclaim my city. You call yourselves New York's guardians.
I need a new skin for her. I don't like the skin. Well, the skin's fine. I just don't like the hair. It's fucking.
Which one?
Seems fair to me.
The nut rocker.
Oh, the fucking spiky one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably one of my least favorite Squirrel Girl skins, honestly.
Such remarkable power.
Like if she just had normal hair, it'd be a perfect skin. But
I like the color, like the purple and like the black aesthetic, but yeah.
I forgot to turn down my fucking audio.
Oh yeah, facts. Shit about to be straight ear rape in a second.
Settings, audio, master volume, fucking
Turn that
5.
shit down, bro.
Now who's the real monster?
I keep getting the worst cards, bro.
Hey, don't worry, bro. You're gonna have to carry this whole game, bro, because I don't even remember what my build is.
It's okay, I already have fucking 500 billion
Yeah,
damage.
yeah, you have like 10 times my damage, bro. I'm like, yeah, I'm not even worried, bro. Unless we get to like a boss, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure you can handle it. I'm sure my equipment is probably ass. It's like the basic, not the best for the build. Bro, I've been streaming for
They
fucking
fixed the numbers. It used
6
to like
hours, bro.
save 1,000 billion, but they fixed it to where the T actually counts now.
Yeah. I was about to hit 1 trillion before I hit 100 billion.
Congratulations on surviving another round. Let's hope your luck continues to hold. Fascinating. Now who's the real monster? Another wave incoming. Hold the line. enemies won't quit, but neither will you, it seems. Such remarkable power. I hope you put it to good use for once. Vacation's over. Back to work. Hope you've still got some heroism left in you.
I hate this game mode because it's the only fucking part of this game that makes me drop under 60 frames, bro. It actually, like, I can see the difference. It's fucking
yeah, I don't know how
bro.
my fucking laptop runs this shit, bro.
This is genuinely the worst
I can
game
run
mode
this
for
fine,
frames,
but
bro.
I can't play in like Times Square.
It might be like the amount of players, I guess. I don't know. But then again, I'm assuming you can probably play like 18v18 without. I mean, I wouldn't say no problems, but
Oh, of course it's fucking Dracula. God damn it.
oh no, bro, fuck. Ride a Tosker, bro. Do some damage, bro. I need you.
Ref, do something.
Tippy toe, please.
The fact it takes 3 respawn tokens to fucking spawn. Oh wow.
I mean, we're at like this level, so the price goes up type shit.
Can you bring out all your tiny people, please? It charges me faster.
Tiny people. Is that the?
Yeah, all the little minions.
Is that
on
the
this.
appropriate term for those?
I mean, they are tiny.
Is that the politically correct term for those individuals?
Probably. Maybe.
I'm just fucking shit, bro. I'm just instigating. He's almost spawning that. He's almost spawned them. Oh,
Oh shit. I'm
fucking
dead.
oh. I don't know how I lived that one, bro. I don't know how I lived that one.
You got 8,000 HP. I've got 5,000. I really need to get something to.
I mean, he didn't even hit me though. That's the thing. He didn't hit me yet. All the damage I've taken is just because I haven't regen from the last round. Tippy toe, do some damage, bro.
Fucking hell, dude.
Yeah, if you could stop dying, that'd be fantastic, bro.
If you could spawn the little guys, I'd be
they're here,
fine.
they're here. I'm trying not to kill them until you spawn. Okay, we're good? Okay, we're good.
Yeah, I've got
Oh
the
no.
fucking health I have.
Oh no. It's gonna be
I
one of
just
them
don't
ones,
have enough
huh?
to live anything.
Oh, fuck.
It just had to be Dracula. If it was literally anyone else, we probably would have won just fine.
Yeah, I mean, fucking Dracula, bro. What can you do?
Yeah, because we haven't cleared a single one of these swords out.
I'm dead. Fuck. I think we got some swords down.
Yeah, it's just one more. And I have it over here, but it's fucking... Yeah, there it goes. Fucking hell, I just spawned right in all of it.
And this fucking map is like tiny as fuck, dude.
I hate how all the damage is like on your spawn.
Yeah, I mean, like the bots have like 3 seconds to aim before you actually spawn, and I swear, bro.
There we go, he's back. Oh shit. He keeps sucking me in right after I fucking use my bounce. That way I just don't have it.
He's only at half, bro. He's only at he's not even at half, bro. Fuck. Oh my god.
Well, he'll just get deleted if we can just get the crystals to spawn.
Oh, my fucking screen just froze for a second. That should never happen before. Oh, he's back at full. Where's the crystals at? I don't want to have to give up, bro. Oh shit.
Well. The hell are the crystals, bro?
I don't know, bro. I think he needs to get to half before the crystals spawn. I don't know if we get that far. Fuck, bro. I don't know if we got this one in the bag, unfortunately. Fucking Dracula cooked us.
Just keeps spawning a fucking tornado on me over and over and over.
Bro, if this is Dracula's kit whenever he's added to this game in like the next fucking 3 years, bro, it's gonna be crazy.
All of his animations are based on Magneto.
Yeah.
Which is fucking funny. Where'd he go? Aw shit, it's fucking back to the swords. Yeah, we might not got this one, bro.
I don't think so. I don't know if we have this one. Next time we die, it might be over, bro. He's gonna have too much health for this.
Yeah, I don't got enough health for this.
How many X's do you have at the health back button?
Like 6, but I can shit one shot.
Yeah, that's overdue. End this shit. Oh man.
Just as I expected. I can't rely on self-righteous vigilantes.
Fucking 2 trillion damage and I still can't fucking kill a motherfucker. See, I can mob clear like a fucking madman.
Yeah, this is the boss, bro.
When it comes to bosses,
that's the problem with the
Punisher's
Squirrel
where it's
Girl
at.
build. Either you get the Jeff like fucking jihadist fucking bubble bomb build, or you do the basic ass Punisher build. Holy fuck, my game is lagging. Jesus
yeah, it's
Christ.
taken like 6 years to get
Jesus
back to the main menu.
Christ. 64 gigabytes of RAM for what, bro?
Dang, yeah, freaking 64 gigs of RAM. What the hell?
Yeah, I mean it's DDR4 though. It's not DDR5. But yeah, it's still 64 gigabytes. Bro, I was looking at the fucking RAM prices, bro. The same set of RAM I bought for like $80 in 2024 is fucking $400 now.
Jesus.
Not including tax. So $80 with tax versus $400 without tax.
Dude.
Cooked, bro. It's so cooked. Thank God I bought RAM when I did.
See, if I could just get this one on my main. They need to make it to where you can just take like one
Like the specific
slot
attributes.
thing
They
and
should
put
make
it
it like
somewhere
Minecraft where you
else.
can like combine armors, you know? Fucking bring me the anvil, I'll spend some XP levels to fucking enchant to combine shits together, bro.
Yeah, because god damn. This one's so much better. I go from 5,000 health to 9,000. But I just lose everything else I have.
Yeah. Some of these upgrades are like
Wonderful.
do you want straight base stats or do you want actually to be a viable build, bro? And viable as in like past level like 80 or whatever, it's
You call yourselves New York's guardians. Now is the time to prove it.
I have a Punisher build, but it's not up there. I'm definitely missing like fucking
yeah, my
vital
Thor build
things
is
I
not
need.
as good as the Squirrel Bro build.
20% damage to bosses off rip? Hell yeah, bro.
To admit it, but I'm impressed.
I just need to get that every single time.
Time to see if you're the hero you say, or just another.
I know what I'm doing. I can fucking stand right here and hit everything. Also, the timed one's just so much more better than the fucking other ones.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I hate the fucking number one, the wave one or whatever. Time is so much better.
Yeah, the like fucking limit on how many you can kill. This one just goes so much faster.
Another round. Let's hope your luck continues.
15% health bonus? I'll take that shit.
A hero at their
30% extra damage to healthy enemies. Shall take it.
How much does it count as like a healthy enemy?
What?
Like, does it just like one shot, like your first hit on them, or like how much HP does they have to be for you to still get the bonus?
I think it's full health bar. Full HP.
So just like first shot and then it's gone, and you don't get the bonus anymore?
I think so, yeah. It's healthy, like yeah, it's kind of vague. I think it's first shot because, like, I mean, other characters, you know, when you have that ability, it's like you might as well kill them in one shot. Jesus, fucking frame lag, bro.
But neither will you, it seems.
This game mode is literally just a fucking stress test for my PC, bro.
Now who's the real monster?
It's so much worse if you play like fucking Blade and he's got those stupid ass follow bullets.
Yeah. I can only imagine what this is like on like a lower end device, bro. Because I'm playing in like pretty high graphics too.
Yeah, I'm playing with the lowest of low.
Yeah, I'm playing at like the highest of high.
I shouldn't even be able to run the game. Everything says it's like not recommended, not optimized, not fucking anything.
I mean, yeah, not recommended, but like, yeah, minimum settings is like really hit or miss. High settings is like, bruh, There's no reason you should ever be using this fucking shit. You're just gonna lag for no reason. Like shadow quality, bro. You know that fucking that shit not making a difference, bro.
All these goddamn nuts.
Yeah.
There's also no reason we should have all these fucking numbers on the screen.
The squirrels and the nuts and everything, bro. Yeah.
That's also like one of my fucking pet peeves is just games that have super large numbers for no reason.
Yeah.
Especially like mobile games when you're like level 1 but you're hitting for like 16 million damage for no fucking reason.
Oh yeah. And then like mobile games that like they don't like do like some mobile games they don't like do like million and billion. They just like fucking A, B, C because like they know you're gonna do like that much damage. They just fucking
it's fucking
replace the multiples of 10 with like actual just fucking auto or alphanumeracy, bro, or numeracy, bro. It's like, bro, motherfucker's doing 8,000 T damage, bro. That's not trillion. That's just another currency that they fucking cooked up, bro.
Yeah, for like no reason, on like a slime or
it's literally, yeah, it's like
like
the only way they can like literally visually convey you're doing more than you were doing before. And let's just increase the number and then just make the numbers symbol like represent more than it actually is.
Capwolf?
Capwolf? Yeah, that's light, that's light. I mean, it's not light, but it's lighter than Dracula.
Yeah, I prefer the squirrel.
Yeah. This guy actually like can do damage sometimes.
Yeah, as long as we keep him in like one spot, all these fucking nuts raining on him should do something.
Yeah, he's already like a quarter down.
Wait, stop fucking focusing me, goddamn. Ow. Okay, I've got no healing left.
You got no healing left, bro? Don't.
Back in the nuts.
Don't I drop healings for you, bro?
Yeah, but they're like little bitty things.
Hey, you take whatever you can get, bro.
Is this guy broken? He's like way less aggressive than he was like.
Is he broken? I mean, I'm bouncing up in the fucking air, just like next to him, bro. He's confused.
Yeah, but normally he'll like jump up and like look at him. He's just fucking staring at us.
He's confused, bro. He's seeing double. He doesn't know what's going on, bro.
Ow. Okay, yep.
Oh, yeah, you got your ass real quick.
He jumped on me, bro.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Fucking HP. And 6 heal things, and I'm the one fucking taking. Okay, well, this motherfucker going across the map.
Bro, he's been on the same side the whole time, man. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, but he's going on the other side on this side.
Oh, you're talking about vert. Oh, okay. I mean, he's not really going that far, bro. It's just in between the staircases. Is that half? He's at half? Did Bito do something challenge?
Can you like?
Yeah, I don't know why. Why is he on your dick, bro? This guy doesn't even fuck with me at all. He only fucks with you. Well, because you're the ace, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think they target whoever's doing more damage or whatever.
Would make more sense.
Fuck off me! Ah, I didn't have any healing. Well, it looks like we won this one, at least.
Yeah, this guy's cooked, bro. Oh, you got his health back.
Oh, he got health back. I didn't know he could do that.
Yeah. So it's howling at the moon and shit. No relation.
Oh, we should just keep him in this tiny hole. God damn, I can't see my screen. I love that the healing only works if you're like pressing no other buttons.
They want you to really be panicking about it, bro.
Yeah, they're like, oh, you're trying to heal? Yeah, not happening.
Are you sure? Can you confirm by pressing no other buttons?
Fucking hell. He's like, oh, you're trying to move around and save yourself? Yeah, not happening.
He's almost dead. He's almost dead.
I am dead. He fucking does that stupid ass grabbing thing and just like hits me 7 billion times. I have to use every single one of my heals to deal with that stuff.
I'm just fucking trying to jump as much as
Yeah,
possible.
now he's just running away.
He's just chasing me, bro.
I can't hit him with my nuts. Okay, well, he just dashed into the wall.
Almost got the squirrel back. Hippie toe, do some damage, bro, please.
There we go. This should be it. Oh, never mind.
Oh, I'm dead. No way, dude. Fucking first death.
Ow.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
There we go. I defeated him. I'm fucking dead, bro. What?
Fuck you, bozo. Yeah.
Once again, the Vampire King is defeated.
My dead body collected them all.
I did like no damage. I did 70,000 damage the whole round, bro.
1.5 T. Let's go. I got a piece of the puzzle.
I didn't get no
A
piece of
singular piece? Jesus Christ.
You need 100 to get the actual thing, right? The accessory?
Yeah.
Holy fuck. This
89
shit is
now, I
making
think.
my game lag like crazy, bro. Yeah, I think I'm still
Wait,
at 68.
hold on. I think I just got a big ass fucking boost to my damage. Hold on. Oh, never mind.
Still at 68, bro.
Mine's still better. Fuck.
Yeah, getting the upgrades is
Oh wait, hold on. This one might be good. Nope, it's
struggle,
not.
bro.
Okay. Oh.
Fucking struggle, bro. Alright, I got one more in me. But I've been on stream for like 7 hours. Oh fuck, I didn't change the level.
115?
I didn't change the
Yeah, I was
level.
like, what?
Fuck, I didn't change the level. Yo, leave the game, bro. Leave the fucking game.
Wishes to reclaim my city. You call your
Fuck it. Whoopsies. Have to change it to 120. Did you leave?
This one's about to be double Dracula, bro.
No, please.
I think 120 is guaranteed double Dracula.
Yeah, I think so.
Because that's like the fucking thing you have to do to get this stupid ass thing.
You call yourselves New York's
I
guardian.
don't know. I don't know if I can do more damage for a Scroll Girl.
To prove it.
Just sticks with Scroll Girl.
Versus vampires? Seems fair to me.
Stay alert. This fight isn't over yet.
Here we go again, Tippy.
A hero at their peak. I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. Vacation's over. Back to work. Hope you've still got some heroism left in you.
Oh wait, the fuck? They're like right on top of me.
Gear up. These enemies won't quit, but neither will you, it seems. Such remarkable power. I hope you
Fucking half a trillion in just one round.
Yeah, I'm not doing shit, bro. I wish this game mode like scaled more linearly. Like, I feel like once you get like at a certain level, it's just straight grinding. It's not like as fun as the beginning.
It's like almost not even worth it to go past like level 75 because that's when everything starts dropping level 60.
Yeah, I mean the only reason they get to level 20 is literally because you get free 10 accessory puzzle pieces. That's the only reason I'm like even trying.
I just want the
Literally here for the like
Just
the free units and like the accessory. That's it. Everything else is kind of irrelevant to me.
I do kind of want the titles for beating everything with the other ones because I have every single one of them for the other nightmare mode.
The other nightmare mode, like the first one, or like
Yeah, the first one. I have every single one for that one, but
that was like 2 more, or like yeah, there's like 6 characters you can play or whatever. You can do that shit 6 times
they
basically.
took out my fucking magic,
And they got rid of magic, yeah.
which was like the hardest fucking character to do it on the other one.
Those monsters look hungry. Time to see if you're the hero can stay. Just another.
But she was definitely the most fun. I fucking loved playing that on magic.
Yeah, so those upgrades were super fun. Like they definitely like used this game mode to soft launch some actual like abilities and stuff, or like
Yeah, the Thor change was massive. That was fucking
yeah from
huge.
the first one, like the ability to fucking move in your dash is super big.
Yeah, that was insane.
I mean, yeah, usually when they do like the new game mode, they're kind of testing things out. Like that last Jeff game mode from Christmas, they like kind of tested out the three different roles for one character, and they implemented that with Deadpool. They had like a tank Jeff, a DPS Jeff, and a support Jeff in like the Splatoon game mode or whatever.
That game mode was actually fun as fuck.
Yeah. It was fun, but then like at a certain point there's just like there's an optimal build, and like after you don't have the optimal build or whatever, it's not the same.
Take a moment and enjoy the peace.
You should carry me through fucking level 75 with every character.
I hate to admit it, but I'm impressed. Another wave incoming.
1.5 trillion? What the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, like at a certain point these numbers stop meaning anything, you know?
I want to know who the fuck, how these motherfuckers are playing Nightmare 160. Those guys got like perfect everything builds, because
Yeah.
there's no way. And they do it with every character too.
You have to grind for like days at least, bro, to get like the.
I played this
the
for like 3
perfect
days straight,
stat.
and I still don't even have like a. I mean, my build's good, but it's not fucking
Yeah, I mean,
160.
You have your like there's an upgrade for like better drops too. I'm assuming they just had that shit fucking maxed out.
Yeah, I even got rid of some of my health for that stuff.
Yeah, it's like
Oh, where the fuck are these guys?
you literally just gotta play this game mode and just fucking. I don't even know if like the forge doesn't do it. I don't think they give you as much stuff as like an actual drop does. I don't know if they're actually as good. So every time I use the forge,
think
it's
I got,
never as
like,
good as anything as good as I get it from a drop.
2 of my pieces are from the forge, and they all have like 3 S tiers. Oh shit.
Cap full fan red Oscar.
Hey.
Okay.
We might
No
actually
Draculas,
win
no
this one.
Draculas, no Draculas. That's all that matters.
We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in, bro.
Yeah, who are you focusing? I'm just focusing in this corner right now. I'm not really picking yet.
Yeah, I kind of just want to get them both in as much A corners as I can. I don't know who we should kill first, not gonna lie.
I think Cap can heal himself. Or I don't know if Ratatosker can heal himself.
He just hits me so hard.
Yeah, they both have a dash ability, which is kind of annoying on the fucking...
Yeah, but you can practically fly, so it should be good as long as you don't die.
Yeah.
Because I don't have that stuff upgraded. I do get practically one-shot by every single fucking thing in this game for some reason.
How much health do you have in total?
6,000.
Oh yeah, you're definitely getting one-shotted, bro. Holy.
Yeah.
6,000 is nothing, bro. What the fuck?
Well, normally when I play with my friends, I don't need it because they're the boss.
Yeah.
I'm the everything else clearer. So I just sit there and die at the boss phase while they delete it.
Yeah, the thing about having an unoptimal build is you gotta play like almost perfectly. It feels like a fucking Elden Ring boss, bro.
I can't fucking heal, dude. I'm holding 2 movement keys at once. Fuck off with that shit. It's like the dumbest thing about this whole fucking...
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that it doesn't let you press the button at the same time you're pressing other buttons. It's like, I think I can. I feel like it's fine for me, but I might just be fucking moving my fingers way too much. Holy fuck! They're not even both at half yet.
Y'all leave me alone, dude. What the fuck? Why me?
You're doing more damage, bro.
Man, you gotta step it up, bro.
Nah. You keep taking the damage, bro. I'll keep living, bro. That's the plan.
Dude, I can't do damage if I'm dead. We gotta beat them in 8 minutes.
Gotta beat them in like fucking 30 seconds, bro. Like 8 minutes. These guys are gonna start healing in like 30 seconds. They're both okay. Well, the fucking squirrels.
22 seconds before they just start doing fucking insane damage.
Holy, bro! Not like this.
Yeah, now they're in rage mode. Yep, now I truly get one shot. I can't even fucking heal anymore.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, not the health going up, bro. Please, Cap, bro. Please, no.
And they start targeting me right as soon as I spawn. Thank you. Stay away from me, Cap. Oh shit.
Stay away from me.
I can't bounce, I can't bounce, I can't bounce. Fuck.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, they got that stupid ass rage mode in my game.
Yeah.
You keep bringing them like right over here as soon as I spawn.
I'm just going in a circle, bro. It just happens to be every 10 seconds they end up back in that part of the circle.
I just start dying to her fart clouds.
I mean, they're kind of focusing on their mind. Squirrel's gone on you, bro. Oh shit. Oh, they're both on you now.
Dude.
Yeah, they don't like
The
you, bro.
one shots are fucking. I mean, we're still doing damage. Squirrel's now at half.
Yeah. I don't know, but Cap is gonna regen every time, but it's not. Not looking good.
Yeah, but once we get rid of school, we should be able to do something about cap.
Hopefully.
If I can fucking stay alive for 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second is all we need, bro. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. Oh, my first death.
And I died instantaneously.
Oh, fuck. Oh man.
Yeah, without HP, I can't fucking.
It's not happening, bro.
Just as I expected.
Oh man.
Wild.
I can't rely on self-righteous vigilantes. I'll have to handle this myself.
Yeah, I guess I just need some better upgrades, bro. Holy.
You should be able to like give stuff to other people.
You can't do that?
I don't think so.
I swear you can. Bro, if fucking wouldn't take 3 years to fucking load into the goddamn thing, bro. Here. Oh, not equipped. Oh, is this like a share button or is this like an actual fucking send button?
I think it's a haha look what I have button.
Okay, well I pressed it. Oh, it's share gear. Okay, yeah, that's why the fuck would I want to ever press that, bro? Why would I want to haha?
I've got no idea.
Why do I want to fucking haha? Look at this, bro. It's fucking bullshit, bro. All right, well, I'm gonna call it there. I've been streaming for too long, bro. All that to lose 2 ranks and not make any progress in Bloodhunt. Bloodhunt.
Well, we got 115.
I mean, you were already there, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. GG's. Later, guys.
GG.
Jeez.